Prologue Miller's Marsh Pond, outside of Cheristone, Washington. Hauling a dead body around isn't easy. How could it be? There's always the possibility that something can go wrong. An earnest young cop could flash his heart-racing blue lights, signal the figure behind the wheel to pull over, and step up to the driver's side window. He sees a hand dangling from the neatly bound package. In such a situation, a handgun on the passenger seat can be the perfect solution. And then, one body might become two. A couple of teenagers without a place to go or even the money for a motel might choose the wrong spot to have sex. They select a place for its very seclusion, the same reasoning a body dumper would employ when choosing his locale. They see the man with a corpse, but it's too late to leave. Pulled from their steamed-up car, they scramble, crying and begging for their lives, to a gully. Pop, pop. Skulls are pierced by the bullets from a practice shot. Sweet. And then one body might become three. The risk is always there, but at least one man knew just then that it also had its benefits. It brought a rush. Such jeopardy produced a kind of euphoria that was as real as the high he felt when the life oozed from the woman's body. It was almost the same kind of charge that came when the light in the victim's terror-filled eyes went flat and dead like the buttons on an old overcoat. He looked to the west toward the pond, sheathed in ice. It looked like sheet metal in the light of a cloud-shrouded sky. The wind nipped at his face. If he'd remembered how hard it was to lug a dead body, he'd have moved his vehicle closer to the water's edge. Dead weight had new meaning for sure. A car sped by on the highway. Even though it was a half-mile away, he crouched slightly and watched as its beams gashed through wisps of fog. Ghost fog, he imagined, as he caught a glimpse of the swirling motion of heavy, cold air. He'd packed up the woman's body in a blue down-filled sleeping bag. A nice one. The killing had been done in haste, which of course was never a good idea. That didn't bother him just then. He had more pragmatic concerns, and they made him wince. He hated that he'd wasted a perfectly good sleeping bag when a ratty old blanket would have been just as serviceable. It had gotten to that point. The whole thing, the murder, the body dump, the return to where it had all played out. All to make sure that nothing, no clue, share, blood, fibers could tie him to what he'd done. It was all about convenience. It was as if he was that Starbucks barista he'd seen absent-mindedly pushing the buttons to make a latte for some woman who babbled incessantly about her busy life. I'm not just a mom, I'm a lawyer too, and how she needed a boost to make it through the day. He no longer had any doubts about what he'd done or why he'd done it. I'm addicted, you know, said the woman who reeked of coffee and baby wipes. He smiled faintly, the cold air biting his handsome face. Pushing buttons, killing a woman. So easy. He was addicted, too. He shook off the memory. He widened his stance and braced himself. His feet slipped a little on the icy mud as he lifted her body from the back of his truck. As he heaved and flung her over his shoulder, he let out a soft groan. She'd seemed so much lighter in life. Wispy hair, tiny hands with pretty pink nails with carefully applied white tips. Her ankles were so thin that he was sure they could wear the rings from a shower curtain. A shower curtain would have been cheaper, he thought. He moved toward the frozen water's edge. A fortress of weather-ravaged cattails guarded the flat plain of ice, with the exception of the point of entry that he'd selected for what he had to do. She'd left him no choice. It was that simple. He flopped the heavy bag onto the hard ground and spoke. He was quiet, but his words cut through the chill of the night. Geesh, bitch, couldn't you have worked out some? Skipped the mochas, called Jenny Craig. Considering her condition, she wasn't even that fat. She was just dead. She was doing nothing to help him, and that made him angry. He tried to roll her. However, the leather cord from the bag snagged a log. Damn it, you make nothing easy, do you? He pulled the hunting knife from his hip and slammed its blade into the cord. Snap. Realizing he needed his insurance that she'd sink in the mud, he returned once more to the truck bed and procured a pair of heavy chains. A beat later, he was at her body, spinning the chains around her like a spider in a frigid night. Down you'll go, he said softly. A puff of vapor came with his breath. Down, bitch, you'll go. He steadied himself and pushed once more, and the body rolled onto the ice. From the edge of the shore, he nudged it just far enough away so that he could crawl behind it, pushing it across, commando style. He looked over his shoulder back at the truck. Nothing. The wind blew over the ice, and he figured he'd gone as far as he needed. He took the knife and started to pierce the ice. It was about a quarter-inch thick, and it took some doing. Finally, a hole. He dragged the bag toward the opening and shoved it inside, the water making the bag heavier as it began to sink into the blackness below. It was a perfect night. Snow was coming. Ice would form a frozen scab over the wound that had taken her body. The sleeping bag weighted with chains would sink into the ooze of the springtime thaw. She'd never be found. He'd be free. He felt nothing for her. Just a little inconvenience that came with the territory of having to take her late at night when no one would see what he'd been doing. He felt the flush of exhilaration that came with a job well done. That mocha that he'd thought about sounded kind of good just then. He got into his vehicle and did what busy moms, dads, students, and killers do after a trying day. He went for coffee. It was 5 minutes to closing, and both the young women in the coffee and pastry shop wished to God that no one else showed up so they could get out of there the second the big green clock hit the hour mark. The night had been as intermittent as the storm, customer-wise. A flurry of latte sippers after 8, then nothing outside of a trio of high school kids who managed to stretch their coffee, drinking into what seemed like a 2-hour marathon. The women working the counter were authorized to give refills to customers at their discretion, but those teens weren't getting another sip. The workers wanted to go home. Snow had fallen, and it looked like it would be a total bitch to drive. Then he came inside, just before the lights would be dimmed. The young blonde behind the stainless steel counter had a concerned look on her face. She was petite, with lively blue eyes and a kind of knowing countenance that comes from either personal tragedy or too many years of retail experience. She smiled at the man in front of her, looking him over for a cue of recognition. Face, eyes, shirt, anything. He wasn't a regular. He was handsome, trim, and had a killer smile which seemed to be on autopilot as he entered the store. He wore a heavy navy blue coat, from one of those expensive outdoor recreation companies that specialized in outfitting men with outdoor dreams and office realities. His jeans were old-school 500 ones, stained wet and dark at the knees. He seemed vaguely familiar, as though they might have met somewhere, or had shopped at the same grocery store. But she knew she hadn't seen him at the coffee shop. She was required to know every customer by first name if they came in more than twice. He must be passing through. "You okay?" she asked. "You look hurt." Her gaze landed just above his brow. For a second he didn't quite track what she was saying. Hurt, like feelings hurt, hurt like an injury. "Huh, I'm okay," he said. "Tall mocha, please, extra hot." She handed him a napkin. "You've got a cut on your head." Oh, that hurt. He took the napkin and dabbed at the small wound. Blood bloomed between the paper fibers. It was too high upon his forehead, so he couldn't use the old cut myself shaving excuse, which he'd used at least once before. "Must have scraped it on the darn tree," he said, adding a quick smile and gesturing toward his pickup truck. "Those noble firs are spiky. Been out all evening getting the perfect tree." That explained the dirty attire. "Good one." The girl was frothing the milk and the noise howled in the space of the coffee house. "And I thought I was rushing the season," she said. "They made us put up this Christmas stuff Thanksgiving night." She rolled her eyes and indicated a heap of faux gift boxes around a hot pink feather tree. He shrugged. "Can I use your restroom?" "Over there." She handed him a key with an oversized foam core cut out of a coffee cup with "Real Men Drink Mochas" emblazoned around the rim. Once inside, he locked the door and turned on the faucet. Stupid, stupid, stupid. His own interior monologue mocked him as he scrubbed away the crusted-on blood from his temple. She had hurt him. She goddamn made him bleed. She paid for it, of course. Nevertheless, why did she have to go and do that? What was the point, bitch? He looked at his face in the mirror. Normally, when he did so, it brought an appreciative gaze from his own eyes. This time, his heart pumped a little faster. Not as fast as it had earlier that evening by the frozen pond, of course, but faster nevertheless. The blood he saw at his left temple brought worry and a touch of fear. He knew it meant something that he hoped would never surface. That she literally would never surface. It was possible that his DNA was lodged underneath one of her prettily painted fingernails. How come he hadn't thought of that? He could have chopped off her fingertips and fed them to the dog. He could have killed her faster to avoid that burst of adrenaline that gave her the upper hand for just 1 second. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Water ran down the drain as he scrubbed his hands and pulled himself together. Though he hadn't used it, he flushed the toilet. He'd been in there a long time, thinking, cleaning, worrying, but also reliving the triumph of what he'd accomplished in the flat, cold light of a snowy winter night in the middle of nowhere. His drink was ready when he emerged from the restroom and slid the key at the girl. She was pretty, no denying that, yet not his type. She had a tattoo on her wrist that appeared to be some kind of tropical flower, maybe a hibiscus. The tattoo artist who'd rendered the image was either a hack or a newbie. Either way, it was permanently a very bad tattoo. If her wrist was any indication, she likely had more of them wallpapering her young, lithe body, probably some piercings too. The man liked his women a little more on the traditional side, more conservative, pretty like the coffee girl but not so wild, not so reckless with the beauty God had bestowed on them by virtue of his grace and their parents' genetics. "Whip on this?" the girl asked. "Oh, yes." He smiled, set down $5 pulled from a gold monogrammed money clip and winked. "I love whip, keep the change." The girl at the counter caught the eye of her coworker, a pudgy brunette who never flirted with customers. They watched as the man with the mocha got into his truck, turned the ignition and drove away. "Do you want some creepy with that mocha?" the brunette teased. "No kidding, make that a venti creepy. Extra hot, though." The young women laughed. Both knew that the man, no matter how handsome or fit, was too old for them anyway. Besides, it was against company policy to even think about hooking up with a customer. The last one to do that got a week of corporate-sponsored ethics training and a new assignment repacking scones in a warehouse. Not worth it by a long shot. As the truck backed out and pulled past the windows of the shop, the blonde walked to the door and turned the lock. Her coworker flipped the overhead lights and the store went dark. As they looked out at the moving truck, which was slightly shrouded with swirling snow, they noticed something that seemed a little strange. There was no Christmas tree in the truck bed. It was empty. "I thought he said he'd been out getting a tree," the brunette said. "Jesus, it figures. Everything is a pickup line these days." The blonde rolled her eyes. "You got that right." Part 1, Mandy Chapter 1, Cheristone. Washington. Emily Kenyon was proud of her deep blue suit and the polished silver star of the sheriff's office on her jacket, yet the idea of an A-line skirt in late November was more than her thin blood could take. Why wasn't there a pants option? She was the first female sheriff for Cheristone, but surely someone had thought that through before. It was an annoyance on chilly November days, and thankfully she only had to wear the suit for official occasions that had more to do with public relations than law enforcement. Moreover, she had the sneaking suspicion the getup made her look like a flight attendant as much as anything. That afternoon she had lunch with the Rotary Club to kick off the annual Teddy Bears for Tots fundraiser, a statewide drive in which officers collected plush teddy bears for the littlest victims of crimes, accidents, and fires. Emily spoke for 5 minutes, shook the hands of several Rotary officers, and thanked them for the teamwork that makes us great. The line felt hokey, even so the crowd applauded. As she exited the restaurant banquet room, she knew that she needed a warmer coat than her old trench if she wanted to keep from freezing. She ran through her mental list of things that had to be done. She needed to get her roots touched up at the salon. She also had to do something with the turkey carcass that occupied the top shelf in her refrigerator following Thanksgiving with Jenna, her 22-year-old daughter, Chris Collier. Her boyfriend, though she loathed the idea of a grown man being called a boyfriend, and her friend, Olga Sereno. Her cell rang. It was Jason Howard, her deputy. "Kenyon here," she said. "Hi, Sheriff, it's Jason." That they even bothered to identify themselves was almost a joke between them. Only a dozen employees made up the Cherrystone Sheriff's Department. It wasn't the smallest law enforcement organization, but it certainly wasn't in Washington State's top 10. "We got a call from Jean Parkinson at the clerk's office. She's worried about an employee." Emily knew Jean. She worried about everything. "What's going on?" she asked. "An employee didn't come to work today." Emily wanted to laugh, yet somehow she held it. "Is this what we've been reduced to? The attendance monitors for the county?" "That's what I thought, but this could be different. They're worried that something might have happened to Mandy on her way to work." "Mandy Crawford?" "Yeah, she's pregnant, you know." "I know. She's due any day, isn't she?" Emily checked her teeth in the rearview mirror of her Kelly Green County-issued Crown Vic. Spinach salad was never a good choice for a luncheon. Why didn't caterers understand that spinach leaves gripped teeth like Velcro? "Mitch says when he left for work, she was already gone." Mitch was Mitch Crawford, Mandy's husband. "I'm not far from there," Emily said. "I'll stop by and follow her route to the office." "Need the address?" "I know where everyone in Cherrystone lives. That's how exciting my life is." "Gotcha, Sheriff. We're in the same boat." She almost said something about the Titanic, but thought better of it. Jason Howard was her subordinate, and admitting to him that they were both in dead-end jobs was counterproductive. The fact was that adrenaline junkies would die a slow death in Cherrystone. Nothing earth-shattering happened in Cherrystone. No murder in 5 years. There had been 3 rapes, 28 burglaries, robberies, 83 assaults, and a couple hundred drug busts, mostly for meth, the scourge of small towns and rural communities across the West. No one had to tell Emily who Mandy's husband was. Mitch Crawford was a good 8 to 10 years younger than she, but the Crawford family was well known for having the region's car dealership. Cherrystone was certainly out of the way, with Spokane being its nearest major city. Mitch's father, Eddie, however, had shown a knack for marketing that turned the car lot into a destination. He'd fly people into Spokane from Seattle or Portland, pick them up in a limo, and make sure they returned home in one of his cars. He ran ads on TV and radio and was inducted into the Marketing Hall of Fame in Reno, Nevada. When he died, Mitch took over. The car lot wasn't looking so sprightly these days. Mitch Crawford, it seemed, was no Eddie Crawford. Mitch and Mandy lived in a hopelessly hokey development crafted for those who think showing off their money is the better part of having any. Their address was in the ridiculously named Bristol Estates, ridiculous because Cherrystone was nowhere near England, and the only thing English about the town was that most people spoke the language. When Emily arrived, she showed her badge and a guard opened the gate. Bristol Estates was a small development with only 14 homes on equestrian lots, built with garish architectural embellishments. Each home had a carriage house for their cars, and a turret that presumably fed fantasies for the would-be princes, Rapunzels, and Lancelots. Emily parked the Crown Vic behind Mitch's German-made sedan, and wondered why Cherrystone's biggest car dealer didn't drive a Ford like all his customers. The leaded glass front door swung open. "Emily," Mitch called out. "Sorry you've been dragged into this." He was better looking than she'd remembered. He had broad shoulders, a strong, handsome jawline, and hair cut short in the way that men sometimes do when it is thinning. He was far too vain for a comb-over. He wore a Ralph Lauren sweater and slacks that looked a little too matchy-matchy, as though he'd purchased them without the help of a woman who knew what really looked good on a man. A gold chain that harkened back to his dealership origins was nestled in his manscaped chest hair. He tried to leapfrog from his car dealership lineage, but the gold jewelry, the bad taste, and a whiff of Calvin Klein's obsession were clues that he'd not made it as far as he'd liked. Despite the grand house, or maybe because of it. Dragged, it's my job, she said. I know, just seems silly. I'm sure Mandy just went out shopping. How come you're home? Oh, just had to zip home for some stuff I need at work. I see. He cracked the door open a little more, but still didn't come outside or offer Emily to come in out of the cold air. She was supposed to be at work, she said. Oh no, she'd taken the day off. She had some things to get for the baby. Emily stepped a little closer, craning her neck to see what, if anything, was behind him. They were expecting her at the clerk's office. Mitch looked unconcerned. Signals crossed, I think. I'm not saying this to sound like a Neanderthal, but you know she's pregnant. She's not exactly dotting all the I's and crossing the T's these days. Emily let the remark fly by. He was being a Neanderthal, but something was drawing her attention more than his words' overpowering odor of bleach. Can I come in? She asked, a calming smile on her face. Have a look around. He looked at her warily. Sure, I was doing a little cleaning. I'm done now. Smells like bleach, she said. Mitch offered a kind of lifeless smile that seemed more for effect than for the conveyance of any warmth or charm. Nothing works better for cleaning. I know, she said, thinking at the same time that nothing obliterates blood and other body fluids better than bleach, too. Mitch led Emily into the kitchen. Atop the black granite counter, Emily noticed a plastic bucket with soapy water. A mop was catawampus on the floor. Mitch followed her gaze and picked it up. Trying to clean up, you know, baby coming soon, and the help has the day off. Emily surveyed the room, wondering if the help was his missing wife or a maid service with an 800 number. Sure, she said. She noticed a cappuccino machine that had to be commercial grade, a wine refrigerator, a walk-in Sub-Zero refrigerator, and a range with more burners than the nicest restaurant in Cheristone. Nice kitchen, she said. He pulled his sweater sleeves up to his elbows, bunching up the fabric in soft folds. Cashmere. We like nice things. Mandy and Mitch kept his body between Emily and the rest of the house. It was clear that he'd invited her in, but only so far. Can I see the bedroom? You know, to be safe. I might see something that you've missed. Mitch put his hand out, a gesture that meant to push her back, though she was already at arm's length. I'd rather not, he said. Mandy didn't make the bed, and she'd die if you saw the way we lived. She thinks so much of you. She's a nice girl, but I don't mind. But I do, I mean Mandy would. With his dark brown, penetrating eyes, Mitch stared at Emily for a second, maybe two. Dead air. Emily resisted the urge to fill the empty space. Let him say something he'd regret. Finally, Mitch spoke. I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. He started for the front door, and Emily followed. Past the kitchen, through the living room, down the hallway with its art gallery vibe, mostly modern, though she spotted a Thomas Kincaid painting of an English cottage dipped in pink roses and candlelight. Mandy likes that kind of crap, he said. Mall art, geesh. This guy was too much. His wife didn't show up for work, and he was throwing her taste in art under the bus. Emily figured that Mitch Crawford was all about pretension, keeping up appearances, control. What about your wife? She asked. Where is she? What about her? I told you she was shopping in Spokane. His tone was impatient, and he tried to reel it back in. You know, for baby things. You hadn't told me where in Spokane. He escorted Emily toward the door. Riverside Mall downtown, better stores than the Valley Mall. He held open the door. All right, she said. Tell Mandy to call the department when she gets in. Before Emily finished her sentence, he'd already shut the door and turned the dead bolt. Emily parked the cruiser in the sheriff's spot in front of the terracotta facade of the City and County Safety Building, and walked to her office overlooking Main Street. Each time she passed the Wall of Fame, portraits of the 16 men and the lone woman who'd served as sheriff felt a wince of pain. It had been 2 years since Brian Kiplinger succumbed to a heart attack, An event that not only broke the hearts of all who worked there, but put Emily in line for the job as the sheriff. She'd never wanted to be the damn sheriff. Moreover, she never wanted to work for anyone but Kip. She was appointed interim sheriff, and the following year she won the election by a whopping 88% majority. That she ran unopposed probably did more for her landslide victory than unbridled support from a hometown electorate. A woman sheriff was a bit of a novelty, to say the least. How was lunch? The voice belonged to Gloria Bergstrom, the office dispatcher and really the glue that held the whole place together. She was in her mid-60s, had steel-gray hair that she kept short and stylish, and never showed up for work without 4-inch heels. There was good reason for that. In stocking feet, Gloria was only 5 feet tall. An inch shorter and I could have been a munchkin in another life, she joked whenever anyone made mention of her stature. Emily smiled at Gloria. Lunch was fine. Lots of promises of support. You know, working together, making a difference. The word will get out that those teddy bears are important to the kids. Did you track down Mandy? The women from the clerk's office have called twice. Emily shook her head and pulled off an earring that hurt like hell and picked up the phone. She pushed the speed dial code for the clerk's office. Nope, her husband says she went shopping. She cut herself off and turned her gaze from Gloria to focus on the phone call she was making. Jean. Emily, I did a drive-by of the Crawford place and Mr. Personality said Mandy took the day off to go shopping for baby things in Spokane. She did no such thing, Jean said in her fluty voice. She never would do that to us here. She is our best employee. Maybe she left a message with someone else that she was sick or something. No, there's no way she would do that. You see, Emily, today we were having a baby shower for her. It wasn't exactly a surprise. She even picked out the cake. I see, Emily said, her mind flashing on the house she'd just toured. There wasn't a thing out of place. Not only was Mitch Crawford a social climber who'd rejected his middle-class roots for the accoutrements of a rich lifestyle, he was a self-absorbed ass. A lot of husbands were. She'd had one of those herself. Was anything going on between Mandy and her husband? Was she angry at him? No, not that I know of. She was focused on the baby, that's all she wanted. Emily nodded. All right. I'll check with Mitch this evening to make sure she came home. Emily, one more thing. What is it? She held her breath as if Jean was about to reveal some critical clue about why Mandy Crawford might skip work. Maybe she was mad at someone. Maybe Mitch had been beating her up. Can you send someone over here to get some of this cake? No one here feels much like celebrating. Emily let out a sigh. Of course, she said. She hung up the phone and went down the hall to find her deputy. He was at his desk surfing a website for ski conditions in Idaho. He clicked his mouse to close the window. Jason, can you find someone to go over to the clerk's office? Jean has something she wants to give us. Right on it, Sheriff. Emily smiled as her deputy leaped to his feet and started for the door. Jason Howard was always hoping that something would happen around Cheristone. What no one knew just then was it already had. It was 6:30 and already dark. The snow-threatening cloud cover was a snug lid over the town. Despite the elements, the Bryant Thompsons were still out stringing lights to outline every architectural detail of their 2-story Victorian across the street from Emily's charming but more modest home. The Bryant Thompson-Strever and Mason were one of those couples who insisted that it wasn't Christmassy if it wasn't over the top. Way over the top. No bush was left unadorned. No skeletal tree left without a coating of little white lights. This year, Emily thought as she waved at the 2 men on ladders, she wasn't going to give in to her half-hearted attempt at trying to keep up with them. There was no point in it. She was doing a lighted wreath outside her front door and an artificial tree in the front window, that's it. She let herself inside and reached for her phone. The house was quiet. Jenna, home from her job consulting for a sorority's national office, was in the shower. Emily left her number with Mitch Crawford, but he hadn't called back. She pressed redial and it went to his voicemail a second time. She went toward the kitchen, dropping her shoes by the back door and her purse on the stainless steel island. She dialed the Crawford dealership next. A young woman answered. "Mr. Crawford went home an hour ago, Sheriff Kenyon," she said. "He didn't say if he was stopping anywhere. You should be able to reach him there. Is everything okay? We're worried about his wife, that's all." "Oh, nothing to worry about. She's fine. I'm pretty sure she called in here and he talked to her." Emily felt a surge of relief. She thanked her, swung open the refrigerator and looked at the foil-wrapped turkey. "Mandy Crawford is fine. I'm in trouble here. What do I do with this thing? I can't make soup for 20. She retrieved a large kettle from the rack over the island and started filling it with water. She wrestled with the turkey carcass, snapping the bones and cramming it into the pot. 2 cups of mirepoix, a cup of rice, and some salt and pepper, and she was done. It wasn't going to be the best turkey soup anyone ever made, but there would be a lot of it. "Hi, honey," Emily said as Jenna came into view, a ratty old robin's egg blue robe wrapped around her slender body. "Maybe Santa will bring you a new robe." Jenna twisted her hair into a knot on her head and wrapped a thin, white towel around it. "Only if I'm good." She smiled at her mother. Emily held the image of her daughter in her mind's eye. She had a lithe figure that thankfully proved at 22 that she had her mother's good genes and not her dad's. She had perfect teeth without the utter sameness of a row of orthodontia-manufactured smiles. And she was smart. "I thought you might have left for your father's," Emily said, stirring the kettle. Jenna took a seat on a bar stool next to the island that held the Viking range Emily had splurged on when she remodeled the kitchen, a project as complicated as a murder investigation. "I'm going in the morning. How could I miss your famous turkey soup?" Her change in plans had nothing to do with turkey soup, of course. Jenna, having been away at college and now traveling with the sorority job, had a new perspective about the most important relationship she'd ever had, the one with her mother. Certainly there had been the silly fights over boys, but that was long ago. The worries about who she was with and when she'd be home had abated. The talk about whether she should go to law school or find something that didn't keep her so close to the dregs of society had waned. "Like me, Jenna," Emily once said as the two of them toured the Cascade campus when Jenna was 18. "Don't be like me. Some jobs come with a high price." "I know." Jenna watched her mother as she turned the peppermill over the bubbling soup pot. She wanted to burst forth with the words, "Mom, I love you. Mom, you've always been there for me." Instead, Jenna teased her. "The soup looks a little watery." Emily made a face and reached for the yellow box of cornstarch. "I can fix that," she said. "You can fix anything, Mom." Neither mother nor daughter had a care in the world just then. Neither noticed that a pair of eyes had fastened onto them, onto their every move. He had come for her. His warm breath mixed with the cold air outside the big white Victorian. White puffs of vapor rose above him where he stood watching the scene through the backyard windows. He almost heard their laughter as the mother and daughter passed from one room to another, enjoying their lives. Yes, they had lives. He'd stalked her online. That was easy enough, of course. She'd left a trail all over the internet websites, blogs, emails. He knew so much about her, her shoe size, her best friend's flailing love life, her plans for life after Cascade University. Seeing her in the flesh was the necessary step, a precursor to the plans that were forming like a disease for which he alone held the cure. He aimed a penlight at the photo of the 3 young women, all blonde, all pretty. Yes, it was her. The girls were posed in front of a Greek revival mansion that had been their home away from home. It was summertime. They wore shorts and strappy tank tops and flip-flops. No cares, just bright, shiny futures. They were blue-eyed Barbies with perfect plastic skin and figures that only a doll maker could conjure. He focused on their smiles. Their obvious joy was like an ice pick to his gut. "I'll wipe that smile off her face," he thought, looking at the girl in the center. "She's the reason, she's the leader." He told himself when he first got on the airplane in California that it was only to see her, to confront her. He wanted to tell her that her stupid decision had catastrophic results. "Better be more careful next time," he'd planned to say. "Someone else might not be as reasonable as I am." His interior monologue made him grin as he stood outside in the cold, watching, waiting, thinking of what she'd done, what they all had done. He'd known the kind of pain that few endure. He was proud that he'd sequestered all of that. In the past, he'd done his share of handing out hurt like it was an appetizer to be enjoyed by the recipient. One little poisonous bite at a time was all he needed to find relief from his pain. One gulp. All of that had been a long time ago. But something was stirring inside, and he knew that the girl in the center of the photo had become a kind of lightning rod for his anger. He wrestled with it, fought it hard. That night as he watched her from across the street, he knew that in the end he'd have no choice. He'd argue it in his head over and over, and ultimately the dark part of him, the part hidden from all who thought they knew him, was about to become unleashed. Again. He looked down at the photo one more time and knew Kenyon would be the last to die. Chapter 2. It was 8:05 a.m., the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, and the Cheristone Sheriff's Department smelled of donuts and coffee. Gloria had brought in a dozen from the bakery across the street, as she did at least 5 times a month. The donuts were good, sugary, greasy, and lighter than air, of course making them nearly impossible to resist. Only one person in the department seemed to care about the net result of too many donuts on a cop's waistline. Emily, of course. At least bagels were a somewhat healthy choice. Why not bagels? Emily knew that her own willpower to stay away from the donuts was a better solution than making a directive that Gloria stop bringing them in. Although past 40, Emily Kenyon wasn't ready to give up and let the forces of nature and donuts take over her body. She barely had time to acknowledge the donuts with her usual "Gloria, you shouldn't have," before being accosted by Jean Parkinson, the county clerk. "Emily," Jean said, her breath short and her hands fluttering. "Mandy's still not at work." Emily glanced at the wall clock. "It's only 10 past the hour." She peeled off her coat, gloves, and scarf. Her cheeks were bright pink from the walk from her cruiser to the back door. It was the coldest day of the year, just 18 degrees. The crusty berms of snow on the sidewalk had frozen solid. The sky had cleared. "It doesn't make any difference," Jean said. "Mandy always came 5 minutes early. She missed her baby shower yesterday and she's still not here. I tell you something's wrong, she's missing." "Who's missing?" It was Jason Howard, donut in hand, sugar on his upper lip. "We don't know who's missing," Emily said. "Or rather, if anyone is missing at all." "She's missing," Jean said. "I know it. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. We're jumping to conclusions here. I talked to a girl from Mitch Crawford's dealership. Mitch had talked with Mandy a little while before I called." Jean brightened a little. She had all the charm of a concrete block, but now and then allowed a trace of human emotion to wash over her face. It was clear that Jean, the county clerk, was very fond of Amanda Crawford. "Where is she?" she asked. "What did he say?" Emily felt a surge of embarrassment. "I guess I misspoke. I don't know what she said to him. I didn't talk to Mitch. I talked with his customer service manager." She knew immediately that her response sounded lame, yet at the time it was good enough. She followed procedure. She only swung by the Crawfords' house as a courtesy to those who'd called in worried about Mandy not showing up for work. For all intents and purposes, Mandy was, in fact, off shopping in Spokane. That's what her husband said. He ought to know. She wasn't a missing person. There was nothing more to be done. Mandy Crawford hadn't hit the 24-hour mark that would mobilize law enforcement from Cheristone to Spokane. Jean stepped a little closer, not threateningly, just close enough to let Emily know she was very, very concerned. She was a tall woman with sea-green eyes under overplucked and overarched brows. Not pretty, but swathed in stylish earth-tone Jones New York clothes, she did the best she could with what she had. She'd won the county clerk job 15 years prior and had no intention of ever giving it up. She had a particular type of toughness that belied the kind of sweetheart she could be. This morning she was almost in tears. "Look, Emily, I know this girl. She's in big trouble." As she looked around the room, each person, Gloria the dispatcher, Jason the deputy, and Emily the sheriff, had a pretty good idea of what was coming next. None would be disappointed. "She's dead, I'll bet. Her husband didn't want kids, didn't want Mandy once she got pregnant." It was as if she ceased to exist from the moment she came back from the doctor with what she thought was great news. Joyful news. "I'll bet the son of a bitch killed her." "I didn't realize that he didn't want kids," Emily said. She turned to Jason. "You and I are going over there in 5 minutes." She didn't have to say where. Emily Kenyon parked, and she and Jason went up the cobbled walkway ringed in pyramidal shrubbery to the front door of the house at 21 Larkspur. Emily hadn't noticed on her first visit there, but there were some scratches at the base of the door. The Crawfords must have a dog, she thought, as she rang the bell and looked around. The neighborhood was serene, devoid of any activity. In fact, the whole gated community seemed out of whack. Why would anyone want to live in a place with a guard posted out front, especially in Cheristone of all places? Nothing. No answer, no dog barking, no Mitch. Jason offered to circle the house and Emily nodded. She rang once more. Again nothing. "All clear back there," Jason said, coming around the south side of the house. "Nice digs, big pool back there." "The inside's not too shabby either," she said. "Let's head over to the dealership." It was after 9:00 a.m. when they arrived, and the sharks in the form of a crew of young men were already circling the car lot, looking for the first bite of the morning. Their pasted-on smiles fell when they noticed it was the sheriff getting out of her hopelessly uncool behemoth of a car. No trade-in here. No getting a 90-year-old into a car he doesn't need. Christmas music piped over the car lot. It was Jose Feliciano signing Feliz Navidad. A little peppy for the hour and certainly wrong for the reason for the visit. "Mitch around?" Emily asked, as she and Jason approached the dealership's snowflake-adorned glass front doors. "Yup," said a young man in dark green parka over a suit jacket and tie. "He's in his office." A young woman's voice went out over the loudspeaker. "Eggnog lattes for all customers on the lot right now. Come inside and shake off the chill. It's our treat." Jason followed Emily inside, and they walked past 3 cars festooned with gigantic bows of silver and gold ribbon. One arrow pointed to the manager's office, another to the service department. A young woman in a Santa hat smiled from her desk. "Hi, Mrs. Kenyon. I'm Darla. I went to high school with Jenna." Every sentence was punctuated with an overkill of enthusiasm. Emily remembered Darla had been a cheerleader. "Oh, hi, Darla. Didn't recognize you with your hat." Emily smiled warmly. "Nice to see you." She indicated the door behind her horseshoe-shaped desk. "Is he in?" "Sure is. How's Jenna doing?" "She's fine. She's back from Tennessee for the holidays. She's at her father's in Seattle right now. Did you know she was working for her sorority?" "Yeah, cool. I heard that. I still want to go to college, but, being a single mom hasn't made the timing for that so good right now." She pointed to a picture of a little boy on the credenza behind her. Emily studied the little boy's photo and suddenly felt sorry for Darla. The timing of the pregnancy, of course, was what had been out of whack. College first, then a job, married next, baby last. That's what she told Jenna over and over, and so far it seemed that the mantra had sunk in. Mitch Crawford poked his head out of his office. He appeared irritated. "Enough of the photo," he said. "I thought you'd never get here." Darla looked hurt and embarrassed, and it was apparent that the man who took his father's job was absolutely nothing like the man who'd built the dealership on brains and undeniable charm. Mitch was devoid of any of that. Emily turned toward Mitch. "Would have been nice if you'd called us if you've been waiting for us to show up." "I did call. Earlier." He let out an annoyed sigh and commanded Darla without saying a word to sit down and get back to work. She did. It was a peculiar conversation, and Emily made note of its strangeness. None of Mitch Crawford's words were about his concern for Mandy, which was the reason they were there. He seemed more bothered by how he'd been inconvenienced by the sheriff and her deputy not being there earlier. But they'd come because of Gene Parkinson's apprehension, not because he called anyone. "Look," he said, "the end of the month is a hectic time around here. We've got sales goals to hit." "Of course." "I have a goal, too," she said, measuring her words. "It involves finding your wife." Mitch toned down his conspicuous irritation. His eyes meandered from the sheriff to the deputy. "I understand. I'm busy. I'm sure she'll turn up." Emily wanted to smack the guy, and she was pretty sure, judging by the way Jason looked at him in contempt, he'd have told the review board that he'd seen nothing happen. "I'll try to move this along. Can we sit down?" Emily asked, taking one of two visitors' chairs in an office that resembled more a trophy case of his father's achievements than anything Mitch Crawford had done. #1 dealership in the Northwest, grand champion for Auto World's contest of excellence, and other over-the-top plaques that make no sense to anyone outside the auto sales industry. "I talked to one of your employees last night," Emily said, removing her coat. "She said you'd talked with Mandy." Mitch's eyes were alternately fastened on Emily, then on Jason. It was like a ping-pong match. "No, I didn't. Must be a misunderstanding. I told the crew I was worried about her. Wanted to see if her car ran into a patch of black ice or something. I drove the highway all the way to Spokane and nothing. Not a trace." Jason glanced at her, but Emily ignored him. She made another mental note to tell him not to do that again. The best reaction when you want someone to keep talking is no reaction. Darla, who was listening to every word, popped her head into the office. "Mrs. Kenyon means Sheriff Kenyon. I can clear up the phone call thingy. I told Tracy Connors, the night receptionist, that Mr. Crawford wanted to talk to his wife. She screwed up." Mitch glared at Darla. "Not the first time around here, that's for sure." Darla went back to her desk, her face red. "Let's take a moment here," Emily said, turning back to Mitch. "We need to locate your wife, so let's calmly review what you've told us to see if we've missed anything." Mitch slid into his leather office chair and swiveled toward the window. "Right. We need to find Mandy. She could be hurt. The baby could be in trouble." "That's right. So, like I said, let's go over what you remember. That morning she told me she was going to take Toby out for a walk, then she was going to Spokane." "Okay, what was she driving?" "Her car, a silver Camry 2003. It seemed odd to Emily that a car dealer had his wife driving an older car, not to mention one that was neither make nor model, sold at his dealership. Jason wrote down the plate number. "Why was she going to Spokane?" "She said she was sure the baby was going to come early and she wanted one last chance to get some things she'd been wanting." "Okay, good. That's a detail we didn't have. But what about the baby shower at work?" Mitch stared blank-eyed. "Maybe she screwed up the date. That would be just like her." The remark caught Emily by surprise. It seemed cold, harsh. He didn't know where his wife was, and Mitch Crawford was happy to disparage her. Either Mandy was a ditz or her husband didn't care much for her. "Where did she shop for the baby?" Emily asked. "Do you know? Baby Gap and Chelsea's." Emily narrowed her brow. It was a name she hadn't heard of, and she figured it was because she hadn't been asked to a baby shower in 3 years. And well, her own baby days were long behind her with Jenna out of college and on her own. "It's an overpriced boutique on the first floor of the Riverside Square," Mitch said. "I don't know why she wanted to buy that crap. It's just a baby, for Christ's sake. A baby doesn't know what the hell it's wearing. But Mandy knows how to spend the dough. She's not the Walmart type." Jason took notes while Emily focused on getting all the information she needed. "Okay, now about the morning walk with Toby." She stopped herself for a moment. She recalled the scratched door at the Crawford house and how silent the place had been when she'd come by the day before. "Where is Toby?" "Good question. I haven't seen him since yesterday when I left for work." "Doesn't that concern you?" Jason asked, for the first time inserting himself into the conversation. Mitch looked at the young deputy. They weren't that far apart in age, but it was clear that Mitch regarded Jason Howard as someone well beneath his station in life. No, as a matter of fact, it doesn't. The dog gets out all the time and runs up and down the street. If I had $1 for every time I had to go out and call for him in the middle of the night, I could close this dealership and retire. Trust me, Toby will be home tonight. He'll be hungry. So what happened next? Emily asked. Did Mandy take Toby for a walk? Mitch shrugged. I don't know, I guess so. I wasn't there. One of us has to work, you know. Emily wanted to say something about how Mandy did have a job, and about how if Mitch had been half as good a man as his father, his dealership wouldn't be hemorrhaging customers. Instead, she smiled. Anything to keep him talking. Did Mandy phone you, text you, contact you in any way yesterday, after you saw her last? He shook his head. No. We're not like those couples who have to check in with an I love you every 5 minutes. Duly noted. Look, I know you're here to find my wife, but I get the vibe from you that you don't like me. I don't care, you don't have to like me to find her now, do you? Jason piped up. You're right, we don't have to like you. Emily glanced at Jason. She let a slight smile break across her face. But yes, we will find her. Good. Now if you need me to sign some paperwork for the missing persons report or whatever, let's do it. I made a list of her friends, here. He shoved a piece of paper at Emily. It held the names of friends and family members. Many of the names were familiar to her. 3 were from the county clerk's office. If you turn up anything, call Darla. She knows how to find me. As they walked past a sullen Darla, Emily turned to Jason and in a very low voice said what both of them were thinking. This guy's really broken up that his wife is missing, isn't he? Yeah, crying a river. Chapter 3. The drive from town to Spokane was monotonous under the best of circumstances. The 2-lane highway was frosted with gray snow that resembled concrete in texture, color, and if the night's freeze was deep enough, strength. An app had been put out by Gloria, indicating a pregnant young woman was missing from Cheristone. The local paper and a Spokane radio station with a pretty good police beat reporter had already called. Every day in Cheristone was a slow news day. Emily Kenyon told her deputy that she wanted to check out the stores that Mitch Crawford said his wife had frequented. She wanted to do something that felt like real police work again. I've been stuck behind a desk or at a banquet table for months, she said. I'd like to play cop while I still remember how. You hold down the fort and start checking out where else she might have gone. Hit up her neighbors, too. Jason wasn't disappointed in the least. He had a home-cooked dinner waiting after work, and he figured that Mandy Crawford was ticked off at her husband and would turn up before the end of the day. Got it, he said. The guy is an ass. If he treats his wife like he treats his dealership secretary, I'd have left him too, pregnant or not. Emily started for the door. We're in sync. I'll run up to Spokane and see if anyone saw her yesterday. The saleswoman behind the counter at Chelsea's Natural Baby probably hadn't eaten a full meal in 5 years. Her gaunt visage was a sharp contrast to the lovely photographs of pink-cheeked babies and their Madonna-esque mothers in designer clothes that ran along the back wall of the boutique. She had black hair that she wore swept back, held in place with an impossibly large tortoiseshell clip. Her skin was pale, almost the color of chalk. Her nails blood red. Emily approached her and she snapped her cell phone shut. I'm Caprice. Are you shopping for a grandbaby? Emily shook her head and wondered how bad she looked. Not that bad. I'm Emily Kenyon, Cheristone Sheriff. I'm not a grandmother, thank you. I'm here on business. Caprice had small bird-like eyes that she tried to make look larger by applying bold strokes of black eyeliner. She glanced at Emily and then away across the store at a teenage girl who entered from the main mall entrance. She gathered her lips in a puckered frown. Sorry, how can I help you, Sheriff Kenyon? Emily held out a photograph from the county's security badging office. In it, Mandy's hair was a little longer and her face a little thinner than when she'd last been seen. She set it on the counter and waited. Caprice looked down at the image. Recognition came quickly. She's bigger now. Yes, she's a customer. A good one with negligible taste but charge cards with plenty of room. Amanda Crawford is her name. Caprice had insulted Mandy, but at least she had a good memory. Thank you. When did you see her last? It's been a while, not for a couple of weeks. I can check our records if you want to wait a moment. I'm the manager here. Chimes sounded that indicated another shopper had entered, and Caprice looked a little distracted as she kept her eyes on the teenager who started hovering by a hanging garden of baby dresses. Dior, she said, whispering. I have to watch that girl. You wouldn't believe the number of shoplifters we get in here. Having a baby apparently means being a thief for some of these younger ones. Emily nodded, not because she believed for 1 minute what Caprice was saying, but because Caprice was the type of woman who needed to deride every person that came into her shop. Maybe you can arrest her if she steals something, Caprice went on. You know the type. Pregnant and stupid, or stupid and pregnant. When the shop manager took a breath, Emily steered the conversation back to Mandy. About Mrs. Crawford, are you sure it has been a couple of weeks? You didn't see her here yesterday, she let out a sigh. I'm sure, yesterday was slow. I could have used a new mom with a decent credit limit. I had a shipment of pink blankets from Paris that she would have liked or that I could have sold her anyway. She laughed like she was trying to be facetious. Emily knew better. She was going to have a girl, Emily asked. Pink and lavender, that's all she wanted to see. Emily thanked her and went down the mall to the baby gap. No one had seen Mandy there, either. It was likely Mitch Crawford's wife had disappeared before she ever made it to Spokane. As Emily departed the mall, she wondered why a dour hardliner like Caprice felt a need to run a place in which she loathed her clientele. What happened to the women who worked in such shops and radiated the joy of motherhood? Mandy wasn't a missing woman to Caprice, but a missing customer. Emily scoured the parking lot for her car. As she walked across the lot, she couldn't help but think of her time in places like Chelsea's when she was a young mother looking for the perfect little dress for the daughter who ultimately would always be the center of her life. She favored mint and lavender for her daughter, no pinks whatsoever. She wanted her to be the pretty little girl, daddy's girl, as she'd been, but strong too. She carried a bittersweet image of those early years with David and Jenna. He'd been the young, handsome intern and their baby had been a delightful surprise. In the beginning, as she worked her schedule as a Seattle police detective around a new baby and a husband who was always at the hospital, she'd held out hope that easier times would come. All young couples struggle in the beginning. Emily sat in her car, taking in the flood of memories. She watched a woman and her 3 children climb into the gleaming silver of their brand-new SUV. The car was expensive, more than $50,000, she thought. She wondered if the husband part of that family's equation was more welcoming of the children than David had been of Jenna. David Kenyon could not take the spontaneity, the uncertainty that comes with a free-willed child. At the hospital, he was God, in control of the very lives of his patients. At home, he was a husband and a father. He couldn't make the tiny pieces of a real, dynamic life fit in his ordered, unyielding world of medical emergencies. He couldn't understand why Emily had wanted to catch the killer, put the baby rapist in prison, and stop the murder plot of an old man's greedy family. But most of all, he could never understand why Jenna had to come first. She'd loved David so much back then, deeply so. She'd seen his need to keep things ordered and under control as central to who he was as a doctor. But she had needs too. Her life was about being a mother, a wife, a cop. She saw no shame in those ambitions in that order. She turned the key in the car and pulled into light traffic. Chapter 4, Sheriff Kenyon, she said, holding the phone to her ear. Outside her office door, she could hear Gloria chatting with Jason about something. Judging by their laughter, it had nothing to do with the case at hand. There was nothing to laugh about there. Just the uneasy feeling that Mandy Crawford's vanishing act might not have been her own doing. The person on the other line gasped, a crackle, then silence. "Are you there?" Emily asked, another crackle. Hello, Sheriff Kenyon, this is Hillary Layton, Mandy's mother. There was anguish in every syllable. Emily had been expecting the call. She both dreaded and longed for such calls. They were always enveloped in worry, regret, and heartache, but they were necessary to move any investigation forward. She'd left messages at Luke and Hillary Layton's Spokane home. The answering machine indicated that they'd be in and out but would be checking messages. Mitch Crawford had told Emily that Mandy's parents were vacationing in Mexico and he had no way of knowing how to reach them. Mrs. Layton, Emily said, I'm so sorry. It wasn't much, but it was heartfelt, and really all she could say. Right then, they had not a scintilla of evidence pointing to Mandy's whereabouts. The rest of the conversation would be driven by the mother of a missing young woman. Any sign of my daughter? Emily could tell that the woman, so far from the snowy northwest, was about to shatter into a million pieces. Nothing, but we're working every lead we can. Where are you? Puerto Vallarta. Mandy and Mitch sent us down here for a week. They have points in a timeshare. I didn't want to go because she's so close to her due date, but she wanted us to go. She was so insistent. I can't believe that she's left him. She never told me anything. Mrs. Layton took a deep breath. Just a minute. Emily heard Mandy's mother put her hand over the mouthpiece of her phone and say something to someone standing nearby. The break in the conversation gave Emily a split second to collect her thoughts. She wondered why Hillary Layton would leave her daughter with her first grandchild due any day. It seemed peculiar. That was my husband, Hillary said, getting back on the line. He wants me to tell you that he doesn't trust Mitch as far as he can throw him. A man's voice could be heard in the background. It was the heavy growl of a big man, an angry man. The guy's a self-centered sack of crap. SHHH, Luke, that's not helping. Emily tried to diffuse the anger with a calming tone. Mrs. Layton, Hillary, please. Hillary, then where do you think Mandy might have gone? Are you close? I don't know where she is, and yes, we are extremely close. I saw her once a week and we talked on the phone almost every day. We're as close as a mother and daughter can be, yet still have our own lives. After I got your message, I called her girlfriends, Sammy, Dee, Caroline, and Sierra. No one knows anything. One name caught Emily's attention. Who's Sammy? Samantha Phillips, her best friend. She lives on West Highland Drive, married to a dentist. Emily knew who Dr. Dan Phillips was. He'd taken over Dr. Cassidy's dental practice, one that had seen half of Cheristone through their first cavities in grade school to the trauma of impacted wisdom teeth in college. Cheristone was more than a 6 degrees of separation type of town, she thought. More like 3 degrees. Emily seized on Samantha's name because she never heard it mentioned before. When Mitch gave Deputy Howard a list of those with the tightest bonds to his missing wife, Sammy's name hadn't been among them. Emily's eyes landed on the photo of Mandy that the women from the county clerk's office had brought in for a missing persons poster they'd made. She wondered when the photo had been taken. When are you coming back? She asked. Tonight. We're leaving PV tonight. First flight we could get seats on. Alaska Airlines through Lax. All right. We're doing everything we can to find her. I want you and Mr. Layton to come to my office when you get back home. Hillary Layton finally lost her fractured composure and started to cry. Sheriff, do you think she sent us away because she wanted to leave Mitch? Or maybe, something really bad happened to her. Emily had worked missing persons cases in Seattle. She knew that the first hours were crucial, and in the absence of any reason for Amanda to flee, chances were that she was either abducted or injured somewhere. Or dead. Few people went missing longer than a day without one of those reasons accounting for their disappearance. Yet to the mother on the phone, hope was essential just then. Hillary, please don't think the worst. Right now we have to turn every stone. We need to focus our energies on finding your daughter. That's what we're doing. We're rolling on this at 100 miles an hour. Hillary stopped crying. Thank you, Sheriff. My husband and I will see you tomorrow. Emily hung up and picked up the photo. She felt a small surge of hope. If Mitch Crawford was, in fact, involved with Mandy's disappearance, then he'd made his first mistake. He'd lied when he said he didn't know exactly where to reach his in-laws. Even if there was some reason that he didn't know which timeshare unit they'd been sent to, he surely could have tracked them with a call to the resort company's customer service center. After all, Mr. and Mrs. Layton were using his resort points for their stay. It was a stupid lapse, all right, but it made Emily smile. There was also the matter of Sammy Phillips, Mandy's closest friend, another oversight on Mitch's part. He'd never mentioned her. The Phillips residence was everything Mitch Crawford's house could never be. It wasn't in a gated community with the pretentious accoutrements of a wannabe estate. It was grand and authentic, a vintage home decked out in holiday finery that was subtle and respectful for the season. The two-story white colonial had an oversized gilded eucalyptus wreath on each of the double doors. Tiny faux candle lights were set in each of the 14 windows on the street side of the house. It was dusk when Emily arrived. She parked on the street, slick with melted snow. She'd never been inside the house. However, she knew its history. No matter how long the Phillipses would live there, Cheristone old-timers would always call it the Justin House. It was named for Herbert Justin, a banker who'd had it built and lived there with his wife Matilda, until he died at 81 and she was shuttled off to a rest home in Portland to be near her kids. It was sold 3 weeks after the old lady was sent packing for her own good. Samantha Phillips was a stunning blonde with green eyes. She stood in the doorway as Emily made her way up the steps, wrapping her arms around her black cashmere-clad torso, and shuddered at the cool air. "Come inside. It's getting a little more than brisk out here again," Samantha said, looking out across the sky, which was dark with the threat of rain or snow. Emily followed her into the two-story entryway, across blue Persian rugs with a pile so deep that it nearly sucked the heels off her shoes. Samantha had a teapot on a tray with some of the delicate rolled cookies that Emily knew were crumb cake, the same that her mother had made for the holidays. The room was dominated by a 10-foot-tall tree that by fragrance alone indicated that it was a real balsam fir. "I see you're Norwegian," she said, looking at the cookies. A warm smile came over Samantha's face. "The crumb cake. Have one, please. My great-grandmother's family was from Oslo, and these cookies are about the only Norwegian tradition that I have." Samantha motioned for Emily to sit. They faced each other in matching mohair love seats, obviously real and perfectly at home in the grand old house, stuffed with tasteful antiques and paintings. "Your home is lovely," Emily said, taking it all in. "Thank you, but I take no credit for it. My husband had the guts to buy it when we really didn't have the money. We do now, of course," she said, catching herself in a flutter of weakness that she didn't like to share with strangers. "The practice is thriving, I mean." There was a kind of awkwardness in the air. Emily knew that Samantha was chattering on to fill up as much time as possible so as not to have to talk about what was really on her mind. "I voted for you," Samantha said, as odd a non sequitur as Emily had ever heard. Emily smiled graciously. "Thank you. I appreciate your vote. We need to talk about Mandy, Samantha. This is very important. Her mother tells me that you're her best friend. Is that right?" Samantha poured tea, a cup for each of them. She motioned to the sugar. Emily declined. "We knew each other in college," Samantha said, swirling sugar into the steaming amber liquid. "We were freshman roommates. We were that strange pairing of girls that actually clicked. Most of the girls who were paired off with high school friends ended up hating each other by Christmas. Not us." "You're not from here, are you?" Emily asked, already knowing the answer. She knew everyone with deep roots in Cheristone because she had them herself. She shook her head, and Emily noticed for the first time that the diamonds on Samantha Phillips's earlobes had to be at least 2 carats each. "No, but I'm here because of Mandy. I was out here visiting her and Mitch, and I met Dan at a party." "Did you know Mitch well?" Well enough to hate him if that's what you want to know. Emily set down her cup. How come? I don't know. Sometimes I hated him because Mandy could have done so much better. She always dated decent guys in school. Mitch was such a jerk. He never let her do anything that went against whatever he thought best. It was like the second she married him, I had to make appointments to see her. So he's controlling, Emily said. But what else? Was he abusive? Not that I know of, she said. I mean, he didn't hit her. I know she'd never put up with that, and I know she would have told me. Emily searched Samantha's worried eyes. You're holding back on something. I know you're here for some big revelation, something that will give you a clue about what happened to her, where she might be. I just can't help you. Was she happy? She hadn't been for a long time, but when she became pregnant, Mandy changed. She seemed to be her old self again. There was some joy in her voice. She'd wanted to have a baby for so long, but Mitch kept telling her the time wasn't right. So last year the time was right. I think so. I really don't know. One time when we were having coffee at her house, which, by the way, she hated the places, told me that if she didn't start a family with Mitch, she'd leave him. She said, I don't care about the things he cares about. I want to be a mom. I will be a mom. So she must have convinced him it was time. Or tricked him, Samantha said, looking like she'd spoken ill of the dead. Tricked him, Emily prodded. I'm overstating, I think. You know what I mean, she just wanted a baby so much. She'd skip her pills and make things happen. She wouldn't have been the first woman to do that. Emily could no longer resist the cookie. The buttery crunch reminded her instantly of her own childhood, of holidays with her family and later with Jenna and David. There was a bitter sweetness to the memory. Mitch was looking forward to the baby too. I think so. I think it took a while. Dan and I went out to dinner with them in late October, and they both seemed excited that they'd be parents by Christmas. Mitch was bragging about how he'd have a son to follow in his footsteps at the dealership. But it wasn't a son. Samantha looked across the room, then back at Emily. I know. I almost dropped my fork. I nudged Dan to keep his mouth shut. I knew it was a girl, but it was clear that Mandy hadn't told Mitch. You could have knocked me over with a puff of air. I'll bet. Did you ask her about it? When Samantha started to answer, her cell phone rang. The ringtone was Jingle Bells. She looked at the number and let it go to voicemail. My husband's late, she said. And to answer your question, I did ask her about it a week or so later. Samantha Phillips had been out running errands. She made a trip to the bank, the cleaners to drop off her husband's shirts, and she picked up 2 bags of Halloween candy because the old Justin house had been rumored to be haunted. Every year, it got more trick-or-treaters than probably any other residence in Cheristone. She knew that Saturdays were Mitch's biggest day at the dealership and that Mandy would be home. She parked behind a dark blue Lexus on the street in front of the house. When she rang the bell, Mandy met her at the door. Oh, hi, Sam, she said. Hi, honey, I thought I'd stop by for coffee. I tried your cell, but it must be off. Mandy lingered in the doorway, not really opening it for Samantha to come inside. I guess I forgot to recharge it again. There was a beat of uncharacteristic awkwardness. Can I come in? Samantha asked. Mandy stood still. Her hair was clipped back as if she hadn't had time to brush it out. It looked like she was getting a late start on the day. Not a good time. A flicker of worry came over her. Are you all right? Is the baby all right? The baby's fine. I'm just trying to take it easy. The excuse seemed so hollow, so completely unlike her friend. Are you sure? Sure. Let's get together later. I'll call you. But I wanted to talk about last night. What you said about the baby. I thought Mitch knew it was a girl. I can't go there right now, she said, narrowing the opening of the doorway. I'm sorry. Can I come in? We need to talk. Not now. Now isn't a good time. Before Samantha could change the subject and offer to go to the store or run an errand to help out, the door snapped shut. It was as if she was selling magazine subscriptions door to door, or maybe handing out pamphlets for a fundamentalist religious group. She stood there and looked at the grand front door. What just happened here? What's going on? 2 days later, Samantha got Mandy on the phone at her job at the county clerk's office. At first she thought that Mandy's cell phone had died and that had been the reason why she hadn't called back despite several messages. "Are you mad at me?" Samantha asked. "Not mad," Mandy said, keeping her voice office low. "I'm going through some things. With Mitch. I can't talk about it. Is he being an asshole again?" "Listen," Mandy said. "I know you're worried about me." Her voice grew curt and now very final. "I'm not going to talk about this. I need you to back off. Okay?" Then she hung up. That was the last time they ever spoke about it. Kenyon's cell phone vibrated somewhere in the depths of her purse. She'd been dispatched to the basement bedroom that her stepmother Danny had said was built with her in mind. "Your father wants you to feel you have a home here too," Kenyon said as she first revealed the unfinished bedroom more than a year ago. "I want you to help pick out paint colors and fabrics. I'm thinking of chocolate with mango accents." "That sounds yummy," Jenna said, knowing that Danny wouldn't get the irony of her pun, nor the literal distaste she had for orange and brown. The colors reminded her of the design scheme used by her junior high. "Having you happy here is a big, big priority," Danny said. The passage of time proved that. The room hadn't changed a bit, save for a few more items shoved inside the space. Jenna knew where she stood with Danny and by extension where she stood with her father. She found her cell phone and let out an audible sigh. It was Amber Manley. She let it go to voicemail and turned on her laptop, waiting for it to whirl into life. Amber Manley was a sister from the Beta Zeta house at Cascade University, Jenna's old chapter. Amber had stumbled onto a cache of food and clothes that had been squirreled away by Pepper Rayner. The problem was that while Pepper was a thief stealing food from the kitchen and ripping off bits of every size too in the house, Amber had become the target of disciplinary action because she opened Pepper's closet. Jenna started typing. "Dear Amber, I know you've been trying to reach me. As much as I'd like to help you, I'm afraid I can't. The chapter rules are very specific. Despite the odor coming from Pepper's closet, you had no right to open it." More than 1,000 miles away, he stirred as she came online. His computer know-how came in part from the endless loneliness that draws a boy into the insidious depths of a computer screen, searching for connections to people, and for his own place in the world. He liked how the keyboard felt, cool at first, then hot as he pounded the keys to take him to places he thought he'd never go. His screensaver had been an image of the jade-colored waters around the sandy edges of Oahu, a place he thought he'd never see. But he had. He'd been all over the country and to Europe. No place he visited, however, made him feel better about himself. Nothing could. And just when he thought it could be different, it was all snatched from him. She was to blame, because she'd stolen from him all that mattered. He'd emailed from a dummy email account a seemingly innocuous message that he cleverly outfitted with a Trojan horse spyware that allowed him to capture every word she typed on her laptop. If he was logged on to his computer at the same time, he'd actually see her words in real time. She wasn't a stupid girl, he knew. She wasn't weak. She handled those self-absorbed and dim-witted girls with an impressive toughness and logic. There were things about her he might have admired had he not blamed her for the darkest tragedy of a life that had been marked by so many. As he formed his plan, created his list, he learned to loathe her over the others. Of the three, she'd been the one in charge. She could have changed the course of her own destiny. She was responsible for everything that was coming to her. Kenyon could have kept her name off the list. The first two had no choice, no voice. They would be the disposable practice dolls that he'd once tossed in a fire pit behind his foster family's house. They were trash. Not even human. Jenna would be the prize. He'd save the most deserving for last. Chapter 5. The next morning, Emily caught a glimpse of Cheristone's least favorite tealbait most successful car dealer as he slowed his car in front of the copy center on Washington Avenue. She found a spot right behind him and parked the Crown Vic. Running into a person of interest is always a good thing. "Hi, Mitch," she said, emerging from her vehicle. She could see him tense a little, but his slight smile stayed intact. "Sheriff Kenyon," he said, pressing the key button to his automatic door lock. The horn beeped. She took a breath. "I was going to call you. No need now." "How lucky for you," he said through taut, angry lips. "I was thinking that we could get some more traction on Mandy's case if you stopped by the station." Mitch Crawford's eyes flashed. "Oh, I see. After you've treated me like a freak and embarrassed me in front of my own staff, you want me to make nice. That's just goddamn beautiful. Thanks to you and your careless insinuations, my own mother-in-law asked me what I did with Mandy." Emily shook her head. "I'm sorry. Sometimes people forget that you're a victim here too." Most people would have seen the emptiness of Emily's words, but there was no risk of that with Mitch Crawford. He only saw the things that fit his overly inflated self-image. Anything that stroked his ego, got him attention, or made him feel that he was the wronged one, it was a safe bet. "Will you help us?" she asked, this time, her voice a little softer. She wasn't aiming for sexy, although there was no doubt that she was a beautiful woman with a stunning face and lovely figure. The days of charming a guy with an unbuttoned blouse were long gone, but she still could see the value in suggesting vulnerability, because that's exactly what catches a guy like Mitch Crawford off guard. "I'm in the middle of some stuff here," he said, waving a manila envelope in Emily's direction. "Oh, I can see that," she said. "Why don't you come by later this afternoon?" "Do I come alone, or do I get a lawyer?" "You can always bring a lawyer, Mitch, but I think you're smart enough to see that we're only trying to help. I mean, really, why would you need one if you just want to help us find your wife?" Mitch was probably a decent poker player. If he was worried right then, he didn't let on. "All right, Sheriff. If we clear the air, will you get Mandy's mother off my back? Tell her that I had nothing to do with any of this disappearance BS. She won't let up. It's distracting. It isn't exactly helping me move cars off the lot, you know." "Look, Mitch," she said, trying to keep her cool, "she's worried about her daughter. She loves her daughter. She wants to know where she is. You know, most people in your position would feel the same way." "You don't know how I feel," he said. "Come in and tell me." Mitch let out an exasperated sigh. "This is stupid, but I'll be there." Back in her office, the smells of a burning coffee pot and popcorn emanated from the break room. Emily dialed the prosecutor's office and was patched through to Camille's desk. "Hazelton," Camille said, her voice throaty from a cold that had declared war on her immune system. "I ran into Mitch Crawford," Emily said. "He's agreed to come in for an interview. Thought you'd like to know. You'll never believe what he was concerned about. Try me. He's worried about his mother-in-law and car sales. He barely even mentions Mandy." Camille let out a laugh which started a series of coughs. "Sorry. Working on a cold, that's priceless. Remind me never to buy a car from that guy. I'd hate to boost him in a time of real need." "Do you want to be there?" "No, too formal, just chat with him. Press him gently, and I know that will be hard because I'd like to shove him against a barbed wire fence until he screams." "You must be sick," Emily said. "You're holding back now, Camille. Just a little, you know what I mean." Emily did. The two women talked a moment longer. Emily told the prosecutor that she intended to videotape the interview with Mandy's husband. "I'm not sure he'll go for it," she said. "If he likes what he's wearing today," Camille said, "I'll bet he says yes." An 11-year-old snowboarder noticed the gleam of silver under a pile of snow on the back end of a Walmart parking lot near Spokane. Casey Broder's mother wouldn't let him go to the slopes with his older brother and friends, so the kid took to the heap of snow plowed into a mini-mountain behind the store. It wasn't much of a slope, and he cursed his mother for not letting him do what he wanted to do. All of that changed when the sun hit the mini-mountain just right, and a small mirror blinked right at him. Casey thought it was a girl's compact at first. He bent down to pick it up, but it was frozen into the mini-mountain. Using his board, he started to chip away at the crust of snow. A couple of whacks and he discovered that the mirror was attached to a car. A silver Camry. Casey told the Walmart greeter what he'd found, and the man called the police. Within an hour, the police arrived and determined that the car belonged to a missing woman from Cheristone. They found Mandy's car behind a Deer Lake Walmart, Jason said, catching Emily in her office. The store's snowplow operator has lousy peripheral vision and buried the car by mistake. It sat there because no one complained their car was missing. She could read her deputy like a book. There was neither sadness or hope in his words, just the rote recitation of the facts. She wasn't in the car, was she? He shook his head. Nope, state police will process for trace. Emily had a sinking feeling. Thanks, Jason, I'll tell Mitch. I'll bet you a beer that the vehicle's clean. You're on. If there had been any hope that Mandy had left on her own, it evaporated with the discovery of her Camry. She might have had plenty of reasons to escape her husband last trimester or nodal, though it seemed unlikely that she'd vanish from a Walmart parking lot. She's not the Walmart type, he'd said. Chapter 6, Mitch Crawford's eyes were bottomless, flinty, cold. Sheriff Emily Kenyon felt the sparse hairs on the back of her neck rise. She'd been close to evil too many times to discount the feelings that niggled at her. It was as if somewhere inside there was a malevolent barometer telling her to be just a little more wary, but not so wary that you let fear stymie you. On the credenza behind her, the face of her daughter, Jenna, beamed in her graduation photo. Nearby, a little pink purse decorated with an eyeless flamingo and filled with pennies served as a paperweight, and as a touchstone to terrible things in the past. Things that made Emily and Jenna closer than ever. I'm surprised at you, she said, as they faced each other from across her desk. You seem, she paused to irritate him. What's the word I'm looking for? Indifferent, that's what I'm feeling from you here. It was a lie and a strategic one. Mitch, however, didn't blink. Are you expecting me to cry? Mitch asked. Some emotion would be nice, Mitch. He gripped the stack of flyers that he'd had made at the copy center. They were face down, but through the cheap goldenrod-colored paper the photo of a woman was visible. The headline in squat block letters was also bold enough that it could be read backward through the paper. Missing. Mitch kept his arms folded tightly across his chest. The muscles that enveloped his sturdy frame like cables spun around a rigid spool tensed beneath a powder blue Hilfiger lamb's wool sweater. He didn't smile. Look, Emily said, still sizing him up. I don't want anything from you but the truth. Mitch clutched his papers and stood up. Jesus, Sheriff, you know me, you know my family, you know that I didn't do anything to her. She asked if he'd mind if they spoke in the conference room. I'd like to record our conversation, she said, waiting for him to decline, but he didn't. I have nothing to hide. You wouldn't know it by the way you are treating me. She wondered if it spoke of arrogance or innocence, his willingness to be filmed. With the stationary video camera recording, Emily sat across from Mitch so that she could meet his gaze head-on. She noticed how he hadn't yet said Mandy's name. She stayed quiet, hoping that her silence would invite the man with the ever-so-slowly receding hairline and beefy biceps to reveal something of use in the investigation, to spill more. It was a technique that had served her well as a Seattle cop, then as a sheriff's deputy, and finally as the sheriff. You need to be forthcoming, she said. Understand that things weren't that, and I don't mean to be unkind here, great between you, she said, stopping herself and playing his game of not mentioning his wife's name. And your wife, you know your marriage was in trouble. The veins in his neck started to plump. We had problems, but not any more than anyone else around Cheristone or anywhere in this country. Yes, but she was going to leave you. Mitch's face had gone completely red. I'm sick and tired of all the innuendo coming out of your office. I loved my wife. Loved, past tense. Emily opened the folder and handed it to him like a menu. Inside was a photograph of a pretty blonde in a periwinkle sweater over a blouse with a Peter Pan collar. Emily noted that Mandy was apparently a very traditional pregnant lady, in that she had chosen the same look her own mother's generation had sported pregnant woman as child. Big bows, babyish prints. None of the trendy hipster black pregnancy duds for herno bump-clinging spandex tops revealing a thin slice of tummy. "I know what my wife looks like," he said. "Say her name." Mitch shoved the folder back. "Damn you, Emily, Mandy is her name. Is this some kind of a test here?" "Calm down, Mitch," Emily said, her voice steady and commanding. "I want to find Mandy, too. I need some help here. Are you sure you've told us everything?" Mitch turned away from her and headed for the door. "There isn't any more to tell," he said over his shoulder. "You've been to my place, you've interviewed everyone that I've ever known. Okay, then a few questions for you. I'm wondering why it is that you didn't know where your in-laws were. Because I didn't. You sent them there, Mitch, essentially paid for it." "Look, I didn't. Mandy did. Mandy decided to give them a free ride on our dime. I wasn't lying. I didn't know they'd gone to Mexico until after they got there. I was so pissed off at Mandy, I didn't want the details of Luke and Hillary sipping margaritas. That trip was for Mandy and me." "I see. Seems like you don't like anyone much, Mitch." "What's the big deal? So what if I don't get along with them? I'm not the first husband to have a lousy relationship with his in-laws." "Fair enough," she said, not doubting that the Laytons didn't care much for Mitch, but still unsure if he was being honest. Mitch Crawford was that kind of guy, overselling his story like he was trying to upgrade her into a car she couldn't afford. "I need to know more about Mandy. Did she ever leave like this before?" "No, she was very reliable." "Why did she leave, Mitch?" "I have no idea. This interview is over. I'll look for her myself. Thanks for nothing." From the hallway, Emily watched Mitch Crawford's retreating figure. It was more than a hunch. She knew it in her bones. Mitch was holding back. Crime statistics indicated that Mandy was dead and that her husband had killed her, but there was no evidence, no blood. "There's a reason for that," she told Jason. "Yeah, he didn't kill her. But you saw the plastic bleach bottle in the trash." "Yeah, but if you went to my house you'd find 2 bottles in our trash. Bleach kills germs. I've got 2 germy nephews." Emily smiled. "I don't know, something's with this guy." "Yeah, he's full of himself for one. I'll bet his home gym is the biggest room in the house." "Wouldn't be hard to guess his priorities," she said. "Anyway, Sheriff, just because the dude is a self-absorbed ass, that doesn't make him a killer." Emily wasn't so sure. "That remains to be seen." Across town, in the floodlit darkness of a snow-clad backyard of weed-free grass and 4,000 daffodils yet to bloom, a man's voice called out, "Toby, here boy, Toby, come." Mitch Crawford's voice was nearly raw from calling. He turned on the pool lights and the patio lights, even the uplights that forced a cheery, warm glow up the trunks of artfully grouped aspen and birch. He banged a metal food dish against the flagstone patio that ran from a pair of 10-foot-tall French doors to the edge of a lapis-tiled pool. It being winter, the pool was entombed in a covering of blue plastic bubble wrap. A crust of ice formed in patches where it had splashed on the patio. "Toby." A wisp of white vapor rose from the edges where the warm water seeped against the pool's lapis tilework. "Where are you?" Something seemed odd, and Mitch moved closer to the pool. A piece of the bubble-insulated sheeting had curled along its edge. The covering was custom-made for a perfect fit, and he wondered if he should ask for his money back. He bent down and started to adjust it, when a shadowy figure caught his eye. A cat wandered across the white-dusted lawn. Balls of snow clung to its furry belly. "I guess you haven't seen Toby, have you?" The cat barely regarded the man and continued on its path over the grass, onto the flagstone, and then off under the dark green of a precision-trimmed yew hedge. "Toby," he called once more. "Where are you, boy? Come here. Come home." Mitch pulled the covering taut and pulled himself to his feet. As Mitch turned to go inside his oversized empty house, an indistinguishable dark shadow at the bottom of the pool near the cascading jacuzzi caught his eye. "What the?" At first he thought it was a pile of leaves that had somehow become sucked under the plastic overlay. He ran to the electrical panel next to the cabana and turned on the overheads. Flash! The yard lit up like a high school football game. He bent down and lifted the plastic. "Oh God, no!" he cried out. Please. Chapter 7. Emily looked out the window of her office, and a smile came to her face. It had snowed for 2 hours, and Cheristone that December looked as if it had been dipped in white glitter. Main Street had been decorated by city crews the day after Thanksgiving, but the decorations fox fir boughs with big plastic ribbons that had been a fixture on the streets since the 1960s had long passed from kitschy to charming. They looked even better with a touch of frosting. The rest of the world, the more sophisticated cities in which she'd lived or visit, could keep their fancy holiday accoutrements. Emily still saw what she'd seen as a child, the sparkle of a fake fir bough and the whimsy of an oversized red plastic bow. And yet, this year brought with it a touch of the melancholy, too. Jenna was a grown woman with a real job. Certainly, she'd be coming home for Christmas, but that wouldn't always be the case. At some time, in a flash like all of life had been, she'd be waiting for Jenna, a husband, children, maybe even a dog to come visit. At 44, Emily knew she was far too young to give up on herself and live through her daughter. But she'd screwed things up with Chris Collier and probably had missed her chance at a happily ever after. It had been her fault, and she knew her inability to move their relationship forward had been a crushing blow to Chris. Over Thanksgiving, she suspected that he was going to ask her to marry him, and she was right. She loved him, no doubt, but she said she wasn't sure about getting married again. We need to move this forward, he said, without any anger but with the calmness of a man who knew what he wanted. Or end it and get on with our lives. Why didn't I just say yes, she asked herself. Why can't I be ready? Cars slowly passed by through the sparkle of the snowfall when the phone rang, snapping Emily away from her thoughts. It was Jenna, calling from Memphis, her first stop on a 3-college tour to promote the Beta Zeta sorority. Hi, honey, she said. Hi, Mom, Jenna said, her voice buoyant. Just thought I'd check in with you. Emily loved that she and Jenna talked nearly every day. The only exception was on the occasion when the day had gotten away from them and it was late at night. In that case, they'd text, I love you and good night. How's it going with the Crawford case? Jenna asked, knowing that her mother lived and breathed an investigation on a 24/7 basis. We'll sort it out, but until we find her, we're a little stuck right now. You know that jerk killed her. Emily could hear her own voice coming from Memphis, and it brought a wry smile. Jenna didn't cut a suspected killer any slack. She'd make a good prosecutor someday. What we know and what we can prove, as you know, are completely different. Jenna murmured something that Emily couldn't quite make out. Sorry, Mom. I'm between recruitment planning meetings, and the chapter president here said I could get some privacy in the TV lounge. But these girls keep barging in with their complaints and criticisms about what they did last year and how they are sure that I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm from up north and I have a regional bias. They won't give me a minute. What happened to the good manners of the South? Emily asked. Gone like everywhere else. This is the most self-centered bunch yet. Seriously, Mom, all they care about is drinking and looking like they're Paris Hilton. Sounds like your sisters at Cascade University. These girls are over the top in everything they do. We were never so bad as these girls. I'm not kidding you. That's not what I remember, Emily said, a slight edge to her tone, meant to remind Jenna of life's lessons learned the previous year as the chapter president of her BZ sorority. She remembered the time Jenna had to kick a girl out of the house for stealing money from the cook's rainy day fund. Or the time one sister came home so drunk that she was found on the couch the next morning with her thong on backward, and nothing else. There were other incidents that made Emily wonder if sending her daughter to CU had been the right thing to scholarship or not. She held David responsible. He'd promised to send Jenna to a top-tier school out of state, but Danny, his new wife, balked. They were going through a major house remodel and she was sure there wouldn't be enough cash for Jenna's education. She can get a job, Danny had told David. I had to. Emily played that back in her mind and almost lost the feeling of joy she had at hearing her daughter's voice. P.S. Mom, these girls are driving me crazy. They really are the worst, ever. How so? Mostly the same old, disorganized, selfish. Boyfriend troubles. One told me she thinks 2 of her old boyfriends have joined forces to stalk her. I mean really, Mom, how self-absorbed do you have to be to think that one stalker isn't enough? Her daughter's comment amused Emily. I didn't know stalking could be a group activity. Jenna laughed. That's what I thought. There's also this girl who spends all day crying that her brother gets all the attention, and her dad, some meat-packing bigwig out of Oklahoma, doesn't do anything but send her money. I wish someone would send me money, Emily said, teasing Jenna. Gotta go, I have a P.S. for you. What's that? P.S. I had an airport layover in Chicago and got you your Christmas present. A snow globe or a Graceland t-shirt. I know, she said, drawing out her words as she pretended to ponder it. A Graceland snow globe. Well, I love it. Did you raise me right? Before Emily could answer, Jenna cut in. Love you, Mom. Back to the bitch fest in the dining room. Talk to you tomorrow. Good luck with the case, Mom. You'll figure it out. You always do. Luck would be good, Emily thought, snapping her phone shut. A pregnant woman doesn't just evaporate into thin air. Amanda Crawford had to be somewhere. By the end of the day, Mitch Crawford had found himself on all 3 Spokane TV affiliates with news feeds across the Northwest. Emily, Jason, Camille, Gloria, and all the others working the case let their jaws fall to the floor when he uttered a line that surely had to qualify for a place in the annals of crime reporting. I'm a successful businessman, a very successful businessman, he said, dead-eyed to the camera. Guys like me don't kill our wives. We trade 'em in and get a new one. He thinks she's a used car, Emily said, staring at the TV. Unbelievable. Chapter 8. The number on the minuscule screen of her cell phone had long been committed to memory. She answered it immediately. Before she spoke, she heard his voice. Your Crawford case is making noise all the way over here in Seattle. It was Chris, of course. No kidding, she said. Gloria's been fielding calls from the Seattle media like nobody's business, she said, almost feeling a little awkward. She was unsure if he'd called to talk shop or to ask her to reconsider his proposal. She felt her face grow a little warm and looked around her office to make sure she was really alone, just in case the conversation veered toward the personal. I hope some of the media attention does us some good out here. Reporters are like maggots on a corpse, he said. They have a job to do. Emily let out a laugh. Chris always had a kind of cut-to-the-chase perspective when it came to everything. She watched as a pair of reserve officers walked by her office window. She waved at them. The sight of the young men snapped her out of the place that she was revisiting in her mind. I'm here just thinking, sorry, Chris. She let her words trail off to a whisper. I miss you. I know, me too. I'm coming to Cheristone this weekend. I thought maybe this would be a good time to see where we stand. In the middle of a possible murder investigation. You were always best when you were on the hunt for a killer, he said. She laughed. I think you might have something there. I know that I'm always happiest when I'm going after the bad guy. Yup, and the guy you have in Cheristone is as rotten as they come. Mitch Crawford is really something, isn't he? She said. What did you think of his TV performance? Made me sick to my stomach. We only got a snip of it on the Seattle news, but yeah, made me sick too. He seems preoccupied with how clever he is, how much dough he has in the bank, and absolutely everything in the world except for one thing. Emily nodded as he spoke before interjecting, Mandy, he's your guy, all right. I can take care of this on my own, you know. Of course you can, but you know how much fun we'll have going after him, he said. And Emily, don't worry about my fee. Dinner with you will be satisfactory. Let me think about that, she said, kidding him to within an inch of his life. Okay, sounds good. When can you get here? In my car now. Emily heard a car honk and she spun around and looked in front of the sheriff's office. Chris Collier, his lightly graying hair framing a handsome face that still retained the chiseled good looks of his youth, smiled and offered a quick wave through an open window. Gotcha. He was already here. While she was glad and surprised to see him, Emily felt a weird flutter of annoyance come over her. Had Chris come because he thinks I can't work the case without him? Did he think I was too proud to ask for help on my own when I determined I could use some? His smile disarmed her and she glanced at her schedule to make sure nothing was pressing. Good. Quit overthinking, Emily, she thought. On the way over to Cheristone, a simple phrase reverberated during the drive. There was no other life without Emily. No other life he wanted. Chris Collier felt twinges of that from the day they'd reconnected after all those years of being apart, years of being married to the wrong people. Emily had David, the doctor. He had Jessica, the librarian. Neither spouse was the right match, and neither could be. From his own failed marriage, Chris knew both the joy and the heartache of trying to make two people into an unbreakable unit. The love he had for his ex-wife had been lost long before Emily came back into Chris's life. At first, he figured he could chalk up his mistakes to the fact that the life of a cop held little room for anything that resembled a real life. He'd been called away on a murder investigation in the middle of his oldest son's Little League Gameth game, in which the boy had pitched a near-perfect game. For the rest of his son's life, there would always be the idea that your job always came first. Jessica Collier would not have a problem concurring when her son said those things. She too had felt the chilly glow of a cop's blue light. I can't compete with a dead girl. No woman can, she told case-obsessed Chris the morning she packed her bags, took the kids, and returned to Idaho where she had family. Chris said he understood, but at the time he was so wrapped up in a murder investigation that he really didn't process his own personal loss or the truth behind his wife's analysis of the state of their marriage. With Emily, there was the promise of a do-over. They were no longer kids, no longer bound to make the same mistakes. Their children were grown. Their lives were pitched toward a time when the focus was aimed more at themselves, their needs. They'd had their breakups. They had their passionate, endless nights. The time for being together was now. That moment. Chris Collier was certain. He practiced the words in his head. Emily, we've had our ups and downs. We've been through things so dark and dangerous that we almost have no right to be here anymore. But we are. And I know now, more than ever, that life with you is the only life I want to have. Chris smiled at the idea that he needed to rehearse. Why was it so hard to be vulnerable to the ones who love us most? But that evening, after dinner, talk about the case, Jenna, Chris's condo, the subject of their future just didn't wind its way into the conversation, rehearsals or not. It just didn't seem to fit. Temp is dropping, Emily said, pulling another comforter from the bench at the foot of her bed and spreading it across the mint green and white quilt that her mother had made. Chris bent down to help her with the covers, and he placed his hand on the small of her back. She turned around and they kissed. She had missed the warmth of his touch, how he tasted, the way that he pulled her clothes. He undressed her in the pale light of the bedroom lamp, letting her blouse and dark wool skirt fall in a heap by her feet. He unhooked her bra. Emily returned the favor by unbuttoning his shirt. His body was lean, muscular, but not through some ridiculous workout regimen. Chris Collier played racquetball, ate right, and was blessed with genetics that kept him off the treadmill like so many men his age, chasing after the body that they never really had, even in their 20s. The scar from the gunshot 5 years before had lightened somewhat. The hair on his chest encircled it with a light brown fringe. Emily touched her fingertip to the scar. It was smooth, harder than his skin. I could have lost you forever, she said. I'm here now. I know, she said as they fell onto the bed. As they kissed, he embraced her with the right mix of tenderness and passion. Emily felt like she was falling into a warm pool, being carried away. She knew she'd always loved Chris. His touch, his taste, his body were everything she missed and everything she needed. She kicked the top quilt to the floor. We won't need that extra blanket, she said. Chris kissed her again deeply. "No, babe, we won't." He reached over her and turned off the light. Sweat pooled under Mitch Crawford's arms, and his lips were chapped from a nervous habit that had him constantly moistening them with his tongue. He'd had bad days before, but nothing like the ones that were pulling him downward right then. It was one of the late nights at the dealership, with two salesmen on the floor and Darla Montague at her desk answering phones and keeping the glass coffee pots from burning to black bottoms. Mitch stared out the window at the lot. "You all right?" Darla asked, entering the room with the week's sales reports, commissions, and payrolls. She set the file on his desk, but Mitch kept his gaze toward the window. "I don't know," he said. "Do you need anything?" He turned to look at her. His eyes had flooded. "I'm sorry, Darla. Sorry. Sorry for everything I did to you. I'm a lousy person, I know that. I guess everyone does." Darla didn't want to argue. She knew what kind of man Mitch Crawford was. He was older. He was her boss. He'd taken advantage of her. She probably could sue for something. She recognized all of that on some level, but she didn't want to do anything but forget her own foolishness. "It's okay," she said. "We were both at fault." "I've really screwed up," he said. "I've really made a mess of things." He opened the file folder and glanced at the reports. "Maybe next month will be better." He fanned out the payroll checks and started to sign each one. The last one was a check made out to himself. He looked at Darla as he tore it up. "Maybe next month," he said. "Can't really afford to pay myself right now." Darla stayed mute. The owner of the dealership hadn't drawn a salary for 2 months. If he had, she was sure that a couple of the car cleaners would have to be let go. He kept telling her that those guys have kids and Mandy and I will get by. We have savings. But then Mandy was gone. Darla wondered if financial problems had driven Mandy away and into the arms of another man. Sure, Mitch was a jerk and a cad, but there were times when it almost seemed as if he'd had a heart beating somewhere inside. It looked like Mitch was about to cry. "Mr. Crawford, what can I do?" "Nothing," he said. "I found Toby. He came home. No, the damn dog must have fallen into the pool and got caught under the plastic cover. He's dead, Darla. I thought Mandy took him, but she didn't. Toby's dead." Darla looked like she was going to cry. She knew what that dog meant to her boss. "You need to tell the sheriff. This is important." Mitch lined up 3 pens in a faultless row and looked out his office window toward the showroom. "Why bother? They think I killed her. They'll probably think I killed the dog, too." She wasn't the jumping type, but Emily almost jumped for joy when Camille Hazelton finally secured a warrant to search Mitch Crawford's home on Larkspur. It had taken some doing. Certainly there was probable cause within hours of the first report of Mandy missing, but the Crawford name still had a residual currency among the county judges. Camille kept saying she needed more. Finally, there had been enough. The car, the fact that none of Mandy's credit cards had been used, and that her dependable nature at work had been compromised by her sudden absence all played a role. Tex came from Spokane to comb through the house, spray luminol, and procure the Crawfords' laptop. Emily and Jason oversaw the small army of CSIS as they poked and prodded the contents of the massive home. No blood was found anywhere. In fact, there was no trace that Mandy had even been there outside of clothes in her closet in the master suite. Even her hairbrush was devoid of any hairs. The strobe of a camera flash swept over every space. "Jesus, Sheriff," Jason said as they stood in the kitchen and watched the swarm of techies wave their ultraviolet lights over every surface. "You'd think Mr. Clean lived here." Emily shuddered as a cold breeze blew in from the open front door. "Even Mr. Clean can make a mistake," she said. "Just takes one." Chapter 9. As a waitress swooped around the bar, carrying beers and mounds of nachos with enough cheese to choke even a young person's arteries, Cheristone County Prosecutor Camille Hazelton zeroed in on Emily as she sipped a glass of hot spiced wine. Camille had asked it actually commanded, was more like Idaho meat after work. With Chris waiting for her at the house, Emily agreed a little reluctantly. "He did it," Camille said. "You know it. I know it." The words came at Emily like the authoritative pounding of the keys of an old manual Underwood typewriter, the kind her mother used for writing letters to the editor each week until her death. He did it. You know it. I know it. Camille Hazelton never minced words. She probably didn't even know how. She was, without question, the single most powerful woman in the county city building. At 55, she was lean-faced and not at all unattractive, at least when she smiled, which detractors insisted wasn't nearly often enough. Camille and Emily had been friends since arriving in Cheristone, about the same to Mimi coming from Seattle to start over and Camille to pick up where her father had left off. Dan Hazelton had been the prosecutor for an astonishing 27 years. When he died, his lawyer daughter moved back home from a successful law practice in Chicago and did what only the prodigal daughter could do. She ran against 3 men and was elected. Like Emily, Camille had deep roots in Cheristone, but she'd also lived outside the insular community. She'd learned that there were dress shops with more to offer than Delano's on Main Street. She knew what really good ahi was and the difference between Dom Perignon champagne and Andre. And yet, like Emily, she found that nothing resonated deeper in a caring person's heart than the place called home. Emily sat across from the prosecutor with hot spiced wines in the cozy confines of TJ's, a downtown bar that was frequented by law enforcement pool tables on one side, a long battered bar that had a century of scuff marks and dents from cowboy boots and later steel-toed boots. It wasn't fancy, but neither was Cheristone. Emily looked down at her wine, a curl of steam still rising from below the rim. Of course we know Crawford did it. Homicide stats, his unconcerned affect, both point to him. Camille motioned to the cocktail waitress that she wanted another. You know it, I know it. All of Cheristone suspects it, but suspicion, as you know, is not enough. We need evidence. The waitress deposited a basket of peanuts and Camille lowered her voice. I don't know any other way to say this. She stopped, clearly pained at the prospect of what she was about to say. Look, I have to ask, do you think we need more help on this? Emily didn't pounce, though if it had been anyone other than Camille asking, she might have. Instead, she took a breath. Emily thought of telling Camille that Chris was in town and that she was going to run some things by him, informally. She didn't volunteer it because she felt somewhat awkward about it. Chris was a seasoned pro, but he was also the man she loved. She could separate the two aspects of their relationship just fine, but she doubted everyone else could. Jason, for one, had made subtle remarks about sometimes feeling like an outsider in the sheriff's office. Besides, he'd offered to help. She didn't see her acceptance as a sign of weakness. Why should she? It isn't that, Camille, she said. We've done everything. We don't need to contract this out to Spokane PD. We're just a little stuck. Camille let the warmth melt from her face. She set down her drink. You need to get unstuck. My office is being crucified. You can't believe the calls we're getting. If the election were held today, I doubt I'd get enough votes to stay on the job. Emily, having had her own run-ins as a publicly elected official, understood. Working as a public servant felt meaningful most of the time, but there were occasions in which the public pushed hard, too hard. I'm sorry, she said. We're doing our best. Let's do better. Emily wished she'd asked for a second drink. Just then she could use one. She held her tongue, partly out of friendship, but also because there was no arguing Camille's point. Mandy Crawford had to be dead. Everyone figured her husband had done it, but nothing concrete had turned up. If you can't get me something in the next week, I'll have no choice but to call in a special investigator from Olympia. Fair enough, Emily finally said. But it wasn't, not really. She put on her coat, told Camille goodbye, and hurried home to Chris, who was spending the night before heading back to Seattle to meet with real estate agents about selling his condo. It was do-or-die time for their relationship. Marry or move on. She'd planned a quiet evening alone with him, but Camille's obvious challenge put an end to a much-desired romantic interlude. Murder always had a way of messing things up. Chris met Emily at the door with a bear hug that would have snapped a frail woman in two. He kissed her, feeling the chill of her skin from the winter air. Judging by the wonderful smells emanating from the kitchen, she knew that his promise of a delicious meal had been genuine. "Hope you're hungry," he said, taking her coat and leading her to the kitchen replete with the savory smells of roast pork with the woodsy hint of rosemary. "Why do you keep saying you don't cook?" she asked. "I don't, but I can. There's a difference." He poured her a Sauvignon Blanc that had been chilling in the refrigerator instead of the Cabernet he'd purchased at a wine shop in Seattle. "Seems like this will be just perfect with the dish." She took a glass and sipped. "Perfection." "Tell me about your day," he said, filling his own glass. "Look, don't get me wrong," she said, watching Chris slice off a medallion of pork. "I adore Camille, but honestly she can be a bit aggressive." "Like you can't handle aggressive, Em." She swirled her wine in the glass. "I didn't say I couldn't handle it. Cammy is pushing because she thinks she's sure that Mandy's dead and Mitch is her killer. She doesn't have a body, and as confident and forceful as she can be, she's not about to prosecute without one." Chris shrugged. "I don't blame her, it's a tough call." Aware that she just dove into shop talk, Emily changed the subject. "How was your day?" Chris put his hands upward and shook, a wry smile on his face. "Thanks for asking. I've been cooking and cleaning all day." She kissed him and whispered in his ear, "Oh, you have you?" "Cooking a little, but no cleaning," he said. "Not my forte. Besides, I had a lot of reading to catch up on. A good day for Cheristone." "The place where nothing happens," they both said together. Emily was thankful that she and Camille hadn't succumbed to the charms of the mountain nachos. Everything Chris prepared was perfection for a late evening winter meal. The roast was the star of its platter. But the green beans, pan-braised in brown butter, and the Yukon Gold potatoes looked fabulous too. "I got the photos back from the techs," she said, indicating a cream-colored envelope she'd brought inside and placed next to her purse. "Want to look at them after dinner?" Chris brought the steaming platter to the dining table and grinned. "That's why I'm here, babe. If spending time with you means going over case notes and photos, count me in. Now eat, okay? It isn't as if you're forcing me." "This looks wonderful." She pierced the meat with her fork and tasted. "Handsome, and he can cook too." Kenyon fixed her attention to the rolling LCD departure screen at the airport. Her flight was delayed because of severe weather in the Midwest. She didn't mind the delay, however. As much as Jenna loved a good roller coaster, she preferred such a ride with its tracks bolted to the ground, not in the confines of an airplane at 30,000 feet. She tried to get comfortable while she went wireless on her laptop, checking her email, seeing if any new comments had been made on her BZ blog. Nothing. As a diversion, she went to the stat counter tool that tracked who'd been landing on her blog. As was typical, there were a number of hits from young women at the chapters she just visited, with even more coming from those who were on the schedule. With or without the detective's gene from her mother, it was easy to see who'd been coming to check on her. She saw the ISB of a girl who'd asked her lawyer father to defend her in a grievance over her having sex with a frat boy under the grand piano at her chapter. Her dad's law offices were also logged. Another who left an electronic breadcrumb was Tristan Weiler, her last serious boyfriend. She liked Tristan, but with law school next year, she didn't really want to get deeply involved. He, apparently, was still interested. An anomaly got her attention, too. She noticed a flurry of hits coming from Southern California. The ISB, for one, was coming from Garden Grove. The provider was a local phone company. The other came from a company called Human Solutions, Inc., in nearby Anaheim. Interesting, she thought, powering down as her flight was called. One of my chapter sisters must be living down there. After dinner, Chris and Emily cleared the dishes from the old dining table and scooted aside the candles that were all about ambience but offered no real illumination. At least not of the kind needed to review the photos she'd brought home from the office. She turned the dimmer switch on the chandelier to full power. "Good shots," Chris said. if you're making a brochure for your house, maybe I should use your photography for my condo brochure." "Smart ass," she said, fanning the images over the glossy tabletop. "Take a look." Emily could almost smell the bleach as she looked over the photos of the pristine environs of the Crawford home. Chris was right, of course. Everything was in perfect order. At once, the place with its twin oversized couches studded with artfully, but casually arranged throw pillows, reminded her, too, of one of those staged homes on TV real estate shows. Those were the shows in which the host intoned that sellers couldn't live as they really did when trying to unload a house. Everything had to be ridiculously perfect. The Crawfords apparently lived every day like they were expecting company, she said. Or maybe after Mitch killed Mandy, he did a cleanup that would have made the cover of Better Housekeeping, Chris said. Good housekeeping or Better Homes and Garden, but you're right. If he killed her there. No appliances littered the kitchen's gleaming, expansive stone countertops. The towels in the master bath were rolled into cream and sage pinwheels of terry cloth, casually arranged in an antique breadbasket. She flipped the photos to a scene that depicted the master bedroom, gleaming, immaculate. A duvet billowed without a wrinkle over top sheets that appeared to have been pressed by a steam iron, crisp and white. Everything was perfect, not a thing out of place. On the highboy, on the dresser, all perfect. The photograph of the largest of the other 4 bedrooms, a guest room, she figured, was in stark contrast. The bed was made, but hastily so. The nightstand had an empty dish that might have held a midnight snack. The dresser's top had barely a patch of mahogany visible through all the clutter: an uncoiled belt, a paperback novel, a jewelry box. Mitch had told Emily that he and Mandy had not had any guests. There'd been no one to their home in the past month. A cue that the only fingerprints the techs might find would be theirs and theirs alone. Emily thought of the bleach once more. She remembered how incredibly ordered things had been in Mitch Crawford's office at the dealership. Not a slip of paper was askew. Even the paperclips had been lined up in hors d'oeuvres next to reds, blacks next to blacks. No jumble of unsorted paperclips for Mitch Crawford. "He's a neat freak," Darla Montague had said. "That's just the way it is around here. And at home, too. So if Mitch was such a neat freak at home, how was it that the guest bedroom was such a lived-in mess?" Chris asked. Emily mulled it over as she worked the tight muscles in her neck by rolling her head backward, then side to side. Then it came to her. She looked over at Chris. "The guest in the guest bedroom had to be Mandy," she said. Chris swallowed the last of his wine. Maybe she'd banished herself to the guest room because she wanted to get away from him. She looked at the photo again. That's right, she left the master bedroom on her own. Most women would send their husband to the sofa and keep the bedroom for themselves. I know I did that to David a time or two. She was sorry that she mentioned David's name, but Chris didn't seem to mind. Angry at him, annoyed by him, sickened by his touch, he asked. Seems strange. I don't know, Emily said. It is curious, I'll give you that. Why would a woman leave her husband's bed and camp out in the bedroom down the hall? Why didn't she just leave him? Go to her mother's in Spokane, for example. You know women better than I do, Chris said. She was waiting for something. She didn't think she had to leave. And learning more about Mitch Crawford, I can bet he didn't want her to leave. He didn't want to look like a loser. Waiting for what? Chris asked. Emily tilted her head slightly as she thought it through. She stared deeply into the photograph, like some minuscule text would give her the answer. I don't know, but I intend to find out. It was late and there was only one thing more that had to be addressed, and it wasn't the saga of the missing mother-to-be. Chris got up and put his arm on her shoulders and held her. He'd practiced what he'd say, his final plea, on the way over to Cheristone. He'd make the dinner, help her with her case, then ask her. He pulled a small black box from his pocket. Oh, Chris, she said, I don't know. I haven't even asked you, but seeing you're a detective, you figured me out. I love you, Emily, I always have. Emily could feel tears threaten to spill from her eyes. "I love you too." He opened the box. It was a platinum band with a row of emeralds, Emily's favorite stone. "Will you be my wife?" He took the ring from the box and held it out to her. She pushed back a little. She was surprised that she hadn't seen it coming. "Not then, not that night." "I think so, but not now. Let's wait until this case is over." Chris looked a little hurt. He'd given it his best shot. She didn't give the answer he imagined, but she hadn't said no yet either. "All right," he said, "but I can't wait forever." There were times when Emily suspected that she was the biggest fool in Cheristone, maybe even on the planet. She studied her reflection in the mirror as she undressed for bed. It was as if by looking into her own eyes she could have some kind of a silent conversation with herself. She loved Chris. "Why can't I just give in to what I know is right?" she thought. Her answer came as she brushed out her thick, wavy hair. She and Jenna had been alone for years, forging a life together in the town where she'd grown up. She'd dated a few locals. She'd wanted Escared, the kind of solid relationship that her own parents had enjoyed. David had been the man of her dreams when she was young. She foolishly thought that they were a team, destined for great things together. But all he'd wanted was a pretty woman on his arm, a woman he could control. Chris was nothing like that. He loved her for who she was. He sought a life with her because he knew that the two of them together was some kind of magic, which it was. He'd also been good with Jenna, though he had his own children, and knew that he was no replacement for a Seattle doctor who'd carelessly discarded the best things he'd ever had. Emily studied her face in the mirror. She wondered if she was looking at a woman who had built a wall around herself under the guise of protecting her child. The excuse that she didn't want to disrupt Jenna's life was an empty one. Jenna was grown, a college graduate, preparing for law school. She was no longer a little girl who needed protection from the world. Emily could not have known how wrong she was as she slipped into the bed next to her lover. Her sense of safety was a vapor. She had no idea that a malevolent force of evil had come to Cheristone already, and that it would return. Chapter 10. The cannery was Cheristone's stab at being hip. The restaurant occupied the entire floor of the old Fruitland Packing Company's first processing plant, 2 blocks west of the courthouse. The building had been gutted by the new owners, leaving exposed brick walls, a ceiling lattice of ductwork, and a salad bar converted out of the steel juicing unit that, in Cheristone's glory days, had provided apple and pear juice to moms and kids in a 7-state region. The food was mostly vegetarian and the presentation was more New York than Spokane. Everything was pretty, and pretty expensive, at least for Cheristone. Camille Hazelton and Emily Kenyon met there at least once a month to visit, discuss county and city government, and any cases that were on the docket that warranted a once-over before trial or pleading. This time, however, Mandy was on the menu. While Camille ordered a tomato basil soup with pancetta confetti, Emily went to the salad bar. She put a layer of a chiffonade of romaine on a pale yellow plate and moved her tongs toward a marinated heart of palm. "That looks interesting," she thought with a wry smile. "I'd rather be sitting under a palm tree than eating one." "Carrie, great to see you," a voice called from the other side of the salad bar. Her smile faded. Emily's heart sank to the floor. There was only one Carrie in town. It took an extra breath to regain her composure, although she did so without so much as flutter of an eyelash. Few names and few people brought that kind of reaction. The ones who usually did were already in prison or, in the best of all worlds, 6 feet under in a grave dug in the Potter's Field section of a cemetery. But not this one. She looked over and there he was. His eyes caught hers and locked. "This is Old Home Week," Carrie McConnell said with his perfect smile in place. "Hi, Emily Kenyon, Lady Sheriff," she swallowed. "Hello, Carrie." He was a handsome figure in a nearly black suit cut to fit a lean, athletic frame. His dark hair showed no signs of receding. He combed it back in a tousled look that Emily was sure he considered very sexy. His blue eyes were lasers. His eyes were whiter than the dish of peeled quail eggs that were next to the heart of palm. "Been a while. I guess that we'll be seeing each other more now," he said. Emily looked puzzled and moved on to the feta. "How so?" He looked over in Camille's direction. "I'm surprised your pal over there didn't tell you." "Tell me what?" The feta clumped too much, so she moved on to the Kalamata olives. "I'm going to be representing Mitch Crawford." Emily started to leave. "Oh, that," she said. "Hey, Emily," Carrie said. "Aren't you going to get some sweet peppers? I remember how much you liked hot things." Emily didn't turn around. She didn't want him to see her red face, her embarrassed and angry reaction to his comments. He'd said the hot things in such a salacious way that she was sure he meant it to be sexual. "Why didn't you tell me?" she said, taking her seat. "Emily, I know you have some history there," Camille said, pulling back to get a better view of the man who just accosted her lunch companion. "But you're going to have to deal." The prosecutor's eyes lingered on Carrie and he flashed a smile in their direction. Camille looked at Emily. "I am as surprised as you are that Carrie would be handling this case." "Seems a little out of his league," said Emily, who clearly wasn't enjoying lunch anymore. Her remark was a dig and none too subtle. Carrie had been her divorce lawyer and he'd been a good one at that. He made sure that the split with David was fair, that the custody arrangements for Jenna favored Emily's interests. Things took an unfortunate turn when, out of loneliness or just the need to be romanced, she dated Carrie briefly. After a few dates, Carrie became too attentive, too interested. He'd fixated on her in the way that seemed unhealthy, almost scary. He'd even followed her to Seattle when she was working a big case. If he'd pushed her one iota harder to keep things going, she'd have arrested him herself for stalking. Their relationship had been consensual, of course, but Emily knew that she'd made a mistake nearly from the first time they'd been intimate. "God, I had more sense in my 20s than I do in my 30s, she'd thought at the time. She'd forgiven herself, but she'd never forgotten how stupid it had all been. Whenever she heard his name, saw him in Cheristone at the market, she was reminded that age didn't always bring wisdom. "So when did Mitch hire Carrie?" Emily asked. Camille swirled some fake sweetener into her iced tea. "Yesterday, I guess. How come I'm only finding about this now?" "Look, Emily, probably no one wanted to be the one to tell you that the rumor mill was churning with news of Carrie getting involved in the Crawford case." Emily looked down at her salad and stabbed at an olive. She just lost her appetite. "There is no problem here," she said. It was a bit of a white lie. She couldn't stand the man. The only saving grace was that she would never have to talk to him. Camille would provide discovery if an arrest of his client was ever made. The only thing that would drag Emily into a face-to-face conversation with Carrie would be when and if Emily took the witness stand. That was a big if. No one knew for sure where Mandy was and if she was even dead. It didn't look good for Mitch Crawford's wife, but Camille never silenced her mantra: "We need evidence." Get evidence, Emily. That and the combination of a man she loathed and his client, a probable killer, fueled Emily's desire to get at the truth all the more. Back in her office, the sheriff glanced out the window as a city snowplow ambled back to the garage next to her office. The snow was so scant that the machine almost looked defeated. Like Emily. The news that Carrie McConnell was back in her life had tied her stomach like a Nantucket knot. It was visceral, sudden, and it bothered her. She didn't like holding on to any negative feelings about Carrie. Lurking in her consciousness was slow-burning worry that Carrie and their past relationship could find its way into her investigation, knocking her off her game. He was everything she thought she'd wanted when her marriage to David unraveled. Carrie was smart, charismatic, and even kind. There had been things about him that were so appealing. For a while, she imagined that his controlling nature about everything from the cut of his suit coat to his confident manner on a case cloaked, a kind of insecurity that came with the need to always be right, to always win, to be the best. She understood how people wore masks of certainty and even false arrogance to make their case, to get what they wanted. One incident gave her a little glimmer that perhaps there was something deeper inside that perfectly groomed man with the nice car, expensive clothes, and top-of-his-law-class pedigree. There was a heart beating there, too. After she hired him to take care of her divorce, she sat in his office and admired a silver plate that hung on the wall. "That's lovely," she said. "Some friends gave it to me." His words had seemed so final that she didn't press the point. Later she learned that Carrie had made 7 trips to a village in Mexico to help build homes for children who'd taken up residence in a city dump outside of Tijuana. The plate was a gift from Hands Across the Border, a nonprofit group recognizing Americans who do more to help others than merely writing a check. Carrie's brashness and bravado were counterpoints to the real man, the one she'd wanted to know. Of course, she'd been wrong. As another light dusting of snow fell on the streets of Cheristone, Emily looked at the clock with the stuttering second hand that had been hung on the wall by Sheriff Kiplinger. The clock had been given to him by the Cheristone J.C.'s, and Emily thought that it would stay put until the thing died. It was inscribed with, "There's always time for justice in Cheristone." It was so corny and so true that Emily had grown to love it as much as her beloved boss. It was 5 minutes before the news. Emily turned on her old office TV and called over to Jason Howard, who had just come in from his routine run-through with the next shift of officers who'd be taking over the mundane traffic and minor theft cases until the graveyard shift. "Let's see what Crawford's lawyer has to say," she said. "He's on the news." She purposely did not use Carrie's name. "Should I bring some popcorn from the break room?" Jason said. His smile was a little sheepish. He already knew the answer. Emily made a face. "Only if you want me to barf it up all over my desk." "No, thanks." Jason parked himself on the corner of the desk. "We can definitely do without that." As the picture came on, Emily was glad it was only the Spokane affiliate. She knew Carrie well enough to know that he'd gunned for the national media, or the Seattle TV stations at the very least, when he was looking to capture the attention of news producers. It must have been a blow to his oversized ego that all he could lure to his office for an interview was the lowest-rated affiliate from Spokane. When the news anchor led with a house fire in rural Spokane County, Emily caught herself smiling. "Good, he didn't even make the top story," she said. As the anchor breathlessly recounted the turn of events that involved a dog knocking over a candle to ignite a Spokane Valley mobile home, the crawl on the bottom of the screen teased the interview. Next, Cheristone lawyer says his client is unfair target of investigation. A commercial for an apartment complex offering a move-in bonus and a holiday ham was next. Another was from a florist. Finally, the anchor, a sunny brunette who couldn't have been more than 25, was back on the air announcing the story. And now, an exclusive interview by Ann Yakamoto, with the lawyer representing the Cheristone car dealer, now under suspicion in his wife's disappearance. An Asian woman with blonde hair gripped the microphone like she was about to warble on a TV singing show, her fingertips doing all the work. She stood in front of Crawford's dealership and did the news reporter bobblehead nod as she was introduced. Her hands must have been frozen, Emily thought, but apparently Ann Yakamoto wanted to show off her slender fingers and perfect nails, admittedly, her best feature. "I'm standing here in front of the world-famous Crawford's car dealership in downtown Cheristone." Emily winced at the first sentence. World-famous. She wondered if Mitch Crawford had been the copywriter for the opener. It would be like him to insist upon that kind of a promo line to secure the interview. She rolled her eyes at Jason, and he returned the gesture. And as Christmas comes, this whole town is wondering where one of their own has vanished. Mandy Crawford has been missing since just after Thanksgiving. Police have investigated, but have come up empty-handed. No one wonders where Mandy has gone more than her husband, the owner of this hugely successful dealership. He's been putting up posters and working the phone lines of the volunteers who are searching for his missing wife. I sat down with Mitch Crawford's defense lawyer this afternoon. The video cut to a shot of Carrie on the telephone. He looked serious as he made some notes on a legal pad. Emily doubted Carrie had made notes on anything or even that he talked to clients on the phone. He always said he had associates to do the jobs he didn't like. The only thing he liked to do, apparently, was grandstand in the courtroom, or apparently on Sub-Zero rated TV. Next, Yakamoto faced the camera. "Mr. McConnell, you're pretty upset about what's been happening to your client." Carrie, in a crisp white shirt, charcoal jacket, and a Tiffany blue silk tie, unfolded his arms. "You bet I am, and Mitch Crawford has suffered an unbelievable tragedy here." "Unbelievable is right," Jason said, his eyes fixed to the TV. His wife, the mother of his child-to-be, just flat-out disappeared. Immediately the sheriff put the focus on Mitch when she should have been looking for Mandy. "We don't even know what happened to her, but we do know that Mitch didn't have a thing to do with her disappearance." The camera went back to the reporter. "Why do you think the sheriff focused on your client?" "Lazy. Inexperience. I don't know, it probably was convenience." Emily felt her blood boil, but she said nothing. "There isn't one shred of evidence that ties my client to anything here. He was looking forward to the holidays with his wife and the birth of their first child. Turning him into a suspect is outrageously cruel. Leave him alone. Find Mandy. Do your job, for crying out loud." There was a quick cut over to an image of Mitch Crawford shoveling the snowy sidewalk in front of his fabulous house. Emily doubted he'd ever done that before. He struck her as the type who'd made sure that he kept plenty of the little people around to do that sort of thing. Bossing people around made him happy. Yakamoto turned her head slightly when the news anchor asked if she'd talked with Mitch Crawford. "Mitch talked to me briefly off camera. He's still wrapping Christmas presents for his wife and expected new baby. He says he just wants them to come home safely." Jason looked over at Emily. She sat stone-faced. Even the reporter had bought into his charm. She'd referred to him by his first name. A photograph of Mandy went up on the screen. It was fairly recent. She smiled broadly, holding up a baby quilt. There was no mistaking the joy the young woman had for her impending motherhood. If the photo was meant to tug at the heart, it succeeded. "If you see this woman, please contact Mr. McConnell at his law offices in Cheristone." Another news story came on, and Emily turned off the TV. "That was probably the most insulting bit of news reporting, if you can call it that, I've ever witnessed, and believe me, I've seen more than my share," Emily said. "Yeah, looks like the reporter was on the wrong side of that story from the get-go. I guess that's Carey's strategy. He's going to be the mouthpiece for his client now, letting us know how hard this has been on Mitch, how rough we've been on him." "I'd like to be rough on him," Jason said. "The guy's a prick." "That he is, but we'll get him. His arrogance and his lawyer's arrogance will be their undoing. In a way, I'm relieved. I'm out of here. See you in the AM. Night, Jason." As her young deputy departed, Emily winced at the thought of the blue tie that Carey McConnell had been wearing. It had been held in place by an antique tie tack with his initials. She wondered if it was a coincidence or a maybe even a kind of snarky sartorial wink directed at her. She'd purchased the tie and the tack the only gifts she'd given to him. She wished now that she'd asked for them back. Chapter 11. Emily Kenyon pulled the Crown Vic to the side of the road. The Cheristone Sheriff's Department hadn't yet ordered the hands-free phones that were a state safety requirement at the beginning of the new year. She answered her ringing phone. The young woman on the line was one of those who masked her nervousness with inappropriate laughter. The end of every sentence was punctuated with a giggle or quick laugh. Throughout her years as a detective, Emily Kenyon had interviewed so many of her ilk, also the criers, the derailed train of thoughters, and the story changers. The story changers were always the worst. As long as people kept the basics of their information consistent, they'd probably make it through the trial process. A crier was better than a laugher, though. Laughers frequently turned off members of the jury. What's so funny about homicide? A crier could win a case for either side. My friend says I should call because we saw something that might help your case, the woman said, laughing. What is your name? What case? Emily felt a little annoyed, but Gloria had taken the call and said that the girl might have what we're looking for, a real lead. Steffi Johansson, she said, again the laugh. I think Mitch Crawford was in our shop just after Thanksgiving. He was a total freak, too. Another laugh. I see, Emily said. How about I come out to see you? Are you at your shop? Yes, I am. It's Cafe Patisserie on the north end of Griffin Avenue, just off the highway. Emily knew the place. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Tell your boss you'll need a break. I am the boss, Steffi said, letting out a short laugh. At least for this shift. Steffi Johansson was waiting just inside the front door of the cafe when Emily arrived. I made you a mocha double shot, no whip. You didn't have to do that, Emily said, taking the paper cup and moving to a table by the front window, away from another patron reading USA Today and sipping a chai latte. Steffi smiled. I nailed your drink, didn't I? Emily hated mochas. That you did, she said. The young blonde laughed. I have a real knack for that. Don't ask me why. I just know what people want. Well then, you know what I want, Emily said, not caring that her segue was silly and obvious. Finesse wasn't needed with Steffi Johansson. The girl was annoying as hell. Right, okay, she sat down. It was late one night just before closing. Cherie and I were working and wanted to get out of here on account of the snow. We were kind of ticked that he came in. Cherie Parks, she was here that night too. All right. And you think it was Mitch Crawford that you saw? Steffi sipped her own concoction, a frozen ice cream drink that had about 1,000,000 calories and 0 nutritional value. Pretty sure, she said. I saw him on TV. Actually, Cherie saw him on one of those TVS at Seattle's airport and called me. She doesn't work here anymore, she said with a laugh. She's in Hawaii, lucky bitch. She got fired for coming in late too many times. The owners are really strict. Emily knew the type. She was pretty strict herself. Yes, so Cherie made the connection between the TV and the customer in your shop. How is it that you remember him? It's been a while. Steffi swirled her plastic straw in the cup. He was a total freak, one of those customers who thinks he's so hot and hits on you. Not only that, he had a cut on his head or somewhere. Yeah, I remember that. A cut, the revelation interested Emily. Yeah, he went into the bathroom while I made him his drink. He seemed a little put off that I even mentioned the blood. So he was bloody, Steffi pointed to a spot on her forehead. Around here. Said he hurt himself cutting a Christmas tree out in the woods. That besides the fact that he was a creepy lech is the reason I remembered him at all. Because he had been cutting down a Christmas tree. Because he said that's what he'd been doing. Emily tilted her head and lifted her shoulders slightly. I don't follow. He didn't have a tree in the back of his pickup. We thought it was odd. Like, why would he say he'd been out getting a Christmas tree and was on his way home when he didn't have a tree? Emily liked what she was hearing. The timing made sense. Steffi's details could be believed. The right details, the cut, the lack of a tree, the man's attitude seemed to be in sync with Mitch Crawford and the disappearance of his wife. The prosecutor will probably want to do a lineup tomorrow, Emily said. Would you be able to come in or should I send a deputy to pick you up? Steffi looked around nervously. Oh, I'll be there, I guess. Just tell me when. If the guy who came in here that night is there, I'll remember. I never forget a customer's face. Or a name if they tell me. Actually, we're rated on how many customer names we know. They want us to make everyone feel like we give a crap about them when really all we want to do is serve them a latte and get them out of here. Emily didn't doubt that, and she waited a beat while Steffi did her little laugh. She looked around. The whole place was set up to be cozy, but not too comfortable. Turnover was everything to a place like Cafe Patisserie. Can you describe the truck he was driving? Anything about it? Plate, decals, color? Steffi shook her head, her blonde hair bouncing against her shoulders. I'm not good at that. Maybe blue or black, newish, I think. I'm not sure. Emily got up to leave. She smiled at the young woman. She wasn't much, but she was all she had just then. "All right, thanks, Steffi. I'll call you in the morning. Want a biscotti on the house?" "No thanks, I'm good. Thanks for the mocha, though, it was divine." She walked out to the cruiser and dropped the half-full cup into the trash. It was without a doubt the worst thing she'd ever sipped. Sweeter than a box of sugar cubes. Lineups were rare in Cheristone. Most everyone knew everyone in town, so identifying a perpetrator was as easy as recalling what year he or she graduated high school. In the odd instances in which a lineup was called for, the prosecution and sheriff's staff emptied a conference room in the jail that had been outfitted with a two-way mirror. The table was pushed to one side, the chairs to the other. It was rinky-dink in every way, a far cry from the setup Emily Kenyon had been used to in Seattle. Emily and prosecutor Camille Hazelton, smartly dressed in a dark blue suit that looked much more CEO than Emily's sheriff's uniform, waited in the hallway with a nervous-and laughing Steffi Johansson as 5 men were ushered inside the room. "Is she going to be all right?" Camille asked Emily, just out of Steffi's earshot. Emily nodded. "She's a laugher. Sorry, we get them the way they come to us. The jury will hate her if we ever get that far. Tell me about it." Camille approached Steffi with a warm, welcoming smile. "I'm Camille Hazelton. I'm the Cheristone County prosecutor. I'm very grateful that you've come in this morning. I'm also grateful that you called the sheriff's department. Steffi, you'll see 5 men. I want you to look carefully at each one and let me know if any one of them is the man that came to your coffee place just after Thanksgiving." "Okay, can I ask them anything?" The question surprised Camille. Most potential witnesses just want to look and leave, kind of hit-and-run identification. No questions, but I'm curious," she said. "What would you ask them?" "Well, I'd guess I'd ask them what they'd order for a coffee drink. I never forget what a person orders." Camille looked over at Emily. "We can't id someone based on a coffee drink. The things that you told Sheriff Kenyon are crucial because of what you said you saw. The man's injury, for example." Steffi took a deep breath. "Got it, okay, I'm ready." She dropped another laugh, this time softer, and Emily and Camille detected the fear emanating from the pretty blonde. It was clear that she wanted to be helpful, but she was also scared. "Where is defense counsel?" Emily asked, not wanting to say Carrie's name. Camille looked at her watch. "Can't make it, something about a personal emergency at home. He's sending an associate." She looked down the hallway. "And right on time, here comes Donna Rayburn now." Emily knew Ms. Rayburn, of course. She was an attractive brunette with a law degree and implants that she made no bones about. "They're not D's," she'd been heard to say at a law office party, "but lowercase c's." She was nice enough, but she was one of those people who'd come to Cheristone with the idea that it was a stepping stone to a better job elsewhere and ended up staying. The newspaper had 3 reporters and an editor who'd done that. The hospital had 4 doctors. And of course, she knew that Jason Howard had once planned to leave. Donna walked purposefully toward the 3 women. She wore a charcoal suit, 4-inch heels, and carried a large Kate Spade bag that swung back and forth like a wrecking ball. As always, Donna was in a big hurry. "Let's get going on this," she said, still 10 yards away. "I have to catch a flight. I'm speaking at a conference in Chicago." "Well, Donna," Camille said, sarcasm apparent to all, "by all means we wouldn't want to hold you up." Clearly annoyed, Donna Rayburn made a face. "Look, I can't help it if I'm busy. Really, dragging me over here for a latte stand clerk's id is beyond the pale. I can't see how it is of any relevance whatsoever. Mitch Crawford is a very, very busy man, and I'm a busy woman." It took everything she had for Emily not to pull the Kate Spade from Donna's hand and bop her upside her head with it. A jailer popped his head from inside the doorway to the conference room. "Lineup's ready. Steffi, remember," Camille said, ushering her toward the glass. "It isn't a latte stand," Steffi said, turning to Donna. "We're a full-service restaurant and patisserie." Donna nodded, her effect smug. "So I hear." The lights went up inside and the minute blinds that covered the window mirror rose. 5 men stood in a row. 3 were jail inmates, 2 were Deweys, and the third was a burglary Roman too. One was an assistant jailer who often pulled duty for a lineup. He had the kind of bland face and average build and height that made him good filler for lineups. Mitch Crawford was also in the mix. He, like the others, was clad in jeans and a button-down shirt. Steffi inched forward and studied each one. "Take your time," Camille said. "This isn't about being fast, we're looking for truth here." "All right," Steffi said, this time without a laugh. "I'm going to have each one move forward and turn to the right and left," Camille said. One by one, each man followed the command. "Number 5 looks familiar," Steffi said. "Take your time," Camille said, her heart sinking a little. Donna impatiently shifted her weight and pulled her handbag close. "I think she's doing fine." Steffi looked at the defense lawyer, then back to the 5 men. She was so far from laughing by then that Emily wondered if Steffi Johansson was about to cry. Frustration on her face was unmistakable. Her lips were tight and her eyes seemed glossy with tears. "I'm sorry," she finally said. "Number 5 seems so familiar, but I can't be sure." Donna Rayburn turned to leave. "This identification is over. Thanks, ladies. I'm off to Chicago." No one said goodbye to Donna. She slipped away and headed toward the jail office. "I'm sorry," Steffi said, a tear rolling down her cheek. "You did your best, Steffi, that's all we can ask." As the 3 women started to leave, they saw Donna walking down the hallway. She wasn't alone. She was chatting with man number 5. It was Mitch Crawford. Chapter 12. The next day, Emily Kenyon's morning started as it always did. She pulled into the line at Java the Hutt and ran through a mental checklist of what she'd be doing that day. She wrote a quick "Love you, Jenna. See you soon" to her daughter, using the instant note feature that allowed her to scroll down and select a pre-written message without having to write each letter. It was cheating in a way. But at 7 a.m., what in the world was a mother with a murder investigation supposed to do? She ordered a quad latte instead of the usual triple and tipped the girl $1 instead of the remaining change. It was the holiday season, of course. Her list for the day: call Chris about condo listing, thank Mandy's supporters, talk with Mandy's parents, review Crawford financial documents, check cell phone records, check internet activity and email, review ATM and credit card transactions, pray for a miracle. Christmas music was playing softly in the background of the Landon Avenue Methodist Church meeting room, where 3 women worked in unison to find Mandy Crawford. With the color-coordinated finesse of the champion scrapbookers that they were, they'd set up a Mandy Central that rightly would be the envy of many larger organizations, even professional ones. When Emily stopped in on her way to the office and did a quick once-over, she half expected missing child advocate John Walsh to pop out of the men's room down the hall. They'd made 2 trips to the copy center for flyers and had made 24 outreach calls to community leaders who might be able to spread the word. Not a bad amount of work already done, considering that it was barely 8:30 in the morning. The 3 women all had jobs, but had taken the early part of the morning off so they could get a start on their efforts to bring Mandy Crawford back home. Emily was troubled by something she'd heard on the Spokane newscast she'd watched with Jason the day before. She entered with a smile, said hello, and then got right down to business. "Has Mitch Crawford been over here to help with the search?" Erica Benoit, who'd been friends with Mandy through a scrapbooking group, let out a laugh. "I saw that sob on TV last night, too. He's only been over here one time. I asked him to bring one of Mandy's photos, a recent one, so we could put it on the flyer and on the web. The way he put us off, you'd think we were going to swab his mouth for DNA or something." The other women laughed. "My daughter, Michelle, is making a MySpace page for Mandy," Alana Gutierrez said, looking up from her laptop. "Good idea. So did Mitch get you the photo?" Emily asked. Alana looked disgusted as she snapped her laptop shut. "Begrudgingly, I'd say. He made sure we cropped him out of the photo." Like we wanted to include him, Erica said, rolling her eyes. The guy's ego is so big, said Tammy Sells, another scrapbooker. Tammy was older than the other two, a heavy-set redhead with a penchant for gauzy tunics even in the dead of winter. I've never liked him. I'm glad to say, never bought a car from him either. Gives me the creeps. I'd rather pay twice the amount to some other car dealer than to line the pockets of that abrasive piece of scum. You seem to be holding back, Emily said with a smile. Tell us how you really feel about Mitch Crawford. Erica and Alana laughed a little, but Tammy didn't crack a smile. I guess you know how I feel. Good God, we're trying to help bring home his wife and he's too busy to come down here. So, Emily said, he hasn't been down here making calls, pouring coffee, preparing flyers. Are you kidding? It seems like he's the last one on the list when it comes to people in Cheristone who care about Mandy. I know what you're getting at, and I'd say that his lawyer is as big a liar as his client, Erica said. Emily didn't argue with that. In fact, Tammy's remark made her feel pretty good just then. Coffee, Sheriff? Alana asked. We'd love to find out what's going on with the case. Emily shook her head and did what she hated more than anything. She lied. I'm sorry that I can't tell you anything right now, but as soon as I can, you'll hear it from me before it's on the news, okay? It was a lie because there really wasn't much to report, and when there was, they'd be among the last to know. That fact pained her. Fair enough, Tammy said. Emily thanked them for what they were doing, told them how they exemplified the best of the community. The words might have seemed canned, like those given to the Chamber of Commerce or the Rotary. They surely weren't meant that way. I promise to keep you up to date. You do the same, she said, referring to the big whiteboard with the color-coded notations of calls that had come in with tips, who'd made the call, how the calls had been handled. None had panned out, but it was the continuing effort that really mattered. As Emily turned to leave, Alana stopped her by standing up. Sheriff Kenyon, she said, her voice brimming with emotion, you don't think that Mandy's dead, do you? The other two women looked at her with sympathy. It was clear that they had already made up their minds about what happened to Mandy, and who was to blame. We're doing our best to bring her home, Emily said, looking through the open doorway toward the church sanctuary down the hall. But you're in the right place here, I'm afraid. Right now, we need a bit of a miracle. It wasn't that she could feel the warm breath of another person, but Emily could feel the presence of someone right behind her. Emily turned on her heels in the parking lot of the sheriff's department. What are you doing here? She asked. Carrie McConnell stood in front of her next to her car. It obviously wasn't a court day for Cheristone's brashest and most self-absorbed lawyer. He wore indigo-dyed jeans, a tan jacket over an olive-colored button-down shirt. The cut of everything he wore was athletic-dyed enough to show the world what he had, but not so to reveal an extra pound if he'd eaten too much for lunch. The cold breeze mussed up his hair, and for once he didn't seem to care. She thought the clothes he was wearing were too thin for the winter weather, but she loathed him so much. She considered him nearly reptilian anyway. Carrie folded his arms. That's not a very nice greeting for an old friend. Emily reached for her car keys and pulled them from her purse. Is that what you're calling me these days? He stepped a little closer. Very funny. Seriously, Emily, this whole Crawford thing is pitting us against each other. I don't like the guy any more than you do. He's a client. I'd love to quote you on that, she said. Carrie smiled. It was a grin as dazzling as ever. It didn't melt Emily's heart like it once did, but it was, without a doubt, completely disarming. He said, I feel really bad about my behavior back when we were seeing each other and even more recently. You should feel bad, Carrie, you were a class A jerk. All right, guilty as charged. I'm here because Cheristone is too small of a town for us to be bitter about the past. I want you to forgive me, okay? Emily pushed the button for the Crown Vic's automatic locks and they popped up like soldiers at attention. She reached for the door handle. We're okay. No, really, I wanted to talk about Mitch. Do you have a minute? Emily waved her hand at him, pushing him back from her personal space. We can't talk about that. I mean, you don't want to talk to me about it, do you? Some things are bothering me. You know, I care about the truth. That's why I went to law school. Emily seriously doubted the revisionist rationale for the profession he chose. She figured that Carrie McConnell had gone to law school to make big bucks. "What is it?" she asked. Carrie looked around, his dark eyes finally landing back on hers. "I don't want to talk about it here. Trust me. I'm very concerned. Trust him." Emily felt a flutter of anxiousness. Camille would pitch a fit if Carrie had some kind of information that he'd offered up on a silver platter, and she turned a deaf ear to it. Even so, the conversation should be between the prosecutor and the defense lawyer, not the sheriff and the man with whom she'd had an affair. "You really ought to tell Camille." "I don't know her like I know you." The comment made Emily's skin crawl. She wondered if he was referring to the fact they'd had sex and not the bond of a long-term friendship. "What do you want to tell me? Follow my truck, okay? I didn't know you were driving a pickup. What happened to the Mercedes?" The question was meant to sting a little because all that Carrie used to talk about was how expensive his car was and how it was the most kick-ass car in Cheristone. Carrie ignored the intent of her remark. He was good at that, she thought. "I like hauling stuff around on the weekends," he said. "I'll pass on following you, Carrie. Thanks," she said. Carrie was a jerk, maybe as much as his client Mitch Crawford, but he was also an astute judge of people. She remembered how, when they were dating, he pegged a local mail carrier as Cheristone's panty thief, a man who broke into women's bedrooms to steal their underwear. Carrie's reasoning was a little disturbing at the time when she thought back on it. All he said was, "I know the type." But he had been right. If there was something that was troubling him about the Crawford case, which she assumed he was intimating, then she ought to hear it. "What's with you and Chris Collier?" he asked. The question was out of bounds, inappropriate, pushy, very Carrie. "None of your business," Emily said, turning her attention to her Crown Vic and getting inside. "Sounds like you still care," he called out. Emily didn't bother opening her driver's window, something she would have done to give a homeless person a $5 bill despite the icy weather. She merely mouthed the words she hoped he could read. "The only thing I care about is forgetting that you ever laid a hand on me." Chapter 13, Cascade University. South of Spokane, he'd been watching her all night. She never paid him a single glance. Her sole focus seemed to be on herself. She'd made several trips with her carbon copy sisters to the Kappa Chi upstairs bathroom, her purse slung over her shoulder like she was headed into battle. In a way, she was. The frat bathrooms were notoriously filthy. No TP. Just squat, do your business, and flush with a well-placed foot. If not too drunk, of course. When she and the pack returned to the party, they were giddier than ever, with lips lacquered and hair fluffed up to look messily styled. Bet she loves the bedhead look, he thought. Bet she's not as hot as she wants everyone to believe. Tiffany Jacobs brushed right by him as she made her way to the basement. She could feel the heat of 100 bodies rise in the dank passageway. She caught the peculiar blend of odorous vomit, beer, pot. Guys are so gross, she thought. The frat boys were playing boat races with some of the other drunken sorority girls down there. Upturned plastic drinking cups floated on a slimy beer surface on a sheet of plywood suspended between a pair of sawhorses procured for the game. Drink. Slide the cup. Push it to the edge. Drink. With each heat, a cheer erupted with the kind of enthusiasm that might have greeted the winner of the America's Cup. But this was the big blue plastic beer cup. The room was crowded and the walls were so hot, they practically wept condensation. Tiffany's rubber flip-flops stuck to the concrete floor from the coating of spilled beer that shined like shellac. "I'm going to get some air," she told her crew, all teetering woozily on a chilly night of beers. One of her Beta Zeta sisters, an unfortunate girl with brown hair and teeth that had never seen the benefits of orthodontia, started to follow. She was one of the 4 Lindsays who had pledged that year. Tiffany knew she was a mistake, but they needed another girl to make their quota. Lindsay S. wasn't really BZM-beta Zeta material, but she had a high grade point average. No, Lindsay S., I'll be back. I'm going to call my mom. You stay here. Lindsay S., drunk and bored, complied and returned to the boat races. Tiffany shimmied through the tightly woven human mass on her way to the door. Her mom had called earlier in evening twists. He was right behind her, just close enough to keep her in his sightline, but not enough to make her feel uncomfortable. The cool night air blasted her face and sent a welcome chill down her body. If Satan threw a party, he'd have it at Kappa Chi, Tiffany thought as she walked up the concrete steps from the basement to the yard. Bits of broken glass shimmered. She could hear the sound of a couple making out by a massive oak tree that sheltered much of the yard. She went the other direction, toward the pool, reached for her cell phone and dialed the speed number for her mother. "Hi, honey," her mom said. "I wondered if you'd call me back tonight." "I'm sorry, Mom," Tiffany said, sitting next to a leaf-filled pool. "I've been studying my butt off tonight." "That's why you're there, honey." "I know," Tiffany rolled her eyes. "I called earlier because I wanted to let you know I can come a day early for Mom's weekend." "How early, Mom?" Tiffany was annoyed and had no problem letting her mother know. "You know I have a lot of responsibilities." "I know you do, Tiff." "Just a minute," she said, cutting off her mother. She took her phone from her ear. "Do I know you?" Mrs. Jacobs tried to speak to her daughter again, but Tiffany was arguing with someone. She couldn't make out anything that was being said. The tone of it, however, seemed angry and confrontational. "Tiff, what's going on, Tiffany?" No answer. "Tiff." Then the phone went dead. Emily Kenyon's phone vibrated and she looked down at the small LCD screen. An electronic envelope rotated in the window. A new text message had arrived. She snapped open the phone. It was from Jenna. She knew it even before she opened it. No one else sent her a text message. "Tiffany Jacobs is missing. I'll call you in a few. Something's not right." Jenna was working at the Beta Zeta chapter at the university in Knoxville and wasn't expected home for a couple of weeks. She told her mother in a memorable text message that the chapter was one of the better ones in her region. No trouble, these girls. Only one drunk and one bulimic. Might be new low record. About an hour later, Emily answered the phone. It was Jenna. "Mom, can you believe it about Tiffany?" "Hi, honey," Emily said, flipping through a notepad on which she'd logged a few details. "I really don't know much. I checked the police logs for Cascade and they indicated Tiffany disappeared from a frat party 2 days ago. They don't even know that she's really missing." "She is. I know she is, Mom. I know Tiffany." Emily met Tiffany only once when visiting Jenna at Cascade. Both Tiffany and Jenna were involved in BZ recruitment the year before. Tiffany, as Emily recalled, was a smarter girl than her fluffy-headed name suggested. She was a stunning girl with piercing blue eyes and a pretty, slightly turned-up nose. She was studying to be a pharmacist, a job that she teased would let me know what's wrong with my friends and neighbors without even having to ask. "What makes you think she didn't run off somewhere?" Emily asked. "Two things, Mom. One, she'd never leave without a bunch of clothes. The girls at the BZ house there say she didn't pack anything." "Okay, maybe spur of the moment." "No, Mom, that's not it. The other thing is that the police found her phone outside of the Kappa Chi house. That pink razor was like her other brain. Tiff wouldn't be caught dead without her phone." Jenna's own words stopped her cold. The expression had slipped from her lips merely to prove a point, not to make a prediction. "Jenna." "Yeah, Mom," her voice now deflated. "I called down to the university police. I offered to help, of course. I told them pretty much what you've said. Tiffany was a good girl. This could be very, very serious." "Thanks, Mom." Garden Grove, California. The concerns about where he would kill his prize came at him like a drumming rain on a tin roof. Her mother was a cop. Her mother's boyfriend was a cop. Those two elements upped the ante considerably. It would be harder to capture her, slit her throat, and rip out her insides when Mom and the boyfriend lurked around Cheristone, Washington. He was anxious to get things going. It was, after all, a very busy time of year. He smiled. Hard to fit in Christmas shopping and another sorority bitch. "You look happy," his wife said, handing him a platter of tamales her mother had made. His smile stayed frozen, but it was tolerably real-looking. "You know how I feel about Mama's tamales. I think they're the best in the world," she smiled back. "Me too." He took the platter, wondering why the woman who knew him better than anyone knew nothing about him at all. He decided he'd take Lily Ann Denton next. She was but a day trip away. So convenient, a drive-through window kind of a killing. Jenna Kenyon would be the finale. And as much as he'd love her mother to find her blood-drained body on Christmas Day, he knew that killing her in Cheristone was too great a risk. Chapter 14. Cheristone. That Mitch Crawford seemed solely motivated by money raised the very dark possibility that the car dealer might have placed a value on having a dead wife. The specter of an insurance payout could not be ignored. "So you still think he did this for the money?" Jason asked Emily, as they went over the timeline of Mandy's disappearance for the umpteenth time. They had several sheets of computer printouts and note cards that outlined what they knew so far. It was old-school police work, but the new system was still in transition. New technology usually came to Cheristone when it wasn't quite so new. Jason had duplicates of the printouts as they faced each other across Emily's desk, but he left the highlighting up to his boss. Emily conceded that money did run Mitch's world, but she was unsure if they could really fix the motive in that direction. "First of all, he has assets far beyond what most people around here have. Let's see, 3 houses, a yacht, a fleet of classic cars, and more gold around his neck than a hip-hop star." "No kidding. I didn't notice the gold chains." She rolled her eyes. "Men don't pick up on it, I guess. Nothing turns off a woman more than ropes of gold nestled in a thick patch of chest hair." "I'll keep that in mind," Jason said, touching his shirt's top button and then laughing. "Sorry," she said, smiling back. "No offense meant." Back to Mitch. "If his balance sheet showed some irregularities, I'd be more concerned about the possibility of money being the motive here. So far, we know that the dealership is doing just fine and that he's not leveraged to the hilt on his other assets." "It makes me hate him even more," Jason said. "Tell me about it. I'd like to get a new car, but I really shouldn't. Anyway, I'd say money is too obvious a motive." "But what was the reason?" Jason didn't quite get it. He had a wife. He had kids. He couldn't imagine another man snuffing out all that was so dear to him personally. "If not money, what?" he asked. Emily selected the pink highlighter. It was dry, so she took the cap off the yellow one. "I'm getting the distinct feeling that Mitch Crawford has other agendas when it comes to his wife," Emily said. "An affair, maybe?" Emily ticked off bullet points on the printout. "Maybe he was tired of her," she asked. "Maybe he just didn't want to be bothered being a dad. Like Tony Ryan." Emily put down her pen. "Yes, exactly, like Ryan." It was, she thought, a pretty good example. Tony Ryan was a Seattle beer truck driver who made local and then national news after his wife went missing 2 years ago. Carly Ryan was pregnant with the couple's first baby. Friends said that Tony didn't want to be a father, that he preferred spending his time away from work playing Xbox and hanging with his buddies. He repeatedly made remarks that indicated that he felt having a son or daughter made him old, and moved him up to adulthood in an irrevocable way that he just didn't want. One of the key lines from the trial came from Carly's sister, Miranda. She told the court that Tony told me that having a baby made his needs irrelevant. He was pissed off that he might not get all of Carly's attention. He actually told me that if she thinks for 1 minute that I'm not gonna have sex when I want it because of some brat wanting her attention, she's dead wrong. Dead wrong, of course, was the phrase used by headline writers the next day. The jury found Ryan guilty of murdering Carly and their baby. That sad story would have been nothing more than a repugnant footnote in the annals of crime, if not for the theory of the case. The prosecution and the media ratcheted up the stakes by casting the killer as the bone-chilling representative of young men who assumed that the world revolved around them, as it had in sports, high school, and at the gym. Mitch Crawford didn't really fit that profile. Not very neatly, anyway. Sure, he was self-absorbed and filled his three-car garage, an off-site garage, with the spoils of a lavish lifestyle. He ran his office as more a king than a manager, demanding employees do things that had nothing to do with their jobs. Emily learned how workers were told to detail his personal cars once a week, pick up his dry cleaning, even shine his shoes. And while he seemed spoiled and entitled to all that he could see, he did actually have a work ethic. If his father had created the dealership from nothing, then Mitch Crawford wanted to make sure everyone in the region knew that he'd taken it much further. "My dad had a vision, but my eyesight's a lot sharper," he used to tell people when they came in for a test drive. As far as the Crawford case was concerned, Emily felt insurance didn't appear to be the motive. Cheristone used the American Insurance Control Bureau as its primary tool in determining when and if crimes could be linked to an insurance motive or fraud. Ake was little more than an end run around a subpoena. Carriers liked it because it helped connect the dots when a person involved in a potential crime procured multiple policies. In the old days, law enforcement agencies had to issue a subpoena for each insurance company, and the defendant was not obligated to say even which company he or she might have procured a policy. It was shooting in the dark. With Ake, an alert would be sent out to all members most of the insurance industry, and they'd be able to chime in with a yes or no. In Mandy's case, there were no other policies outside of the one she held from her job at the county. Her life was worth $75,000. Her baby held no value. A baby isn't worth anything because it isn't drawing an income and it doesn't have a dependent. "So what did Ake really turn up?" Jason asked. "Nothing. I highly doubt that a man like Mitch Crawford would break a sweat, let alone kill his wife, for 75 grand. Jason agreed. "Maybe 10 times that." Emily nodded. "I've never thought this was about money, but now I'm certain that it isn't. This man was all about convenience." Later that afternoon, the office phone rang. To Emily's utter surprise, it was Mitch Crawford. He was huffing and puffing mad, but she was glad for the call. "The more you talk, the more you'll hang yourself," she thought. "How can I help you, Mitch?" she said. "Help me? You have to be kidding. You could stop harassing me for one." Emily swiveled her chair and looked out the window. Cars passed by. "You'll need to be more specific. No one here is intending to harass you. My insurance guy just called me saying that you put out a goddamn alert on me. Like you think I killed Mandy for insurance money. What a laugh. I'm sorry you think this is so funny. You know what I mean. I know that you sent out a bulletin to everyone in the country asking if I had policies on Mandy's life. Why didn't you just ask me? You haven't exactly been cooperative, Mitch. I've done what you wanted me to do. Nothing more. I think you're wasting my time. You're wasting Mandy's time, too. You don't happen to know where she is." "You know I don't." She thought he'd hung up, but he was only gulping a breath of air to fuel his rage. "I'm so sick of you and your office. If you had asked me, I would have told you that she only had one stupid policy from that cheap-ass county. There would be no windfall in Mandy's death. I don't know. $75,000 is a lot of money. To you maybe, but not to me. I haven't done anything wrong and you've been treating me like trash. What's with you? I know you're single, man-hater. I've heard some things about you. From Carrie, no doubt." Emily hated losing her cool. It took some doing, but she held it. "This isn't about me, Mitch. This is about you and your missing wife. Let's remember that, all right." The phone went dead with the sound of a thunderclap. Imagine that, Mitch Crawford mad enough to slam down his phone. Nice. Chapter 15, Garden Grove. They were a beautiful young couple, by any measure. Michael Barton, almost 30, had an athletic build with penetrating brown eyes and dimples that never looked childlike or silly, only disarmingly handsome. He was more reserved than shy, though he could come into his own when the situation demanded it. The only problem with Michael was that he was only able to reflect the moods of others. He seldom seemed comfortable enough to make the first move when it came to displays of warmth or charm. Olivia Barton was a stunning Latina with smoky brown eyes that never needed shadow or mascara, and full lips that she enhanced when she had time with a pretty plum-colored gloss. When Michael and Olivia bought their house in Garden Grove, they knew the first bit of remodeling would be the basement that the previous owner had outfitted with a cheesy, knotty pine bar and air hockey table. Olivia saw the bulk of the dingy downstairs real estate as a potential playroom for the kids. Michael knew that he needed a home office. Yet they had a son, Danny, and shortly thereafter a daughter, Carla. So of course he and Olivia compromised. The bar was ripped out. The space that housed the air hockey table was replaced by a playhouse, and the other side of the room was set up with a desk, PC, fax, printer, and telephone. 2 slits of glass let in the sunlight of the outside world. Whenever Michael worked, he did so with the chirpy noise of the children and their friends. He didn't mind. In fact, their little voices, their happy little voices, seemed to make his day. Laughter like that was completely unknown after he and his sister had been abandoned by their mother. Certainly, he had been miserable in Portland. As his own kids played, little Lego-like pieces of his past would snap into place, and he'd remember a few of the things that led to his desertion by his mother. With the perspective that comes with time, Michael began to see that his mother, Adriana Barton, had probably done the best that she could. He didn't even call her mom in his mind when he thought of her anymore. It was always just Adriana. It was like she was some mythic, albeit vile creature. She was colored in his memory as the darkest shade of evil, a woman worse than Snow White's wicked stepmother or any of the Disney bitches. Die, Adriana, die. I hate you. When he was being abused by the adult who'd preyed on him when he was only a child, he wondered where Adriana had been. She should have been there. With him. With his sister. Had she left him and Sarah to endure this kind of an existence like her own? Had she left them so she could be free? Sometimes tears came when he thought about Portland and how Adriana had been beaten by Sarah's father so badly that everyone thought she'd die. He remembered the time she came to see him at school and the teacher told her she had to leave. "You're scaring the other children," the teacher had said. Adriana had black and blue eyes that day. She tried to cover them with makeup, but she was never really good at such subterfuge. Her flinty eyes were incapable of lying. In fact, the only time she was ever successful in making up a story was the one about the ride to Disneyland. "We are going to have the best time there," she said. "I haven't been there in a long time, but I've wanted to go on Space Mountain. The Haunted Mansion and the pirate ride, too," Michael said. "All of that, just us 3. Later, when he revisited the trip from Portland to LA, he remembered how they hadn't brought any luggage. He remembered how Adriana had only thought to bring a carton of cigarettes for herself, and nothing for him or for Sarah. She cracked the window an inch as they drove over the snow-coated Siskiyou Mountains. The icy air reached inside the car. "Mom, we're cold," he told her. She just stared straight ahead. "Mom!" She pulled the cigarette from her lips and jabbed it at him. He pulled back, whimpering. Adriana turned on a Dolly Parton tape, and the little girlish voice of the country singer kept them company the rest of the way there. He looked at the small, circular scar on the back of his wrist. Adriana had left him with more than memories. She had left him with her mark. It was faint, but it never tanned, so it never really went away. Down in his basement office so many years later, the PC world as it booted up. The screen rolled and a desktop messy with Word files, JPEGs of the kids, came into view. Michael pulled down the Favorites tab and hit the bookmark named Jenna's BZ blog. An icon of a little yellow face with a frown advertised her mood. Her latest entry had been made earlier in the day. Michael's anger swelled. His brown eyes were pools of incontrovertible anger. He knew that he'd screwed up badly, but somewhere along the way he thought that just maybe the news reports were wrong, that he'd truly done what he'd set out to do. Danny came from around the partition. "I need new batteries," the boy said, holding up a laser gun. Michael opened a drawer, paper clips, staples, even masking tape. "No batteries. Sorry, pal, better tell your mama I'm all out." The little boy shuffled up the stairs, and Michael returned his gaze to the computer screen. The mask that he fashioned for his son's benefit melted from his face. It was like a shade that he could pull up and put down. He knew there was falseness to half of what he did. It was mimicry. Sometimes he'd look over at parents with their children, knowing that the connections they felt were different than his. It hurt, and the hurt gave him hope. Just maybe I'm not the monster I think I am. Olivia Barton carried a laundry basket heaped with dirty clothes down to the basement, past Michael's office, and over a carpeted floor littered with red, green, and blue cardboard bricks that were the obvious remnant of a hastily built and destroyed fort. Danny and Carla, holding the basket against her hip, she opened the laundry room door and went inside the dark little room. A light bulb illuminated by a pull of a chain swung as she turned it on. With Michael at work, she went about her Tuesday routine, sorting the whites from the darks. Each item of the kids' clothing was like a memo of what their day had been: the food they ate, the grass stains, the pet hair. Whatever had been the activity was there waiting for a spray of pre-wash and the hope of a mother that the stain would get clean. It irritated her that Michael never seemed to get the hang of making sure his clothes were right side out before he unceremoniously dumped them into the laundry basket on the floor of their bedroom closet. The least he could do. Olivia's thoughts trailed off, and she noticed a dark, reddish smear against the white of one of Michael's usually pristine t-shirts. The t-shirt had been nestled inside a blue pullover shirt. She pulled the shirts apart and looked at the smear. He wore that Tuesday. What did we have for dinner? Spaghetti, tacos. She looked closer. The stain wasn't hot sauce. She remembered they'd had a shrimp salad that night, no red sauce. She ran her fingertips over the stain, about the size of a $50. It was smooth, penetrating the fabric like a dye stain of color. No lumps, no bumps. She wondered if it was blood. If it was, she didn't recall him saying that he'd injured himself. "Honey," she asked later that night as they prepared for bed, "did you get cut or something?" Michael seemed unconcerned. "Not lately. Why?" "Oh," she said, "I thought I found some blood or something on a dirty shirt of yours." "Nope, I'm fine." His reply was brisk, curt. It was almost as if he thought his short denial was all he needed to say to stop her brain from ruminating on whatever it was that spun over and over. "Leave me alone. Leave me be. You can't know everything about me. I won't let you." He went into the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Why is she pushing me? Why is she ruining what we have? Olivia stood outside the bathroom door. No water was running. No sound of him urinating into the bowl. Silence. What is wrong with my husband? They lay side by side, drifting off to an uneasy sleep. Olivia woke as the moonlight poured through the slats of the miniblinds and fell on Michael's bare upper torso. He'd gone to bed with a t-shirt on, but in the heat of the night he'd shucked it from his damp skin. The retrofitted central air conditioning of their bungalow was just that. Central. It was barely a puff by the time it reached the master bedroom in the back of the house. Olivia shifted her weight and lifted her head from the pillow. Gently, slowly. It hadn't been a dream that stirred her from her restless sleep, but the worry that sometimes crept up in the dark of night. You really don't know him. No one really knows him. Michael was on his back. Blades of light played over his muscled chest. She rubbed the sleep from her eyes and shifted a bit closer. The injury was the color of rust, jagged and positioned just below his collarbone. Michael's brown eyes snapped open and Olivia let out a gasp. "What are you looking at?" "You scared me. I just couldn't sleep," she said, recoiling into the sheets. Michael stared hard at her before turning his back and facing the window. "Oh, me too. Hot in here. All I can do is rest my eyes." Olivia pulled the blankets up around her neck. Suddenly, she felt a chill in the air. The two of them lay side by side, the digital clock rolling over to morning. Chapter 16. Cheristone, the silvery fringes of his thick, wavy hair askew from the winter wind. Chris Collier stood at Emily Kenyon's front door, a smile on his face and an overnight bag in hand. With barely a hello, Emily planted a deep kiss on his lips and led him inside. He smelled of the cologne she'd given him for his birthday. She was happy to see him for 1,000 reasons, not all of them business, of course. But business was on her mind. "You feel like a movie?" Emily asked, pouring a glass of garnet-colored Merlot from Stone Ridge, a local vintner that had once won a gold medal at a competition in Napa. It was the first winery in Cheristone to be so honored. After a bacterial blight killed the largest of 6 remaining cherry orchards in the 1980s, some farmers jumped on the grape bandwagon. Signs were encouraging. Cheristone might soon be better known for something other than cherries. A glass for her, a glass for him. Chris grinned. "I know what movie you're talking about," he said, "and I thought you were going to try to get me drunk." Emily retrieved a DVD from her purse and slipped the disc into the player. "I don't need to get you drunk for that." Their eyes met and she smiled back. "But I thought I might have to in order to get you to look at this Crawford interview with me." The blue screen of the flat-screen TV, which had been her sole splurge the previous year, turned black. Then the image of Mitch Crawford came into view. She picked up the remote control and pressed the button that froze the image. "You already know that I think he's your guy," Chris said, settling on the couch, facing the TV. The Christmas tree twinkled from across the room. "We all think so," she said. Emily pressed play. The video display showed a small conference room with acoustic-tiled walls and an oversized clock. A voice could be heard, but it was slightly out of range. It seemed she was giving instructions on where Mitch Crawford was to sit. "Nice interrogation room," Chris said. It was a gentle jab meant to make Emily smile. "It did, thanks. We try out here in Pottinkville." Mitch took a seat facing the table-mounted camera. "He looks like he's ready to go out to dinner or something," Chris said, noting the man's deep gray suit, red silk tie, and silk pocket square. "Who wears a pocket square anyway? Except to a wedding. Or maybe a funeral." From the couch, the pair sipped their wine from large balloon goblets and watched as Mitch Crawford alternately kept and lost his cool as Emily, off camera, asked him about Mandy's disappearance. "He's a peach all right," Chris said. "The last bit was interesting to me." He reached for the remote and backtracked on the DVD. It was Emily's voice asking the question. "I need to know more about Mandy. Did she ever leave like this before?" "No, she was very reliable." "Why did she leave, Mitch?" Again, Emily. Mitch's eyes darted to something off-screen. There appeared to be a slight wetness on his upper lip. "I have no idea," he hesitated. "This interview is over. I'll look for her myself. Thanks for nothing." Chris got up and poured himself some more wine and then returned to the couch. Mitch Crawford's face was frozen on the flat screen. "All right. He's everything you've said he was, including a world-class liar. He's holding it together pretty well, but you can see he's starting to sweat. That's probably the reason he ended the interview, not that you weren't pushing him hard, because you were." "I tried. I think I did push too hard," Emily said. "His holier-than-thou attitude brings out the worst in me." Chris shrugged. "No worries, Em. I find it interesting that he never mentions the baby." "Me too. It's as if the baby doesn't figure into his worries whatsoever." "I also noticed how he says Mandy is so reliable, yet says he has no idea where she'd go and that she'd never done that before." Emily agreed. "Reliable people don't run off. Not without a reason, they don't." She locked her eyes on Chris. "You don't think she left him, do you?" "Not at all, but I wouldn't have blamed her if she had. The more I get to know him, the more I wonder why she stayed with him at all. You know the answer, don't you?" He looked over at Jenna's portraits taken with Santa Claus from babyhood to high school. They were set in a row on the mantel among sprigs of holly Emily had plucked from the backyard before she'd given up on fighting the couple across the street for best decorated house on Orchard Avenue. Emily followed his eyes to the pictures. "Of course," she said. She wanted a baby. She'd waited for the sob probably to tell her when the right time would be for her to have one, not the right time for her. But he cut off Emily. Right, the time that suited him. Maybe there was no right time. Exactly. Most pregnant women who are murdered are victims of the men who fathered their babies. Chris finished his wine. He didn't want that baby, did he? Emily set her glass down too. He probably never wanted the competition a baby would bring. Emily Kenyon adored Chris Collier. She loved being with him, loving him. That part of their relationship had always been fulfilling, exciting, and something that fueled all of her fantasies when she was alone and longing for his touch. He was her dream. He was a broad-shouldered 6-footer, with lively eyes and wavy dark hair that had begun to silver at the temples. "I like it this way," he once told her. "Kind of reminds me of my dad. He was gray by 52. Chris had often told Emily that after he retired, he wanted to sell his downtown condo and buy a farm in the rural part of the state. "Maybe I could find a place out near you. Are you a stalker or just looking for cheap real estate?" He winked at her. "Oh, a stalker for sure." Emily knew that she'd once used Jenna as an excuse to forestall talk that she and Chris should be something more than lovers. There had been very good reasons for the delay of her own personal happiness. Jenna was 16 when she'd been traumatized by the bizarre events that led her into the web of a serial killer. That crime had brought Chris and Emily back together after having been partners on the Seattle police force earlier in their careers. She loved Chris, there was no doubt about that. Loving him, however, meant carrying that old burden. But Emily also knew that Jenna was right, that Chris was good for her, and she for him. Listening to a 22-year-old never seemed like a good idea, but Emily knew her daughter never failed when it came to wanting Emily to find the joy in her life that had eluded her since she and David divorced. Why don't I allow myself happiness? Love. Chapter 17. At 22. Cheristone Reserve Deputy Ricardo Gomez was a techno-geek who knew his way around computers like Emily Kenyon knew her way around motherhood and blood spatter evidence. In a very real way, his high-tech prowess was a curse. Whenever anyone had problems with their home PCS, it was Ricky who'd get the desperate call for troubleshooting. Sometimes he'd even be asked to come over to make a house call. Doctors didn't make house calls, but a guy who knew the difference between bite and bite me did. He often wondered if anyone had heard of a help desk phone number, but he never said no. He'd graduated from Cascade University with Emily's daughter, Jenna, and went looking for a job before going back to school for a master's degree in knowledge management and criminal justice. He'd been hired on a 1-year contract to work with the software company to move the Cheristone Sheriff's Office from paper to paperless. Ricky looked like anything but a nerd. He worked out 3 days a week, kept his longish black hair styled, and wore dark jeans and a sport coat every day. He was handsome, with brown eyes and teeth so white they almost glowed. Since Ricky was trained and had been deputized, he fit within the standard protocol for chain of evidence rules. That was good. Cheristone couldn't afford an outside lab to go over the Crawfords' laptop computer. After all, they'd barely had enough dough for a year-end holiday celebration. Emily had Ricky in mind when she needed someone to take a look at the computer that Mandy Crawford used before she vanished. "You won't find anything on it," Mitch Crawford had said as he watched Emily and Jason Howard carry it off on the Friday after his wife disappeared. "We're pretty good about wiping out most of the websites we visit. No cookies saved either. We're not going to be victimized by some crook trying to steal our information by spying on us. We use Compuclian every Sunday on an automated cycle." Emily felt like saying something along the lines of "how convenient," but she held her tongue. Nevertheless, he must have read her mind. Well, Ricky said when Emily handed off the laptop, it's not exactly the latest and greatest. Emily knew he was right. The laptop was at least 7 years old, which made it nearly a relic as such things go. It was the size of a small attaché case, not one of the slim little notebooks that students and executives have made the day's status quo. She told Ricky how Mitch used a program to lessen the risk of spyware. So he told me, she said, her tone sardonic at best. I can poke around. Give me an hour or so and I'll pick the low-hanging fruit. If I think there's more there and I can't get to it, I'll let you know. I'm not going to try to play superstar info finder here. Let's leave that to someone with real experience, okay? Fair enough, she said. She watched as he booted up the machine and started clicking through the icons on the desktop. I'll leave you to your work. Come and get me if you find something. Sheriff Kenyon. Ricky Gomez stood in the doorway of her office with the look of a man who'd won a drawing for a new car or maybe a trip to Hawaii, excited and satisfied. Emily looked up from her paperwork. What is it? I think you'll want to see, Ricky said, barely able to contain his excitement. You're not a good poker player, are you, Ricky? He laughed. No one thinks so. Emily set aside her papers and followed Ricky to his office at the end of the hall. It wasn't much of an office. Before he moved inside with a telephone and cables that ran from 4 computers, it had been an employee smoke break room. It still smelled of it, years after the ban on smoking in the workplace. His mom brought in a faux oriental rug to cozy up the gray and white speckled linoleum floor. It was a thoughtful attempt, but the big sink behind Ricky's desk let it be known that this office wasn't an office in its former life. Emily peered over Ricky's shoulder as he navigated the Crawfords' desktop. Check this out, he said, clacking at the keyboard and looking up at the sheriff at the same time. Here are her favorites, not really erased by the file cleaner, he said. Amanda's favorites on her internet navigation tab were an odd mix of household management websites and scrapbooking resource pages that she hit routinely as she downloaded stencils and design ideas. Emily could see that Amanda hadn't finished the template for the Christmas scrapbook that she'd ordered online. Looks like she hadn't done anything since Halloween, Emily said. That's right, Ricky said, pointing out that the cache, the location in computers where information is stored for faster downloading, was empty. I expected that, he said. That's one of the chief benefits of Compuclean's software company calls it their cache-out tool. He clicked over to the email folders, showing Emily that the inbox was empty. So was the sent box. He checked her trash can. All were a big 0. Ricky, Emily said, I thought you found something. Hang on, I need to give you the background. Learned that in class last year. You need to see the process. Emily liked Ricky all the more just then. He was doing things by the book, not trying to tease her with a build-up for crucial information that might never come. He clicked his cursor onto Mandy's personal folders. Most of them, he pointed out, dealt with her scrapbooking hobby. He went through each file, text, and images. Most of the images were pictures of another woman, a sister maybe, and her children. She had recently populated a template called Before You Were Born with images of herself, Mitch, and their house at 21 Larkspur. She was getting ready for something good to happen, Emily said. I guess, but here's what you've been waiting for. He found a text file that easily could have been missed. It was labeled, Next Phase. He clicked on it and his eyes met Emily's as she began to read, simultaneously reaching for her phone and dialing Camille's number. If anyone is reading this message, I am probably dead. My name is Amanda Crawford. My husband is Mitch Crawford. Whoever you are, you alone will know my fate. You and my husband. Mitch said he'd kill me if I left him. He said it so many times. I've wanted to leave for a long time. I've wanted to find my way out of this mess. Having a baby was not done to placate him, to make him love me or feel sorry for me when he beat me. But for a little while I thought that maybe he would change. He seemed to. When I found out that I was carrying a daughter, I told him that it was a boy. I did this to save myself and my baby. He only wanted a son. Anyway, if you've read this, then you know I didn't find a way out. Mitch will be very careful when he kills me, but he will make a mistake. Please don't forget about me. You are my end, my baby's only hope. Please tell my parents that I wish I could have told them what was happening, but after the first time he said if I told anyone what he'd done to me, he'd kill them too. He has a boat. If he finds me and kills me, I'm all but certain that he'll dump me in the water. Mitch doesn't like to get his hands dirty. Amanda Lynn Crawford, can we authenticate this? Camille Hazelton looked up from the single laser print that Emily had brought from her offices in the sheriff's department. The prosecutor had been in the middle of an employee recognition event that included a chocolate cake and certificates of achievement for going the extra mile, when Emily called with the news of Mandy's note. Emily caught her eye through the window of the conference room, where the Cheristone government support staff had gathered in their grim little celebration. When Camille's eyes met Emily's, she gladly bolted cake in hand for her private office. I love my people, but I hate those events, she said as she shut the door. I can tell by your face that this is good, isn't it? Better than good, Emily said, with a satisfied grin she didn't even try to hide. The letter was only 3 paragraphs, but it said everything Mandy Crawford had needed to say. It pointed an accusing finger squarely at her husband. Of course, we can't say for sure if she wrote it, Emily said, sliding into a seat next to the heavy oak desk that had been the county prosecutor's since 1910 when it made the front page of the paper under the headline, Prosecutor Guilty of Extravagance. A framed copy hung on the wall. Camille slipped her chic Vera Wang reading glasses down the bridge of her long nose. But we know that it was on Mandy's computer. We know that for certain. Yes. What else was on the computer? Is there more? No, Emily shook her head. Nothing relevant, a few scrapbooks in progress. Zilch, Camille said. That's right. Mitch says he and Mandy cleaned the PC on the Sunday before she disappeared. And he left this there. Seems a little sloppy, don't you think? Camille was right, of course. But Emily had known plenty of criminals who'd thought they were so smart that their arrogance, their unbending belief in their own invincibility, were the keys to their eventual downfall. It was as if always being told they are smart, handsome, pretty, funny, and brilliant left no room for introspection, to doubt themselves. A lack of tendency toward doubt meant a tendency for errors. They all make mistakes, she said. Can your tech guy say when the message was written? Emily had already considered that. She knew that time dating any computer file was an issue. That's a problem. Just like we can't say if Mandy wrote the letter for sure, you know, anyone could have who can't say when for sure. Microsoft Word automatically dates this kind of a doc, so a good defense lawyer can question all of that. This is good, Emily, but good isn't enough for an indictment. We need more. Don't I know that, she said. Emily left Camille's office and went past the conference room where the employee party had been. The room was empty, but the big chocolate cake, half gone, called to her. She looked around and ducked inside. She cut a piece and put it on a floppy paper plate. Ricky loves chocolate, she thought. Good work deserves a little something sweet. Even though a surge of adrenaline that came with the discovery of the note from Mandy lifted Emily, she still couldn't get past the grief she felt when she thought of Mandy and her baby. Certainly, an arrest, a trial, and hopefully a conviction would do nothing to bring her back. Justice in a murder case was not only about punishing the killer. It was for the family, the friends, and the community in which the victim lived. But unlike, say, a rape case or a violent assault, there was no payback coming from the victim. The victim in a homicide had been silenced permanently. Emily's job, she knew, was to speak for Mandy. She and Camille were the only ones who could. I hear you now, Mandy, she said to herself. I only wish that I'd heard you before it turned out to be too late. Chapter 18, San Diego, what a bitch. Lily Ann Denton cursed under her breath, but resisted the urge to press her palm against the horn. She let out a gasp of exaggerated anger. Some woman in a Dodge minivan stole a parking spot in front of the Circle K just as she was about to pull in. Did she have to do that? Lily Ann did another loop around the tiny, packed lot and found a space. She waited a moment for the Maroon 5 song that she'd fallen in love with to finish before she turned off the ignition on her sunny yellow cabriolet. She was a grad student on a mission. At 21, gone were the days when she relied on a pretty good fake id and eye-catching breasts that acted as a winning backup plan if the clerk was a male. A horny male. After a quick lip gloss and hair check, she got out of the cabriolet and hurried inside the store, eyeing the clerk good. A young gouilleuse, she made a beeline for the cold beer case in the back of the store. She rolled her pretty blue eyes at the woman who'd snatched her prime parking spot. She had 3 kids with her, all clamoring for candy bars and sodas. One or the other, Maddie, Diet Coke or Snickers, not both. Maddie, a chubby 10-year-old, started wailing and Mom gave in within a second. Lily Ann caught the little girl's eye and saw something in it. The little girl offered up what seemed to be a little too much of a grin, a look-what-I'm-getting countenance that said everything about who she was and where she was headed. Nice, a little manipulator. Probably beta-zeta material, she thought. Lily Ann leaned closer to the clerk, waving her driver's license like a dog dangling a bone. The young man barely glanced at the laminated card. "Party up at campus?" he asked. He was referring to the fashion design college just east of downtown San Diego. "Party everywhere I go," she said. "Hot." "That's right." She pulled a 20 from her purse and paid for the beer. She didn't have to show her breasts or her id, really, which made the day a pretty good one so far. "Have a good one," he called out. "Always do," she said. The mother with the 3 kids observed the exchange and figured that one day whatever attributes the young woman had, she'd lose them to marriage and gravity. But she wasn't the only one watching Lily Ann. As she ferried her beer to her car, she didn't notice the man standing across the street watching her. He followed her movements like she was some kind of performer, a figure to be studied. He took in her long blonde hair and watched how it bounced up and down as she stepped toward the cabriolet. She was lovely, maybe the prettiest of the bunch. He could feel his rage swell as she started to back out of her parking spot. "Off to a party. Have fun. It'll be your last. Girls like you don't care about anyone but yourselves." He got back into his own car to follow her. Her yellow car was like a beacon in traffic. Lily Ann couldn't lose anyone tailing her if she'd wanted to. Girls like her, he thought, always had cars that screamed, "Look at me." If she had known that she was being followed or that she was in danger, she might have pulled into the fire station she zipped past or the church. There were a half-dozen opportunities when she might have escaped her fate. A stop. A quick turn. A cop was writing a ticket on the side of the road and she tapped her brakes. She punched in a phone number on her cell phone. "Cara, God, I almost got a ticket. Was going 15 over on Lander and passed a cop. I swear we had eye contact. Close call. I'm lucky. Hey, I got the beer." "Awesome," Cara said. "I just finished my psych reading and I'm ready to party." "You're always ready to party. Look who's talking. See you in a few." Lily Ann looked in her rearview mirror. She didn't notice the man following her. In fact, she didn't even look at the traffic. Instead, she checked her makeup one more time. A couple of cute guys were coming to their little pre-funk get-together before the party at the frat house later that evening. The man behind her slowed, too. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, sending a curl of smoke out of the cracked-down window. He flicked on the radio and smiled when he heard a Maroon 5 song come on the radio. He'd known through her Facebook account that Lily Ann loved the pop band. He wondered if she was listening to them now. She was so predictable, so easy. He parked and waited and smoked, flicking out the ashes as they grew to quarter-inch points of gray. He liked to keep things neat. He even hated that he smoked in the car, but Jesus, smoking was the hardest habit to break. Maybe even harder than killing a girl. Lily Ann Denton was nothing to him. In fact, the more he read her online profile, the more he hated her. She posed for picture after picture, beer in hand, laughing and pointing at the camera like she was some goddamn superstar. Like she had no cares whatsoever. He drew on the cigarette, sucking the smoke deeply into his lungs and nodding as if he was having a conversation with someone. But the conversation was in his head. I hate her stupid little mouth. So tight and tiny. Yes, she thinks she's so pretty, so special, she's nothing. Says she wants to be a doctor or a lawyer on her web bio. She'd be lucky to need either when I get finished with her. Yeah, she'll need an autopsy if anything. If they can find her. Right. That's right, they didn't find the other, did they? They don't have a clue. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He could feel his own lips moving as he had the conversation with himself, but he knew he wasn't really uttering any of the words. He wasn't crazy like that. They were only playing in his head, over and over. The conversation sustained him, fueled him, as he waited for Lily Ann to drink a few beers and move on to the party. To move on to her final destiny. The one he'd scripted all on his own. Talking to himself, even silently, took the ennui out of the business of murder. Yeah, the truth is that killing is hours of boredom with 10 seconds of ecstasy. A couple of girls, both long and lean, with dark hair that curled past their necklines, walked past. One carried a coat, the other wore one. They were in a hurry. He watched as they headed up the steps to the house where Lily Ann was holding court. He checked his watch. They were punctual. The time for the pre-party drinking was 1/2 the hour. They'd drink for an hour, and he'd kill Lily Ann Denton, put her in the trunk and go to Arby's. God, he was hungry. Chapter 19. Cheristone. The greasy smell of French fries and buffalo chicken wings hung in the overheated air. It was 1:15, just after the lunch rush, when Jason Howard stomped snow off his feet in a puddle inside the door and hurried into Cheristone High School's cafeteria auditorium. The lights were dim, but he could see Emily sitting in a metal folding chair on the stage at the far end of the cavernous room. Seated next to her were the principal, Sal Randazzo, and a teacher he didn't recognize. And also a girl he expected was the student the office staff had said they were gathered to honor. Dr. Randazzo stood up and took the microphone. "Nothing is more important than the safety of our students," he said, as a slideshow of young faces played out on a giant pull-down screen behind him. "We've gathered here today to honor Naomi Fry for her heroic actions that saved the lives of 2 of our students." Very quietly, Jason went up the steps to the stage and cupped his hands around his mouth. "Sheriff Kenyon," he whispered. Emily didn't appear to hear him. Dr. Randazzo put his hand on Naomi's shoulder. This young woman stopped at the scene of a terrible car accident and administered CPR. Jason leaned in just a little farther, trying his best to avoid being seen by the student body audience who'd gathered, however begrudgingly, to honor one of their own. He called once more. This time he caught Emily's attention. "Emergency," he mouthed at her. As gracefully as she could, Emily said something to Randazzo and took Naomi's hand to congratulate her. She walked calmly across the stage, trying not to disrupt the occasion for which she'd been asked to speak. "What is it?" She was clearly concerned. It made no sense for Jason to show up in the middle of a school event. For goodness sake, he could have waited an hour and she'd have been back in the office. She wondered if it was Jenna. "Has there been an accident?" Her heartbeat quickened. It was far from routine having Jason interrupt a public event. "No, it's pretty bad. We might have found Mandy." Emily knew by his dire tone that he didn't mean Mandy Crawford had been found alive. Her body, yeah, dumped off the highway by the old Highline. An icy wind that felt like raptor claws on the back of a neck blew down the ravine behind the Highline Tavern, 10 miles out of town on the Cheristone-Spokane Highway. The tavern was nothing more than a biker bar, a place with 6 pool tables and a bathroom that had seen a flood of vomit and misnamed streams of urine. The dive had been closed for 2 years, having failed to hang on to the Goldwingers and Harley wannabes that came from Spokane on the weekends in their Citizens jeans and Ralph Lauren leather jackets. 2 cars from the Washington State Patrol were parked out front. Shane Packer and Ron Oliver, both well known to Emily, had kept the area clear from the inevitable stream of looky-loos hovering nearby. Such gatherings were always part of any major crime scene in small-town America, where police scanners still sell, and where middle-aged men still live out the dream they'd be smarter than Columbo or Jessica Fletcher. "Sheriff," said Shane, a tall black man with strikingly handsome features and cannonball biceps that made most women feel a little flap of flirtatious energy whenever he was around. "Officer," Emily said. Her expression was grim. There were no real smiles for old friends at a time like this. "What do you have?" He motioned over in the direction of the patrol car, lights flashing. "Ron's got the witness in his vehicle taking a statement now." She looked over and saw Ron Oliver, a sandy-haired cop who'd become nothing more than Shane's sidekick. He was busy making notes on his stay-tissue pad while a young man, not more than 18, talked animatedly about what he'd found. Emily turned back toward Shane. "What have we got?" He motioned for Emily and Jason to follow. It was looking for bottles for recycling and found her. "Follow me." They walked from the parking lot through some garbage left by the previous owner. Emily couldn't help but notice that a baby crib had been trashed and left in the blackberry brambles. It seemed odd to her that there'd ever be a need for a baby crib in a biker bar. What's this world coming to? The three of them stood on the edge of the ravine. "Down there." He pointed to the figure of a young woman, her body wrapped in what appeared to be a sheet. But on closer examination, it seemed more likely that it was a painter's drop cloth. Her hand protruded from the covering, almost as if to call out to the world, "Come here, find me." "Texts are coming from Spokane," Shane said. "Called you Emily because of your missing woman." Shane's words were meant to affirm what all of them knew. Cheristone had no standing there. The body was found in Spokane County. Outside of Mandy Crawford, Cheristone had no reports of anyone else missing, man or woman. With Jason just behind her, Emily looked down the ravine. She estimated it was about a 70-foot drop, maybe 80. The incline was layered with dollops of snow and a tangle of thistles and blackberries. A deer trail to the bottom cut a zigzag path from where they stood. Emily steadied herself as she made her way down toward the body, with the sick feeling that came with the sad realization that someone's daughter had been murdered and dumped like garbage. The cold weather had been in their favor. There was no stench, no flies buzzing around the corpse. She knelt next to the body. It took only a second, and the abruptness of her own words surprised even herself. "This isn't Mandy Crawford," she said. "How can you tell? You can't even see her face," Jason said from 2 steps behind her. Emily looked up at her deputy and then locked her eyes on the arm sticking from its frozen wrapping. "Mandy doesn't have a tattoo around her wrist." Jason's mouth was a straight line as he looked at what was so sadly but concretely evident. A chain of blue violets spun around the dead girl's wrist. They were faded, having lost the crispness of a new inking. "Yeah," he said, "this isn't Mandy." Emily and Jason knew that Amanda did in fact have a tattoo, but it was a pink rose on her lower back. The pair climbed back up to the edge of the ravine. Shane Packer was smoking a cigarette and stubbed it out into the half-frozen ground. "Still trying to quit," he said. Emily nodded. "She's not ours. Someone's heart will be broken tonight, but she's not Cheristone's missing mother-to-be, that's for sure." The three of them talked a bit more. Jason said he was so glad that he'd never started smoking, though it seemed to go with a law enforcement job. "No groups smoke more than cops and doctors," he said. "You got that right," Emily said, without offering up that she and her ex, a doctor, had been heavy smokers back in the day. Both had stopped smoking before they had Jenna. On the drive back to Cheristone, snow skittered over the now dry and bare highway. Emily was heartbroken with the realization that a dead girl's mother would be getting the worst possible phone call once identification had been made. How that would hurt. Emily would probably never know the end of that story. She couldn't follow every case. She had her own, of course. "You know Mandy's dead, right?" Jason asked. Emily let out a sigh. "We think she's dead." The absence of her body makes this difficult, of course. Not impossible. I mean, why can't Hazelton just indict that sob of a husband of hers? Emily shook her head. Because she's up for re-election next year and she wants to win. She doesn't want an opponent wagging a finger at her come election time, saying that we rushed to judgment and arrested the wrong guy. A lot of other prosecutors would indict him now just to make him squirm a little, see what he does once he makes bail because he would. I'm sure. Camille isn't going to let us down. Once we find Mandy or have some physical evidence of foul play, she'll indict. Jason looked squarely at Emily. She faced the darkening roadway, one hand on the steering wheel and the other fishing for a lemon drop from the tin she kept in the cruiser. You thought that was her at first, didn't you? She let her eyes light on him for a second. I did. I hoped it was and I hoped it wasn't. I don't think she's alive, but I guess I'm praying something like this will come to an end. Yeah, some news is always better than no news. Emily didn't agree. She hated not knowing where Mandy Crawford was, of course, but she loathed more than anything the duty that fell on her shoulders when the worst outcome in a missing persons case came into play. Try telling yourself that when you have to make a death notification to a dead girl's mother and father. Jason knew just what she was talking about. Where in the world are you? He asked, looking out at the dormant vineyards and their spiderweb rows of grapevines as they whizzed by in the speeding cruiser, the rows fading in the early evening. Where did he put you, Mandy? Chapter 20. Gloria brought in 3 tins of assorted Christmas cooks, some she made and others she conceded were filler, as her countdown to the holiday kicked into high gear. She kept the Spokane radio station that played holiday favorites on low. Less than a week of shopping, she said, with a good-natured smile. Still time to get me something I can't live without. Someone here to see you, Sheriff, she said, as Emily breezed in with latte in hand. Emily looked down the hall and mouthed, "Who?" Gloria lip-synced back, "Wouldn't say." The woman waiting outside of Emily's office was a wisp, a good wind and she'd blow away. She couldn't have been more than 5 feet tall, barely 100 pounds after a full meal. She had strawberry blonde hair that she wore cropped at the shoulder. Bangs framed her blue eyes. It looked as if she'd been crying. Her mouth was taut, frozen in a kind of grimace that appeared to indicate that her reason for being there was a painful one. "I'm Sheriff Kenyon," Emily said. "Gloria says you're here to see me." She waited for the woman to say something before adding, but she didn't say why. The woman stood up. She wore bootcut jeans with heels, a stylish sweater and blouse. The sweater was jade-colored and expensive. In her arms she held a gray coat that probably weighed more than she did. "Sheriff, I'm not a gossip," she said. "Good. We don't have much use for gossip around here. Gossip works better for the newspaper anyway." It was a light-hearted comment that was meant to relax, but it fell flat. Emily noticed for the first time that the small woman in front of her was shaking. Her hand holding her car key trembled noticeably. "Are you all right?" She waved her inside. "Come in, sit down." The woman took a seat across from Emily's desk. "I'm fine and thank you. Who are you?" "Tricia Wilson." She paused and looked nervously around the room. She was afraid of something or someone. "I used to be Patty Crawford." Emily's eyes widened a little. While the last name rang alarm bells, the first meant absolutely nothing. "I'm sorry. Are you a relative of Mandy's?" Her visitor shook her head and set down her black leather satchel. Emily noticed a large envelope protruding from the silver jaws of its clasp. "Not exactly. More like a kindred spirit, I'd say. I know what it's like to be married to Mitch Crawford. And I know now that I'm a lot luckier girl than Mandy is. I got away from that bastard alive." Emily tried to keep her face from betraying her feelings. She could have kicked herself right then. How stupid they'd been not to know that Mitch had been married before. "We didn't know how to reach you," she said. She felt foolish for lying, but she hated not knowing something that she should have known. Tricia stayed expressionless. "I'm sure. If you even knew I'd existed, you'd have had a hard time finding me. I've changed my name, my hair, my address. I never wanted to be found by anyone from my old life as Mitch's wife. It was a complete and utter nightmare. Again, Emily waited. Waiting always brought better results than peppering a person for the details. Tricia Wilson had come to Cheristone with a reason. She was the ex-wife. Emily knew she might be there to settle the score, to get some payback for a bad marriage. Maybe she'd been dumped by Mitch. Emily didn't know. She wanted Tricia to do the talking. They'd fill in the gaps later. I married Mitch when I was 18. He was 10 years older. He was handsome, fun. We had a lot of money. We had his parents' place on the Oregon coast any weekend we wanted. He was the dream. Hell, we were living the dream. She looked wistful as she remembered the good times. Without taking her eyes off Tricia, Emily unbuttoned her coat and slid out of the arms. What happened? It sounds like things were good. Things are always good in the beginning. Emily nodded, thinking of David and the early days of their marriage. Things had been good once between them. I feel stupid for even being here, she said, making a movement that suggested she might get up and leave. Emily put her hand on her desk, a gesture indicating to stay. But what happened? You're here because you want to tell me something. Did you know Mandy? No, but I know Mitch. I'm sure you do. Tell me, have you talked to him about Mandy? Not at all. I haven't spoken to him since the day we divorced. Tricia stopped herself again. Go on. Sheriff Kenyon, I was afraid he'd kill me. I really was. Emily felt a rush of sympathy. She's worked terrible abuse cases in Seattle. She'd seen women who shuddered with fear even when the man in question was safely behind bars. Did he hurt you? She asked. Tricia started to cry and reach for her purse. Emily looked around for a tissue and she'd assumed that Tricia was doing the same. Instead, she produced a large gray envelope and scooted it on top of Emily's desk. Open it. I want you to see. I've never let anyone see this before. Emily undid the little brass clasp and reached inside. She found 3 Polaroid photographs. The first showed a very young Patty Crawford facing the camera. She had a black eye that a prizefighter might have bragged about. Her cheeks were streaked with tears, her hair pulled back over one shoulder. She looked fearful that at any second there could be another attack. Oh my, she said, looking up. Mitch did this to you? Tricia dabbed at her eyes with a tissue she'd retrieved from the bottom of her purse. Yes, she said. The next image was similar to the first, but not nearly as brutal. Emily hated that she'd even made a judgment about the severity of the injury. No injury was acceptable. It was clear that this was a different incident than the first photograph. Tricia's hair was longer and styled differently. Her gaze was less fearful, almost resigned. Emily glanced up for a second, then picked up the next photograph. She found herself suppressing a gasp. The final image was the most brutal. Tricia was naked from the waist up. It looked as if there was a large gash on her forehead. She had 2 softball-sized bruises across her rib cage. The framing of the photo was askew as it had been in the other 2, indicating more than likely that Tricia had taken the photos of herself. Dear God, Emily said, what did the police say? Tricia avoided Emily's eyes. She kept her sightline fixed on the floor or the tissue in her hand. I didn't tell, I couldn't. But the photos. You must have taken them to prove what had happened. This is very difficult. I know now that none of this makes sense, but at the time I only took them so that in case he killed me, someone would know it wasn't my fault, that he'd done this to me. She was sobbing now, and Emily got up and shut the door. She took the seat next to Tricia and put her hand on her shoulder. I'm so sorry. You didn't deserve this, Tricia. That's not why I'm crying. I'm so damned embarrassed and ashamed that I didn't do anything. But I was so afraid of him. He told me over and over that if I told anyone what he'd done, that he'd kill me and go have a big fat breakfast to celebrate. He told me that people would stop asking about me 15 minutes after I'd been gone. Tell me about the photos. If I'd have been smart, there would have been more of them. He used me like a punching bag, and I'm not kidding, from the wedding night on. He said when I danced with a friend from high school that I looked like a whore. I should have known he was a control freak. Everyone else did. Emily knew that something within Trisha's past had led her to choose a man like Mitch Crawford. Maybe her father had knocked around her mother. Maybe she'd been abused by a family member. It no longer took a psychologist to ferret out the reasons why some women made the poorest choices in a mate. Sometimes a deadly choice. Emily tapped a finger on the worst of the images. I've seen photos like this, and I've talked to the women who have lived through the worst kind of abuse, and I know that you're like so many of them. You're a survivor. You did the right thing by coming here today. Trisha twisted her Kleenex and balled up the sodden tissue. I got away from the bastard. All I can wonder is, if I had said something, maybe Mandy wouldn't, Wouldn't what? Be gone, be dead. What makes you think Mandy Crawford is dead? Okay. I don't know that she's dead, but I'll never forget what Mitch told me after our divorce. She stopped and eyed Emily. Her look was pleading and sad. What did he say to you? He said, I never make the same mistake twice. And you take that to mean. At first, I thought it meant that he'd never get married. Now, I think he meant that if he ever found himself with a wife that didn't bow to his every whim, he'd kill her. The man was not complicated in the way that a pit bull isn't complicated. They might look cute when they are puppies, but they grow up to rip the face off a 10-year-old. He's like that. Everyone thought he was a charismatic do-gooder. He ran his dad's lot in Portland like he was running for office. But he wasn't like that at home, Emily said, more of a statement than a question. Oh, to be fair, and that's how sick I think I still am, giving him the benefit of the doubt at all, but in the beginning we were happy. I thought that when he questioned what I was wearing, how friendly I was, or whatever, that he was just jealous. That he cared about me. Does anyone know about the photos? You mean, does Mitch? That's right, that's what I mean. Of course he does. He gave me $50,000 to get out of his life and give him the photos and the negatives. But you have copies. That's right, I was an abused wife. I wasn't completely stupid. Of course not, Emily said. You know that this will come out now. Yes, but I'm glad about it. Even if it means that he'll sue me for the hush money. That's what I think of hush money. I really don't care. I don't want to leave feeling like I sold myself for $50,000. You see, Sheriff, her emotions once more causing her words to fracture, I have a daughter now. I don't want what happened to me to my mother to happen to Abby. I'm over it, but I don't know what residual damage might linger. Emily knew that the cycle was learned and often generational. Predators like Mitch Crawford went after women who fit a certain type. She had never thought of Mandy Crawford on the rare occasions when she saw her as a passive woman. She seemed so outgoing, so confident. It had been a mask. It occurred to Emily just then that both the Crawfords wore masks of a sort. He pretended to be the consummate charmer, she was the adoring wife. But neither was true. Trisha, you know what you'll have to do. If Mitch killed his wife, we might need you to testify. Emily's words seemed to embolden Trisha. She leaned forward across the desk. She tapped a painted nail on the stack of photographs. I've been waiting for this for years. I'd like to pay back the sob for all he's done to me. I only hope, she said, her demeanor softening, that I'm not too late at that Mandy is still alive. Emily studied Trisha, now fully composed. Is there anything else? She asked. Yeah. He was screwing the help at his office here in Cheristone. I heard he got the girl pregnant. He's such a pig. Who told you that? Trisha looked down at the photos, letting her eyes linger on the gruesome images. A friend, she said. I still have a few, After Trisha left, Emily fanned out the photos on Jason's desk. She told him about her story of being battered by Mitch and how she'd heard that he was up to his old tricks, sleeping around with the help. Holy crap, he said. Mitch Crawford did that. He's going down. I like it when you're direct, Jason. But let's see. I'm going to check on her story about Darla. Let's see if she had Mitch's baby. A phone call to the dealership confirmed it was Darla Montague's day off, and Emily drove over to the Cortina apartments on Sycamore. She found Darla's apartment right away. The car with the omnipresent car seat and a decal of breaching orcas were obvious beacons. Darla had a Save the Whales poster, coffee mug, and pencil holder at her desk. Darla looked crestfallen when she opened the door and saw the sheriff. No reassuring words or warm smile could placate her. "Please don't tell my baby's daddy," Darla said as Emily confronted her with what Patty Crawford, a.k.a. Trisha Wilson, had indicated earlier that day in her office. The 22-year-old with the baby in her arms started to cry. "I don't want my parents to know either." Emily felt for the young woman. She saw her as the type who probably meant well, but through her own gullibility was constantly a victim of circumstance. She was working as a receptionist at the car dealership, she had a baby, and she was worried about what her parents would think of the fact that she'd slept with the boss. "Is the baby Mitch's?" Emily asked as she took a seat on a sofa half covered in folded diapers and baby blankets. Darla, in a rocker, held her son tighter. "Oh, no. I didn't do anything with Mitch until after the baby was born. I swear it." "I see," Emily said, more of an acknowledgement than an acceptance of Darla's story. "Tell me what happened." "You mean about how we did it?" "No, no, Darla, not how you did it if you're referring to the sex act itself. What I'd like to know is what was the extent of the relationship. How involved were you, really?" Darla became quiet. She turned around with her back toward Emily, her baby boy facing the sheriff. She looked out the window. "This is really embarrassing," she said. "We only did it 1 or 2 times." "Was it 1 or 2? Okay, 2 times. All right, now when did this happen?" "This summer. After my son was born, I'd come back to work from my extended leave. And you know, I was feeling bad about myself. I felt fat. My boyfriend called me a cow. Can you believe that? I just had his son and he called me a cow." Emily felt strongly about a 2-parent family, but this baby daddy of Darla's was a piece of garbage. She shifted the subject back to the concern at hand. "I'm sorry, but what happened with Mitch?" "Well, Mr. Crawford, Mitch, said that my boyfriend was a jerk to call me names. He said that he thought I was pretty. He said that I had potential, real potential. And then, you know, one thing led to another." Emily felt sorry for Darla. Potential. Honestly, what didn't work when it came to getting a lonely girl into bed? "No," she said. "I don't know, tell me." "Okay, it was after closing and he told me to come into his office. My son was at my mom's so I didn't have to rush out. It was a Friday night. I was going to go out to party. Anyway, he told me he was lonely. He said Mandy was cold to him. Then he kissed me and we had sex." "In his office?" Darla turned around, tears streaming down her face. "Yeah, and I'm not proud about it." "Did he say he was in love with you?" "No, he didn't. But he wanted to see you again, didn't he?" "I guess I'm not explaining myself very well. He said that I was pretty and we had sex 2 times. I don't think he ever said he wanted a relationship with me. He just told me that his wife was cold to him and I was fun." "Did you know Mandy?" By then, Darla's tears were uncontrollable and her baby started to cry too. "I'd seen her come into the dealership a few times. She was nice enough. I mean, she pretty much acted like she was put out having to come into the dealership. She never stayed long, and she didn't seem to appreciate how hard her husband worked." It passed through Emily's mind that Darla Montague was probably the most naive person she'd ever met. Youth alone wasn't the reason she'd gotten involved with a charismatic man. She had also felt sorry for him. Maybe she thought Darla had hoped that he'd fall in love with her, yet he only wanted her for one thing. "I have to leave now. My mom invited us to dinner." She balanced the baby against her shoulder and looked for her purse and car keys. "All right," Emily said, starting toward the door. "We can talk more later." Darla dug her keys out of the space between cushions on the sofa. She looked nervously at Emily. "Okay, please don't tell my mom. Please don't tell anyone." "I won't say anything to your mother. But I do have to tell the prosecutor. If we get to the point where there is a need for you to testify, you best tell your mom, okay?" Darla wanted to buy some time. "But that will be a long way off, right?" "I hope not. But yes, you have some time." Right then, Emily wanted to give Jenna's former classmate some motherly advice. But she resisted telling her that she'd be all right, that this would pass, that they'd all laugh about it someday. because she knew she wouldn't. Darla Montague had been stupid beyond stupid. It was best for her to live with that and let it sink in. Emily left Darla's apartment and its baby smells with more questions than answers. Chief among them was whether Darla's relationship with Mitch had anything whatsoever to do with the fact that Mandy was missing. She seemed to be a truthful young woman, one more worried about what her mother might think about her affair with her boss than being involved in a potential criminal matter. One question that gnawed at her was the source of the tip that led her to Darla. Who inside the dealership had it in for Mitchell Crawford? Judging by his reputation, she imagined that the line of people with a score to settle might a long one, a very long one. Emily looked out the window. The streets of Cheristone glittered with ice. "Jenna, where are you?" she said aloud. She looked at her watch. It was 1:30. Jenna's plane had landed long ago and she was due on the Inland Empire Airport shuttle an hour ago. Emily chatted on the phone with Chris a while, was doing things around the condo that he hoped to sell in a slowing Seattle real estate market. "I'm worried. Something could have happened to her." "I'm sure she's fine," he said. "Geesh, Em, you act like you're going to put out an app on your daughter because she's a half-hour late." "Don't think I wouldn't. And she's 45 minutes late." Chris laughed and asked Emily if she needed him to bring anything from Seattle when he came for Christmas. "Chestnuts," she said. "Really?" "Yes, fresh ones." He promised he would, though he didn't have any clue as to where he'd find them. "Pike Place Market," she said, just as she was about to tell him which stall to zero in on at the venerable farmer's market in downtown Seattle. A pair of headlights pierced the darkness in front of her house. The van had arrived. "She's here," Emily said. "Okay, tell her I'm looking forward to chilling with her tomorrow." "Chilling, hanging, whatever, love you, Em." "I love you too." She snapped her phone shut and spun around in time to swing open the door for Jenna. "Merry Christmas, Mom," forgetting the nightmare of the Mandy Crawford investigation as she drank in her daughter with a hug that meant to convey all of her love and shake off the cold night air. Emily knew it would be a great Christmas. Jenna was home. Chapter 21. The White Victorian was full of memories, which was one of the reasons Emily could never let go of it. Her brother hadn't felt that way, so there was no problem in buying him out after their parents died. She wondered why it was that he hadn't felt the connection to the old place. Maybe it was a girl thing. The house was as decorated as Emily could manage, given the time she'd spent chasing down phantom leads on the Mandy Crawford case. Chris came over from Seattle on Christmas Eve, and the two of them cut some pine boughs from the backyard and put them on the mantel. The woodsy fragrance filled the living room. Chris put his feet up on the ottoman and leaned back as if he'd been out working as a lumberjack in the woods of the Northwest. "A lot of work," he said, "but I guess it's worth it." Jenna poked her head into the room. She brought with her an armload of presents. "Work," she said, "is all this wrapping I've been doing. Wrapping packages so someone can shred it in 2 seconds. Some traditions are stupid. Give me a gift card any day." Emily made a face. "You'd be the first to complain if all you got were gift cards and you know it." Jenna eased her packages under the tree while her mother stood back and regarded her handiwork. She'd done a nice job with the tree, putting up the ornaments that Jenna had made as a child alongside those she'd made for her own mother and father. Her favorite was a raggedy angel with a styrofoam ball for a head, silver pipe cleaners for a halo, and wings made of cut pieces of a paper plate. It was tacky, all right, but sometimes tacky can be quite charming. "Oh, Mom," Jenna said, spotting the paper plate angel, "can't we put that in the back where it won't show?" "Not on your life." It's embarrassing." "Only to you. When you have kids of your own someday, not anytime soon, I hope you'll do the same thing." "I doubt it." "Believe me, when it's your own child, you'll love almost everything they do." Chris looked a little wistful. His own children were grown, then gone, evaporated into their own lives by a bitter divorce. Emily caught the look and changed the subject. "Let's see about dinner," she said. Christmas Eve always meant the biggest turkey that could be found by the cook, first her grandmother, then her mother, then Emily. Emily made a duck sausage stuffing with the fresh chestnuts that Chris bought at Pike Place Market. Roasting the nuts on the stove was his sole contribution to the meal. In her years as a daughter, wife, and mother, Emily had fixed a turkey every which way in a paper bag, deep-fried, roasted under a tent of aluminum foil. Jenna had helped with some of the side dishes, of course, and though Emily was far from the point of handing over the turkey duty to her daughter, she enjoyed how much she'd grown into wanting to take over. "Mom, you and Chris should relax. Maybe there's something on TV that'll keep you occupied." Emily smiled at Jenna. She was so glad to have her home for Christmas. She would have kept her disappointment to herself if Jenna had elected to have gone west of the mountains to be with her father and baby half-sister, instead of staying put in Cheristone. "How about we do this together?" she asked, brandishing a whisk. "Sounds good, Mom. You seem like you're letting go. That's good." Emily thought of zinging Jenna back, just as she always did. But not that day. For most of the morning, Mother and her daughter ruled the kitchen while Chris Collier staked his claim to a football game preview show. No one said grace aloud when it came time to eat, but inside each of the three gathered around the table knew how blessed they were. After dinner, they opened their gifts. Chris gave Emily an emerald bracelet and a German gun polish that everyone in law enforcement coveted. She gave him a navy cashmere sweater and a tin of Virginia peanuts that she knew were the very bestand his favorite. Jenna was sure her mom had broken the bank with the lovely cream wool peacoat with gold-toned buttons with pink plaid lining from Juicy. She got a pair of black Ugg boots and a Tiffany heart necklace from her father. "Nice necklace," Emily said as she fastened it around her daughter's neck. Jenna touched the heart as it swung in place. "I circled it on a catalog when I was over there. I knew he didn't have an imagination, so why not pick something expensive?" Chris nodded. "Good girl." The best gift came from Jenna to her mother. Emily could have cried when she opened the red box from Talbot's. Inside was a pair of fully lined pants made in the same worsted wool fabric as her dreaded A-line skirt that paired with her sheriff's uniform jacket. "Where did you find these?" Emily said, clearly touched. Jenna beamed. "Chicago, Mom. The world's a lot bigger than Cheristone and Spokane, you know." "Thank you, honey." Emily hugged her. It was the most thoughtful gift she could have imagined. She could tell the county council members who complain when they see her around town the truth. She didn't buy the pants as in food to their archaic dress code. "I'm a mother first," she'd say. "This was a gift from my daughter. I intend to wear them. And stay warm." Mandy Crawford's disappearance had dominated the week, even the month, as Emily Kenyon tried to put together a puzzle for which there were very few pieces. The photos of Tricia, the affair with Darla, the message on the laptop. Things, she was sure, pointed to Mitch as the purveyor of some kind of evil. But on the other hand, there was still no body, no direct evidence pointing to foul play. Just a bunch of innuendo swirling around a man who seemed to deserve all the bad press and rumor-mongering that he'd garnered. The pressure was mounting, but the investigation was going nowhere. Chris stayed over through the weekend, in part to spend time with Jenna, who was back in her girlhood bedroom between consulting assignments at various Beta Zeta sorority chapters in the southern region. When there was a single knock on the door followed by the immediate turn of the knob, everyone directed their attention to the young woman who'd been expected for dinner. And she wouldn't have it any other way. Shali Patterson never went anywhere without making an impression. Subtlety in her dress, hair, and manner seemed utterly foreign to her. She worked at a Nordstrom store in Seattle after graduating from Cascade University, but knew that she'd find something better someday. She just didn't know what it would be. Shali and Jenna had been best friends for years, sorority sisters at Cascade, and were destined to be maids of honor at each other's weddings. If either found a steady guy that the other approved of course. A good guy was as elusive as a pair of sensible shoes. Both knew that with true, undeniable adulthood holding them prisoner after graduation, the week between Christmas and New Year's was likely to be the only chance they'd have to really catch up and hang out together until summer. Chris Collier hadn't seen Sholly in a while, so when she flopped down on the couch next to Jenna and across from where he sat with Emily, all he could do was grin. "I think doing hair would have been more fun than med school," she announced. "I like the pink highlights," Emily said from her place next to Chris on the sofa by the Christmas tree. "Thanks, Mrs. Kenyon. Magenta is what I'm going for. I did it myself because, well, I just got tired of looking like everyone else." "You've never looked like anyone else, Sholly," Jenna said, peering up from her laptop, a wide smile on her face. "Not for 1 minute," Sholly beamed. "It takes some effort to be me, that's for sure." She looked over at Emily and Chris. "Look so cozy, you two." "We're good," Chris said, resting his hand on Emily's shoulder. "Doing our best." "That's what my mom says, do your best." Sholly saw her mother's words as a rallying cry for mediocrity. She would never consider taking up the cause for doing one's best if that meant life in Cheristone and nothing more. "How is your mother?" "I haven't seen her for quite some time," Emily said. Sholly looked at Jenna. Obviously, she hadn't let the cat out of the bag. "I thought Jenna might have told you." "You asked me not to," Jenna said. "I would have told, you know." "I know, but this friendship of ours would never survive if it was between two people just like you. One of us needs to keep a confidence." "I get that and I'm working on it," Sholly said. She looked over at Emily and Chris, enthralled by the ping-pong match that was the two young women's disclosure. "Mom met a guy online, Texas, I think. She's sure he's the one." Emily looked at Jenna but returned her gaze back to Sholly. "I hadn't heard." "Well," Sholly said, shifting her frame on the chair, "Mom never met a man who couldn't charm the pants off her." "Sholly, that's not nice." "Not nice, maybe, but true." She nudged Jenna to change the subject. "So what's up with you? How's it being the sorority Nazi?" "Let's see," Jenna said, pretending to look at an imaginary list. "I've just entered battle number 2 with the Beta Zetas at the University of Kentucky." "You get all the good schools, don't you? Seriously, what's going on with them?" "Just a bunch of nasty and anonymous emails from the girls down there. They're mad at me because they were caught holed up in the lounge smoking pot, drinking rum shots and watching America's Next Top Model marathon." "I love that show," Sholly said. "That's what I should have been instead of doing hair or being a doctor." Emily leaned closer to her daughter. Jenna looked at Sholly with a stern shut-up-now glance. "What's going on, honey?" Chris seemed more interested than alarmed. He knew that Jenna could handle just about any situation. She'd proven that long ago. But whether she holds a badge or not, a mom is a mom. "Just a big mess, Mom. I'm getting emails that trash the president, a nice girl named Sarah Lee," Sholly brightened. "Like the frozen cheesecake." "Yeah, like that," Jenna said. "Mrs. Kenyon, do you have anything sweet around here? You know where the freezer is, honey." Sholly got up for the kitchen and Emily, concerned about her daughter, moved into Sholly's spot on the couch. Chris, Emily, and Jenna's eyes followed Sholly out of the room. "What are the emails about? And what's the national office doing to help?" Jenna laughed, but it was a laugh choked with sarcasm. "First of all, Nationals does nothing. They talk like they're so concerned about the girls, their welfare. But all they care about is a smoke-free environment and diversity as long as you're white." She clicked on her laptop and read from her emails. "Just so you know, the president here was drunk in her room earlier this week. 3 sisters saw her. I'd give you their names, but I don't want to be dragged into this mess." "It came from the same IP address as this one," Jenna said, scrolling down. "My father's a lawyer and he says that he can make a case against the BZS for the way they've treated some of the girls here. Sarah Lee is a big liar and a whore. She's not the kind of girl we want representing any of us here. She's also bulimic." "Sounds pretty petty, Jenna," Chris put in. "Tell me about it. I wish I never took this job. Dumb idea." Sholly came back in the room with a frozen Three Musketeers candy bar. She was so excited she looked like she'd won the lottery. "Mrs. Kenyon, you still freeze these. I love you." Jenna smiled at her friend, but resisted the opportunity to say something snarky about frozen candy bars. "I was telling them about those stupid girls back in Kentucky," she said. "I'm dealing with a bunch of whiners who feel like the whole world is against them when they all drive BMWs and have spray-on tans." Shali took a spot on the floor next to the fire. "Tell them about your meeting last week. That sounded so fun." "This is good, I guess," Jenna said, kind of enjoying the attention of her mother and her detective boyfriend, or whatever he was. "I thought it would die down. You know, Thanksgiving, Christmas, the holiday season. No such luck. One of the girls called nationals saying that someone peed on her pillow and cut the straps on all of her tank tops and bras." "Sounds very mature," Chris said. "Aren't these girls adults?" "Age has nothing to do with maturity," Emily said, doing everything she could not to land her eyes on Shali's pink hair. Jenna was on a roll. "So they had this big meeting. Everything is supposed to be secret, of course. No girl who is being admonished by the chapter or nationals is supposed to speak of it to anyone. But Sarah Lee did. I got to the meeting place, a banquet room in the back of a pizza restaurant off campus, and I had to walk past at least 24 BZS. They glared at me and said that I was being unreasonable." "Sounds like a Lifetime movie. You know the part where the girl has to walk past all of her classmates that know that she was really raped by the quarterback with the shaved pecs and sexy stubble on his face. Tiffany Amber and no one heard her scream." "Yes, that's how it felt. A very Tiffany Amber moment." Chris looked at Emily and Jenna. They clearly understood Shali's reference to a TV movie. He didn't have a clue but said nothing. Admitting he didn't know who or what Tiffany Amber was would only serve to make him older than his 50 years, and he wasn't doing that. "So, anyway," Jenna went on, "enough of that tangent. The bottom line here is that Sarah Lee's dad, the lawyer, threatened to take the BZS for everything they had if they didn't fix the problem. He used words that made the national office shudder with fear." Chris, once more, looked puzzled. Emily touched his shoulder. "This is a shot in the dark, but is it that you're fostering a hostile learning environment?" "Yup," Jenna said, "the gold standard." "So what happened?" Chris asked. "Nothing, same as usual. The nice girls get bullied by the ones who have the loudest parents with the most money." "Sounds like a little league baseball game," Emily said. "That's about right, Mom. The only thing that I hate worse than the drama of a dispute that's escalated to the national level is making a road trip to help some failing house build up its pledge base." "That doesn't sound so bad," Chris said. "I mean, it's all about marketing, right?" "Honestly, Chris, sometimes it feels like it's all about babysitting. I know it isn't much longer and I'll be off to law school by this time next year, but I really do hate what I'm doing." Emily wanted to kick her ex-husband and his greedy wife Danny to the curb just then. If they had helped out a little more, Jenna might have taken another route to finance more of her education. Emily wondered if she had miscalculated and should have pushed for more college loans. She just couldn't, having experienced the burden firsthand with her own student loans and David's from medical school. "Who's hungry?" Shali asked. "Because I am." "You always are," Jenna said, ending the conversation about money, her dad, and bratty sorority girls. "Your mom can cook. My mom never met a can opener she didn't like. What's that I smelled when I came in here?" Emily stood and looked toward the kitchen. "Nothing fancy, just the best meal you'll ever have. Come on, let's eat." "Just a sec," Jenna said, turning her attention back to her laptop screen. "I have to finish this blog post." "What are you doing, blogging? That's so 5 minutes ago." "No, the headquarters women think it is so cutting edge to blog, but that's how we share the information that builds stronger sisterhood or something like that." She finished typing the entry. "Hi girls, I'm looking so forward to seeing all of you in Dixon. I might be late, so dinner might not work out. Could someone save me a late plate just in case? We'll have so much fun talking about recruitment and how we can maximize our efforts to ensure that we have the very best new pledges. Go Bees! Love, Jenna Kenyon, your Southern District consultant. She posted a happy face icon and powered down. Dinner smelled so good. 1,000 miles away, a man logged on to Jenna's blog. Her picture filled him with an unbridled rage that he was sure would be transparent to anyone who saw his face, even days later. She was pretty sure. He tried hard to read more into what she was saying on her blog, how it spoke of her frivolous nature, how it indicated that she was a callous bitch who cared only about herself. And now she was about to get what she deserved. She was on his list. Chapter 22, Trisha Wilson's photographs were haunting. Emily had seen horrific images similar to them before, of course. As a Seattle cop working homicide or special victims, she knew firsthand what the brutal hand of an enraged man could do to the small bones of a child or a woman without the strength to fight back. She knew that when people indicated someone had been beaten black and blue, that it was really a shorthand for a range of colors from indigo to red to blue to yellow, even green. Human skin could change hues nearly as fast as gasping fish on a riverbank, just like that. From pink or brown to splash of hideous color that told the world the color of pain. But Trisha's photos weren't like that. Emily looked deeper into the Polaroids. The colors were crisp, rather than muddy. Distinct rather than blurry. Something's awry here, she thought. It passed through her thoughts that Trisha had said that she kept copies and returned the negatives. She figured that the woman, caught up in memories of the past, had made a mistake. Polaroid cameras didn't use negatives. Jenna caught her mom by the coffee pot, waiting to steal a cup before it finished brewing the next morning. It was clear that she was lost in thought, distracted by something. "What's bothering you, Mom?" "Honey, it's the photos. Something isn't right." "Mom, don't get caught up in this one, not like last time." In a way, the comment was sweet. Emily took it as such. Jenna was looking out for her mother. She knew how involved she could get when it came to abuse cases. The previous summer, 31-year-old Maria Hernandez was beaten so badly by her husband that it took more than 100 stitches and a metal plate to mend her injuries. Emily didn't sleep for weeks when she worked that case, hoping against hope that by the time Maria was released she would agree to testify against her husband, Carlos, but it never got that far. Carlos was there to pick her up the day of her discharge. The family's van was packed and headed south out of town. Family members in Cheristone haven't heard from either since. Emily couldn't get the photos out of her mind. I know, but these are so graphic. Just keep doing your best, Mom. You'll get him." They talked a while longer, Jenna saying that things at the sorority house were a disaster. The girls wanted to host a party as another sorority had done the week before, but they were dangerously close to being put on probation. "Stick to your guns, Jenna." "I will, just like you." Emily poured some more coffee and searched for another container of creamer. She knew what it was that bothered her. It was the fact that Trisha's injuries were so very visible. She hadn't been beaten until her kidneys failed. She hadn't been punched in the stomach. These were Nicole Brown Simpson-type injuries, visible and overt. For a man who cares about what everyone thinks about him, she thought, you'd think he'd have punched her where it didn't show. He wasn't only a wife beater, he was a stupid one. As they had since before they wore bras or even had a concept that they'd really like boys enough to touch them. Jenna and Shali retreated into her bedroom, a room that had once been her mother's and might one day be the guest room for a little girl of her own. Jenna half smiled as the thought came over her. If she found a decent guy, got a job, worked a while, well then maybe. Maybe not in that exact order. In some ways, the room was a museum to her past. The old Mac computer that she'd used growing up was on the desk, a collector's item. Her mother mused when Jenna wanted to trash it. It had long since been replaced by a sleek new laptop. Next to a collection of dried corsages from weddings, mostly a framed poster of the cover of People magazine hung over the bed. The celebrity on the cover was Mariah Carey, but Jenna wasn't really a Mariah fan. She never had been. Just below Mariah's photo was a tagline that referenced when Jenna was held captive by Nick Martin, Cherrystone's crazed kid. Jenna had initially thought she was helping the boy, but in the end, he taught her the greatest lesson of all. Not everyone wants to be rescued. Date in a Dungeon Girl held captive tells her story. Shali looked at the magazine cover as she flopped on the bed. "Why do you keep that shitty magazine, Jen?" Jenna sprawled out next to her friend, tilting her head way back to take in Mariah's photo. "I don't know, I guess to remind me how close I came to losing everything. Mom said that it was better to own your past than run from it." "Your mom is a nut," Jenna laughed. "She is, but I love her. She's my mom. Better by far than mine. No argument there." Shali picked at a small blemish on her chin. "So tell me about this so-called consultant job. Is it as bad as we thought it would be? Worse?" Jenna stopped herself. There were parts of the job she liked, meeting people and problem-solving, to name two, but there was an overdose of self-pity and self-absorption that seemed to come with the chapter insignia. "These girls have everything," she said, "but they think they have nothing at all." Shali stopped picking at her pimple. "They sound like us, don't they?" Jenna shook her head and the bed rocked a little. "Look, I was mixed up with a junior serial killer, and I have a father that would rather align himself with his new wife and replacement kid than be a father to me. That's me. Let's talk about you now." "Let's not," Shali sighed. Jenna got up and retrieved a brush from the bedside table. "I like your hair that way. Looks prettier than that goth shit." For a girl with pink hair, that was saying a lot, and Jenna smiled. She dyed her hair black the summer before college, thinking that she needed a change. It also fit her mood at the time. She just didn't want to look like the girl who'd been held captive. Eventually, she let it return to her light brown. That fall, for the very first time, she colored it blonde. "Being a blonde isn't edgy, but I think it suits me. It kind of makes me feel, I don't know, a little invincible when I go after what I want." Shali brightened. "A little blonde ambition is a good thing, I guess." Jenna set down the brush, pulling some long golden strands from the bristles and dropping them in the trash can. She thought about Shali's blonde ambition comment for a second. It was a very good line. She'd use it in her next Beta Zeta blog post. Jenna had no idea that 1,000 miles away, a man in his basement office was eagerly waiting for her next blog post. He was counting on Jenna to be as thorough as ever, detailing where she was going to be, who she was going to see. It was all about timing. Chapter 23, Miller's Marsh Pond. Outside of Cherrystone, the thought of a decomposing body is enough to make the skin crawl on the living. But decomp is always the natural outcome of a death. A stealthy decomp is the killer's hope for lifelong freedom, maybe even life itself. A grave, not the proverbial shallow one, is always the best course of action. Bury the corpse deep enough in a remote location, scatter debris over the surface in a haphazard manner, and hope that no one stumbles upon it. That's been a successful path for all of the murderers no one has ever heard about. Dismemberment works well, too. Chop up the corpse in the bathtub, disperse the bits and pieces as convenience allows, and keep fingers crossed. The killer of the woman in the water had done a mental pros and cons chart and decided that, while enhancing the convenience of disposal, dismemberment was too messy a course of action. Blood spatter from a power saw almost always goes in a place that escapes detection by the killer with a scrub brush. Luminol, with its eerie blue glow, is a chemical finger that points right at the killer. When a human body is surreptitiously dumped in the water, it becomes food for fish, turtles, and the other scavengers of the dead. If the body doesn't get consumed, gases swell in the tissues and fill the cavities, distending the organs. Enough time in the water turns a dead person into a balloon, bringing it to the surface for discovery by a boater or in the nets of an unlucky fisherman. Dead bodies and water don't mix. In Florida, a body can be consumed by alligators in a sunny afternoon. In the open sea of the Pacific, sharks dine on the fleshy morsels of what had once been a human being with the kind of glee that brings to mind the phrase feeding frenzy. In particularly pure and deep waters like Washington State's Lake Crescent, bodies have been found preserved decades after they'd been hidden there. That wasn't going to happen with the body that he dumped that flat, moonless night. That body wasn't going to be eaten, weighed down, or preserved at the depths. The weather warmed, and for a short time, the snow turned to rain. Mandy was about to make her return. Chapter 24. Jack Fletcher had left his youngest son's tackle box in the trunk. All bundled in heavy coats, hats, and gloves, Jack and his kids had made it halfway down the path toward Miller's Marsh Pond. There, ice fishing was the order of the afternoon in the days after Christmas. Damn, the weather had likely ruined this year's outing. A seesawing patch of weather had brought a thaw, and then another hard freeze-it was an unusual occurrence that the big city weatherman liked to call Pineapple Express, to indicate that the genesis of the storm had come from Hawaii. It meant a lot of rain on the western part of the state and snow on the eastern region, including Cheristone. This season, the Pineapple Express blew through with a hot breath that drove temps up to 55 degrees for 48 hours, and now it was back down below freezing. New snow was coming that evening and winter was headed back with a vengeance. "Watch the boys, Stacy," Jack told his daughter, a fittingly sullen girl of 14. "I'm going back to the car to get Brandon's tackle." "You always leave the boys with me," she said. "You ought to pay me, Dad. I'm the livin' sitter around here." Jack pretended not to hear her rant about watching her younger brothers, Brandon and Kevin. He'd thought of asking Stacy to get the tackle back at the car, but he knew she'd complain about that too. "You use me like a slave, Dad." The Fletchers had packed up early that morning for their annual post-Christmas fishing trip, just to the west of Cheristone. It was Dad's time with the kids. His ex-wife, Sherry, had a new beau, and between the holidays the pair headed off for a vacation in Hawaii. Jack was Mr. Mom just then, and he didn't mind it one bit. He knew that cold weather would come back in a flash, and that day might be the very last one before rain, snow, and bundle-up weather. Jack had black, curly hair he fluffed up to camouflage a receding hairline. He had a stocking cap, leaving his curls as fringe. He made his way down the path toward the car. Only one other car was parked in the lot, indicating to him that the place would pretty much be all theirs that day. He smiled. Jack Fletcher's silver Prius gleamed in the winter sun, screaming out loud to the world that he loved the earth. He pressed the trunk key into the lock and it popped open. He stared into the blackness below and his heart sank. "What the?" He moved a blanket just in case, but it was obvious. The box was gone. He'd left it at home on the kitchen counter. "This is the kind of day I'm having," he said, closing the lid. "Stacy's going to blame me for this." As he slammed down the trunk, he heard a scream. "Dad!" It was Stacy's voice. He turned around and looked for his daughter. "Dad, come here quick." Jack squinted into the sun, the light blinding him with the shimmer of gold off the icy surface of the water. Something was wrong. "Stacy, Kevin, Brandon," he called out. "I'm coming." He started running to the spot where he left his children, but they weren't there. Instead, about 50 yards away, he saw them huddled at the edge. The sun wrapped them in a halo of light. "We're all three there." "What is it?" "Brandon, Kevin." "We're fine, Dad," Stacy said, her voice breaking as she turned around to face her father. "Oh, Dad!" She lunged for him, and he gladly held her. At that instant, Stacy was no longer a flippant teenager. In the time it took for her father to go to the car, she was once more a little girl, a scared little girl. "What is it, honey?" he asked. She started to cry and pointed to a spot about 10 yards from shore. Partially cemented in the cracking ice among the degraded greenery of a winter-dead patch of aquatic plants was the swollen figure of a child, a teenager. It appeared she'd been wrapped in a dark blue blanket, maybe a sleeping bag. She was face down in the water, her hair swirling like a halo on the refrozen surface. Her ice-sheathed skin looked waxy and white. He didn't like what he was seeing, but Jack craned his neck to get a closer view. No, it wasn't a child, but a woman. He could see a wristwatch and wedding band. The boys just stood there, their eyes fastened on the corpse. "Want me to poke her with a stick?" It was Kevin, the 8-year-old, whose mother once caught him eating canned dog food off the broken end of a hula hoop with his older brother Brandon, urging him on. "I'll get a stick for you," Brandon said. Pinpricks of sweat beaded on Jack's brow. He gently pulled his kids away. "No stick. Let's go back to the car," he said. "I need to call the sheriff." It was almost dark when Emily Kenyon and Jason Howard, along with 2 patrol officers, arrived at Miller's Marsh Pond. His kids in a warm cruiser with a patrol officer, Jack Fletcher led the sheriff and her deputy to the body, half frozen, face down in a sheath of ice and snow. "How are your children?" Emily asked. "It must have been quite a fright for them." "It was, but they'll be okay. I think my oldest, the girl, Stacy's, the most shook up over this." The boys wanted to prod the body with a stick to see if it was a doll or something. "Not a doll, that's for sure," Emily said, as she bent closer to the still frozen edge. She saw the watch and the ring on the hand that was curled slightly upward. She could see that the woman was likely clad in jeans or a different, softer fabric. Through the layer of ice that covered the torso like a shield, she could make out a bra and the fragments of a torn blouse. It had to be her. "Mr. Fletcher," she said, "we'll need to get a statement from you, but we don't need it tonight. Take your kids home and come down to the station tomorrow first thing. Can you work that out?" "Thank you. I appreciate that. We came here for a memorable day, you know, a tradition with Dad, a day that we'd remember." Emily knew where he was going, and her heart went out to the children. "They'll never forget what they saw, and I'm sorry for that. They'll always remember how their dad kept his cool and called the police just like he should." He smiled. "Hope so." Emily turned her gaze toward her earnest deputy. "Let's cordon off the area, Jason. Spokane crime scene techs are on their way, but this dead girl's not going anywhere. We're going to have to chip her out, and that'll take time and daylight." Emily didn't say so to Jason, and he didn't say it to her. But as they stood there watching Jack Fletcher and his family drive away, both had a pretty good idea whose body they just found. Even without the face, the long swirls of reddish-blonde hair were a big indicator, but there was something else that both of them had seen. The waistband on the trousers was elastic. The dead body was wearing maternity pants. It had to be Mandy Crawford. The 2 Spokane crime techs set up a string grid that ran from the path by the shoreline to about 4 yards past the dead body in the ice. It was painstaking work, and the wind nipped hard at their unprotected faces. They ran infrared lights over the soil, looking for anything out of the ordinary. The snow had come and gone, so it wasn't likely that any trace could be found. But the 2 women who'd come down to process the scene for Cheristone left not one single inch undisturbed. Chapter 25. Spokane. Casper Wilhelm had been Spokane County Medical Examiner for decades. So long that Emily Kenyon was sure he had to have been the me when she was in high school, and she didn't want to do the math on that one. Dr. Wilhelm was white-haired, foul-mouthed, and as brilliant as could be. His reputation outside of the region was so stellar that many thought there had to be something wrong with him because he'd never left for a bigger city. "Hell," he said quite plainly at a conference in Chicago, "dead is dead. Doesn't matter much where you live when you die. A body's a damn body. I like Spokane. What's more, my wife does." The me's assistant, a pretty young woman named Denise in a spotless white lab coat, offered coffee, and Emily thanked her. She sipped it from a disposable cup and waited on the blue couch just outside Dr. Wilhelm's door. It was 8:45 a.m. when she called after Mandy's body had been found. Dr. Wilhelm told her to be there at 8:30. Not a second later. "We'll start sharply." He'd said it with a short laugh. "You know, all autopsies start with something sharp, a scalpel. Emily resisted the eye roll at the time. Yes, of course. My grandson thinks it's funny, he said. In reality, she didn't think there was much to laugh at. A dead pregnant woman had been cracked out of the ice at Miller's Marsh Pond. It was clear that she'd been murdered. No one ends up in a frozen lake in a sleeping bag in the middle of winter by accident. All the while on the drive up, Emily considered every bit of the terror that Mandy had likely endured. She could see the young woman in her mind's eye, battling the evil of a man who cared nothing for her life or the precious baby she carried. She could hear her voice as she screamed or begged. I hear you, Mandy, she thought. We all do. Dr. Wilhelm told her to be there sharply, but it seemed he was running late. She sat outside his office door, sipping on coffee Denise provided from a thermos carafe next to a counter crammed with medical supplies. She could hear his belly laugh as he talked with someone on the phone. Clearly, Dr. Wilhelm was a man who loved his work. Donut, he said as he emerged from his office. Denise, get Sheriff Kenyon a goddamn donut to go with that lousy coffee of yours. I want one too. He patted his protruding belly. Like I need one more, you know. Emily took a donut because to say she didn't want one was akin to telling Santa to screw off. Delicious, she said. Let's get down to it. She's prepped and on the table, water's running. Did you see Mr. Crawford? Emily looked puzzled. When, I mean not for a few days, the me shrugged. Half-hour ago, just before you arrived, he came in and did the id. The me reached for a second, maybe a third nut. Sugar rained on the floor and he pulverized it with his heel. We tried to notify him that we might have found Mandy, but he wasn't home. But this hasn't been on the news. Did you leave a message or something? Dr. Wilhelm swallowed his last bite. The man ate like a snapping turtle. Negative. He said he heard it on the scanner that a body had been found. He was sure it was Mandy. He drove up first thing. Denise almost decked him to get him to wait his turn. Wanted him to take a chill pill. Didn't you, honey? Denise, a woman who a moment ago was a donut server, was a tough chick when she had to be. You got that right, she said. The prick went right around me and found her in 2 seconds flat. He didn't want to follow procedure. Anyway, I don't care. He ID'd her, cried like a baby. The news surprised Emily. Really? Yeah, you know the type. Big explosive sobs, followed by hacking, and then the whole apology for being so emotional. Jesus, the woman was his wife, pregnant with his baby. He had a right to fall apart. Emily hated Mitch Crawford, but she almost felt sorry for him just then. The way Denise described it, the fellow was distraught as he ought to be. Did he say anything? Yeah, you'll love this. He says, why, Mandy? Why did you do this to me? I don't know if I can ever forgive you. Emily watched from the corner of her eye as Denise removed the pale gray drape that covered Mandy's body. Although the baby had been removed, her abdomen was still distended. Do what? She asked, suppressing the horror of what she was seeing. Somehow it helped to focus on anger at Mitch Crawford for something callous that he'd said, rather than the evil he'd done. I dunno, but it bugged me that he seemed to blame her for doing something to him when she was laying there like a thawing turkey the day before Thanksgiving. I know the guy. Enough said, Emily said. Chapter 26 Cheristone, you all right? Jason Howard stood in the doorway of Emily's office, his head cocked in concern. Emily smiled tentatively. I'm fine. I'm going to dig into the case again. Camille's out of town visiting her mother and I'm trying to button things down on Crawford before she gets back. Can I help? Emily knew that her deputy only wanted to be useful, but his offer only annoyed her. It wasn't that he wasn't up to the task. It was more about the fact that she couldn't piece together what was troubling her. No, I'm good, she said, a little too dismissively. She saw the hurt in his eyes. You grab some lunch. Bring you back something. Going to the grill. Emily declined the offer. No, I actually brown-bagged it today. Such a glamorous life I have as the Cheristone sheriff. Jason tried to brush off the rebuke with one of his good-natured smiles. He buttoned up his heavy blue coat and left. Emily knew that he'd bring back one of those big pink frosted cookies that she once remarked she liked, but could really barely eat half of one. One more bite ensured a sugar overload and an afternoon of the crash and burn. Pink icing can be a real killer. Everything she had was in front of her. Emily looked at the sheaf of reports that she, her deputy, and the C-Sis from Spokane had compiled on the Mandy Crawford missing persons case. There was nothing there. She wondered how an inch of paper could contain so little information. Mandy was at work one day, gone the next. She'd been seen walking the dog by a woman who also misidentified the breed of the Crawford's canine, so that was no good. She hadn't been observed by any of the clerks in Spokane at the mall. Her credit cards hadn't been used. She was gone. Poof. Mandy had vanished. Every day put the young mother-to-be in greater and greater danger. Emily didn't tell the media or the local women who'd come to help search for Mandy Crawford about the dire statistics behind the disappearance of any pregnant woman. Most were dead at the hands of their husbands, control freaks who refused to have the focus shift from their personal and sexual needs to a child who'd suck up every last bit of their wives' attention. They viewed those babies growing inside the distended abdomens as parasites stealing the attractiveness of a body whose sole purpose had been to pleasure them. Such murders were about rage fueled by envy. She looked down at the paper with the stats from the coroner. Name: Amanda Lynn Crawford. Height: 52. Weight: 100 pounds. Age: 29. Hair: blonde. Eyes: brown. Marks: tattoos, a pink rose on lower back. External evidence of injury: post-mortem ligature on wrists and ankles. Markings correspond with chains recovered from the scene. Cause of death: asphyxiation. Special note: the victim carried a full-term fetus, a female. Emily had seen the body at the coroner's in Spokane, so she held the horrific visual whenever she went anywhere. Not just Mandy's case, but the others too. Emily sometimes saw blood spatter in pizza sauce. The sound of a chopping knife against a wooden cutting board often conjured up images of extreme brutality. One time, when she had the misfortune of running over an opossum, she felt the wheels crunch and she thought of a little boy that had been run over by his older brother. "You have that look on your face," her daughter Jenna had said one time when they were making stir-fry. "What look?" "Mom, the look, you know. The look that means you're thinking about those celery sticks as something disgusting, something dead, bones or something." Emily tried to shake it off, protesting to Jenna that she couldn't be further from the truth. "Honey, I did have my mind on work, but not that. Something boring, no bones." But it was a lie. In time, Emily improved upon masking the look. There was only one thing that troubled her more than the pictures and the thoughts of what sick men do to the weak and frightened. She loathed how a vital young woman like Mandy, after being brutally murdered, could face the further indignity of being nothing more than a few words on a report. Name, height, weight, age, hair, eyes, cause of death. She studied the pristine pages of the report. In time, they'd be covered with the oily spots of someone's lunch. They'd be folded, maybe torn, as the days and the weeks of the investigation passed. Cheristone was going to a computerized system in the new year, and no doubt Mandy Crawford's murder would be the last of the old-school folders in the archive of a county that had seen only 21 murders in its entire history. Emily looked at the photo of the body. There was a black swipe against Mandy's wrists. Ligature marks had been determined by the coroner to be post-mortem. The killer had tied her to some chains in order to sink the corpse into the icy water, hoping, of course, that she'd stay put. But Mandy didn't. She literally rose from the dead. Chapter 27. Lewiston, Idaho. Nothing much ever happened in that remote patch of Idaho, but that day was to be different. Every morning for the past decade or so, Leary Evans pulled a cowboy hat over a stocking cap and saddled up his old bay mare, named Screamin' Demon, to survey the security of the fence that ran the boundary of his 82-acre ranch just east of Lewiston, Idaho. Neighbors 4 miles away had crossed their German shepherds with wolves for some goddamn stupid reason. Ever since then, A pack ran free in the fields looking to wreak havoc and make a meal out of someone's livestock. Leary had raised sheep and cattle to great success, and had even dabbled in ostriches and emus. The mammoth birds were a complete bust. Their low-fat meat and supple leather never really caught on with butchers or mass-market shoe manufacturers. He had kept only about 50 of the birds, and gathered their eggs for a fellow who etched them with tribal designs that didn't mean a darn thing but were hot sellers at craft shows. It was cold that morning. Icy. Most mornings that time of year were. Leary went east first so he could catch the slight warmth of the rising sun on his face as it tripped over the Sawtooth Range. About 10 minutes into his ride, at the point where his property hit the main highway, he stopped screaming demon. Strange place for an egg, he thought as he dismounted, then bent down to pick it up. Something wasn't quite right. He pushed back some bunched-up dead ryegrass with the toe of his range-scarred boots. "Hey," he said, loud enough to echo. It wasn't an ostrich egg. At least none that he'd ever seen had long strands of dark hair attached. "Come on, SD," he said as he jumped back on her. "We got a call to make." Leary Evans didn't know it, but he'd found the skull of Tiffany Ann Jacobs. The Idaho State Crime Lab in Boise made a quick study of the teeth and the dental work of 2 missing persons from that region. Tiffany Jacobs had lost a back molar when she cracked a tooth on a corn nut when she was 14. She had a dental implant to replace the tooth. The silver post gleamed under the lights of the lab. Crime scene tape flapped in the wind as the sun went down on the day of the discovery of Tiffany Jacobs' skull, 2 ribs and a femur. Cops and crime scene investigators from Lewiston PD and the Idaho State Police canvassed the area, hoping to find more. Body must have been dragged around by coyotes or a pack of those ornery wolf-dog hybrids, one of the investigators said as he returned to his car. She might have been dumped out here. Or she could have been dumped a mile from here and dragged. Damn coyotes are pretty strong. From a vantage point on the highway, a TV camera focused its lens on the ongoing investigation. News reports had already leaked the discovery of the missing young woman. A sorority sister still at Cascade called Jenna with the news. It hit her like a hard swung sap to the stomach. The truth of what happened to Tiffany had finally come. It was ugly and final. She was still processing the information when her mother came home. "Did you hear the news?" Jenna said, not waiting a split second for Emily to shed her heavy woolen coat and set her purse down on the foyer table. Emily wondered if Mitch Crawford had made another plea for the cops to back off. "What news?" Jenna started to cry. "Oh, Mom, they found Tiff's body in Lewiston. Mom, she's dead." Emily knew about Tiffany's disappearance, of course, but she'd almost half believed that she'd run off with someone. It was the story given by an old boyfriend, one usually not believed. Emily knew that Jenna and Tiffany were not particularly close. Even so, the information was devastating. "I'm so sorry, honey. I hadn't heard," she said, wrapping her daughter in her arms. "That's 40 miles from the university." Jenna gulped a breath. "I know, she'd been there all the while." Emily could feel Jenna relax a little, comforted by her touch as always. "I'm so sorry, honey. Mom, I sort of hoped. You know, I hoped that she'd just come back, that she'd played a trick on us or maybe was just being a flake." Emily, still holding Jenna, stepped back and looked in her daughter's eyes. "Is there anything I can do for you? I don't really know Mrs. Jacobs, but I could call her." "No, that's okay, Mom. I'll do that. I'll find out when the funeral is. Can you keep an eye on the investigation? I don't want to be the last to know if the killer is one of the boys we know from the frats." "I'll phone the Lewiston PD now," Emily said. This was a friend of her daughter's, and while they were not close, it was a tragic outcome. She piled her coat on the sofa and started for the bedroom. There were few secrets between mother and daughter, but such a call warranted some privacy. She dialed Lewiston PD, explained who she was and that her daughter knew the girl. A young woman working in investigations said she'd let her know if anything broke with the case. "We're still figuring out jurisdiction issues." Not sure if we're the crime scene or the police on the other side of the river in Washington should handle. Thanks, Sheriff Kenyon. I will tell you that it'll probably take one of those TV forensic docs to give us the cause of death on this one. I'm told not much was left of her. Lots of animal activity. Emily hung up, feeling the discouragement of the young woman's words take over. Cause of death was crucial to determining the who of a murder case. If she'd been shot, it might have been random, a stranger. If she'd been stabbed, it more than likely could have been someone she knew. Same with strangulation. Murders of the close kind were almost always personal, done by someone who knew the victim or selected them for a purpose. A bag of bones would tell few tales. More than 1,000 miles away, a man logged on to his computer and typed into a search engine the words Tiffany plus Jacobs. The quest was a nightly ritual, one he'd undertaken since he dumped her body in a ditch in Idaho. For the past weeks, there had been nothing new. Just the 40-some news accounts about the missing sorority sister from Cascade University. There were some photos showing the beautiful young woman, some of her parents, some shots of the campus. Until that particular night, the man wondered if she'd ever be found. And I didn't even try very hard to hide the bitch, he thought. On that particular evening, there was some news. The number of articles about Tiffany Jacobs had suddenly doubled. Missing co-ed's body found. A Lewiston rancher found the remains of what police have confirmed as the body of Tiffany Ann Jacobs, 21, in a field near his home yesterday morning, Idaho State Police reported. Exact cause of death has yet to be determined, although the manner of death has been classified as a homicide. I'm sorry to be the one to bring bad news to the young girl's family. I wish I hadn't found her, said rancher Leary Evans, 66. I sure hope they catch the guy who did this. The Idaho State Police Crime Lab in Boise has processed the evidence. Identification was made with dental records. A person of interest, a 25-year-old man from Washington State, had been questioned and then released. CSIS at his apartment produced 5 plastic bags of evidence. We still need the public to help us, said a spokesperson for the ISB. If you have any information on Tiffany's case, please give us a call. A woman's voice called from another part of the house. Dinner's ready. Everybody wash up and come to the table. The man at the computer shut down the computer and grinned. He had information on Tiffany's murder all right, but he wasn't going to give any of it to the police. He hoped that the 25-year-old nameless man would be named soon as a suspect. It was always nice when the police found someone to blame. They'd done it before and he hoped they'd do it again. Coming, honey, he called out. A nice dinner sounded so good. Chapter 28. Cheristone. Hillary Layton plopped herself down in the visitor's chair facing Emily Kenyon's desk. I left my husband in the car, she said. The last time the mother of the murder victim and her baby and the sheriff who had vowed to catch the killer had met was at the church vigil more than a month before. Mrs. Layton wore charcoal pants and a heavy red wool coat. Peeking out from the triangle of fabric by her neck was a silver sweater with flecks of metallic yarn. It had probably been a Christmas sweater meant for an occasion far different than the one she was observing at that moment. She brought with her a small Monarch vodka box, its top cut off on 3 sides and flapping at its hinge as she took a seat. Tell him to get in here, Emily said. It's so cold outside. Hillary brushed off the suggestion as she unzipped her coat. Sparkly drops of water fell to the floor. The snow on her coat had melted. He'll lose it if he comes in here. Lose it. You know, he loses his temper. He's got a pretty mean one. Emily tried not to let her worry betray her. Nothing hurt more than attacks from a victim's family. She tried to keep a reassuring countenance on her face, but she could feel the knife being inserted. The knife cut. I see, was all she could say. Hillary Layton was a kind woman. Everything about her said so. She taught school. She'd volunteered for the state Democratic Party when they pushed for health care for children who weren't covered. She had 6 cats and a bird, but she no longer had her only child. Mandy was gone. Look, Hillary said, I know you are doing your best, but tomorrow we bury Amanda and Chrissy." Emily hadn't heard that a name had been picked out by either Mitch or Mandy. She wondered if Hillary had taken it upon herself to name the dead baby. She said nothing, though. She let the woman talk. "I know Mitch killed them. I know that you know he did. What I don't get," she said, her voice cracking despite her attempts to hold it together, "is why you aren't doing more to nail the bastard." "Mrs. Layton," Emily said, using as calm a voice as she could, "you certainly know better than that." Hillary fidgeted with the box. "I know you've tried. But that smug ass is running around acting as though he doesn't have a care in the world. By the looks of it, I'd say he's right." Her gaze narrowed on Emily. The knife was cutting. "I know you want details, but we're not there. I know you are frustrated. I get that. We all do. You know something, Sheriff Kenyon?" "What?" "I really expected more than this from you. I remember reading about your daughter's disappearance and how you went after the killer with everything you had. You got him, didn't you?" "Yes, I did. I'm asking for the same here. I know we can't bring Mandy or Chrissy back from the dead. I know that with every fiber of my being, but I still hear my daughter's voice when I pick up the phone." "I'm so sorry," Emily said. "When I hear a baby cry, I wonder what Chrissy's cry might sound like. Would it be like her mother's? Mandy had a wail that could crack plates when she was a baby." The tears rolled down, but Mrs. Layton ignored them. Emily handed her a tissue, but she refused it. "I want your officers, your staff, here to see my tears. I want people to know that my heart is broken. We all know it. We all are devastated by your loss." "Can I say something to you, mother to mother?" Mandy's mother asked. "Of course. Did you let it pass through your mind even once when your daughter was missing that she might be dead?" Emily's response was immediate. "Yes, I did. Did you ever imagine that you might never see her again? It was my darkest thought, yes. Hold on to that. Take that deep inside, Sheriff. That's how I feel right now. I know that there is no end to it. Luke and I will never ever hold our daughter again. We will never know what kind of joy a little girl like Chrissy might have brought to our lives, to the lives of others. We will not rest until justice has been brought in your daughter's case," Emily said, wishing she could reel back the words. The phrase sounded so cold and impersonal. "I will not rest," she said, as if the echo of her own sentiments would resonate with the grieving mother. "My husband thinks that you will do your best. He also thinks that Mitch is probably smarter than you. I don't know about any of that. All I know is that I need you to fully understand that I will be a thorn in your side for the rest of your life." Hillary looked down at the contents of the box, then looked back at Emily. Emily locked her eyes on Mandy's mother. "Mrs. Layton, I am good at my job. I will do my best. I know. We had to make an appointment to come to the house to pick up some photos and things for the funeral tomorrow. We wanted to set up a memorial board and table at the front of the church so people could pass by and see the little pieces of our daughter's life. Small stuff, but the fragments of her life cut short. Emily wanted to do more than just offer words to comfort the grieving woman sitting across from her, peering into a box of all she had left of her daughter. But protocol, laws, and common sense made it clear that boundaries were more important than being human. She hated that part of her job. Words were the only salve. "That must have been so very hard," she said. "I'm sorry. I hate saying his name put what he thought we wanted to collect in this box and set it outside the front door." She reached inside the liquor box and pulled out a few photos of her daughter. "She was 7 in this photo," she said, pointing to a vacation shot taken on a gray, windswept beach. "You can tell we're in Washington because she's wearing a coat with her bathing suit," she said. A faint smile crossed her lips and then faded. Next she pulled out a beanie baby, a red bull. The smile returned, this time more pronounced. "This is Tabasco. She got him after she was injured so badly in a car wreck when she was 20. My husband bought it from the hospital gift shop. Told her not to put up with anyone's BS about her injuries." Emily took the red plush toy from her hand. "She had 4 cracked ribs and a shattered pelvis. They said she might never have kids, but she proved them. Almost proved them wrong, didn't she? She did. She really did. The unspoken part of the conversation was the fact that the baby that she'd so wanted had been killed, too. He abused her in life. He abused her in death. You know what he did, don't you? The cremation was troubling. Emily knew that the family had been extremely upset by what Mitch Crawford had authorized when the me released the bodies. She would never want to be cremated. She was raised in Catholic schools, for goodness sake. I mean, we weren't Catholic, but a lot of that rubbed off on her anyway, Hillary Layton told Emily as they talked in her office the morning of the ceremony at the Methodist church. I know it feels wrong to you, but he is her husband. He has the power. I know, but it has to stop, Sheriff. You have to make him pay. More than 400 people showed up in the church that held so many memories. Mandy's wedding, her vigil, and now her funeral service. Mitch Crawford followed her family to the front row, but there might as well have been a force field between them. They didn't speak. They didn't sit close. No one knew that the pale pink casket was empty. People who filed up spoke to Mandy and her baby. God is watching over you both now, said Samantha Phillips, Mandy's closest friend, her big green eyes raining tears. I love you, Mandy. I love your sweet baby, your sweet Chrissy. The Laytons went next. Mr. Layton rested his big hands on the casket and began to caress it. I had 2 dreams in my life, Mandy. Both of them involved you and your mother. No man, no father could have ever asked for more. You're alive in my heart as you were the day we brought you home from the hospital. He had a million more things to say, but no more words came from his lips. Mrs. Layton took her husband by the hand and led him back to his chair. As the Laytons huddled together in the front pew, a mass of grief and unfulfilled dreams, the entire congregation watched as Mitch Crawford walked up to the casket. His gait had lost its swagger, and he dissolved into tears as he placed 2 white roses on the blue casket. He said only 3 words that anyone could hear. I'm sorry, baby. The only real piece of evidence outside of Mandy's body, and the chains that had failed to weight her body into the mud of the Miller's Marsh pond, was the down-filled sleeping bag that had encased her remains like a big, blue pupa. Jason visited all the local sporting goods stores in Cheristone, and based on the photos Mountain Mania was identified as the manufacturer. The Modella down-filled, mummy bag style had been discontinued for at least 10 years. It had leather ties, a clerk at the Big 5 Sports Center said, while tapping on the photocopy that Jason slid onto the clerk's counter. Now the ties are nylon. Vegans, I'm told, like to camp too. Later that afternoon, Jason arrived at the sheriff's office with tired feet and little to show for his long day of digging for something to tie Crawford to the murder of his wife. He found Emily in her office finishing up a phone call. How'd the bag go? She asked, placing the phone in its cradle. The brightness in her face faded as she read her deputy's transparent expression of defeat. About what we expected. Old bag, he said. No one sold one around here around anywhere probably for more than a decade. Jason slumped in a chair facing Emily's desk. He took a peppermint from her covered dish and popped it inside his mouth. State Crime Lab says that fibers on the bag are consistent with an array of GMC and Ford interiors. In reality, just about every car company uses the same carpet suppliers, it seems, Emily said, taking a mint for herself. Who knew that global outsourcing would trickle down to be a problem for forensics? We're basically screwed on that, aren't we? He asked. Emily didn't want to say so aloud, but inside she agreed. Nope, she said. We'll find out where this bag came from and then we'll find our killer. A search warrant served the day Mandy Crawford's body was found had turned up nothing to connect the sleeping bag with the Crawford residence. Mitch Crawford isn't the camping type, Emily said. Yeah, he's a condo timeshare, or better yet, a summer place on the lake kind of fellow, she nodded. That sounds about right. The only other remotely remarkable identifier of the bag was a 5-inch, nearly square hole at the top of the bag, near the ties. The lab team was unable to conclude when the tear had been made, and if it had any relevance to the homicide. The chains were so mundane, so heartbreakingly average, they could have been from anywhere in the country. There was nothing on them, no paint chips, no oil, no patterned markings that could trace them to any life they might have had before they were wrapped around Mandy's corpse. It was as if Mandy's killer had been extremely careful, cunning, and deliberate. Or Emily thought very, very lucky. Part 2, The Other Pretty Girls, Chapter 29. San Diego. Two members of a litter crew from a San Diego youth detention home found Lily Ann Denton's body the day after it was dumped in a gully behind the restroom of a rest stop. At first, the boys who found her thought she was a blow-up doll that had been coated in ketchup. "Dude, check this out. Some sick shit over here. One of those plastic chicks guys bone when they can't get a real chick." The older boy, a Mexican gangbanger with an ironic name in jail, bent down to take a look. "Shit, that's no doll, dude, that's a dead hoe. I'm not bagging that, let's get the boss over here. Bitch must have really pissed off her pimp." "Yeah, stupid hoe." The young men went back to the van. Within 20 minutes, the rest stop was bathed in the blue light of 10 squad cars and the red light of an ambulancia, as unneeded as it was. An hour later, a coroner's van from the city of Rialto showed up. A mile west, and the dead girl would have been in San Diego County, one cop said to another as they watched Rialto's finest bag the body for transport. "Getting murdered is bad enough, but Jesus, to end up in penny-pinching Rialto's system. That's just insult to injury." Someone's daughter had been brought in the night before, unceremoniously dumped in the chiller until that morning. Dr. Kenneth Jensen looked at the body on the autopsy table, water running from a rubber hose around the figure like a bloody moat. Every now and then, water pressure would ebb and the bloody moat would drain completely to reveal the gleam of the stainless steel construction. The table was a thing of beauty, brand new, never been used, because of his age of 59-er. Jensen saw every young woman as a girl when she was splayed out and presented for the last conversation she'd ever have with another human being. That it was a one-way conversation was irrelevant. Even though she couldn't say a word, her body told him so much. It was almost funny that way. But as he looked over the body, he could almost hear the voice of the girl telling him in breathless detail who she was and what had been done to her. What had led her to his table for that last conversation. She was white, thin but well-nourished. Her hair was shaved in strips, hastily so. She had the remnants of blonde hair that had been bleached at a salon, a good mix of colors, not the cheap from the bottle look. She had perfect teeth, undoubtedly aided by expensive orthodontia. He noticed the front teeth had been fronted by porcelain veneers, again a sign of a person with means and with the desire for perfection. Her jeans, sevens for all mankind, were unbuttoned and dropped far below her waist. Her thong underwear had been torn at the crotch, so its waistband rode up high like a bloody and tattered ribbon around her waist. Who was this pretty girl? He wondered. Dr. Jensen spoke into his micro-cassette recorder, which rested on the dissecting tray that swiveled over her lifeless body. He gave his sad and final description of what he saw, the details as cold and clinical as they had to be. Earlier in his career, he'd made the mistake of showing emotion, and his transcriber asked him about it. Emotion, he learned, had nothing to do with medicine for the dead or the living. He shut off the recorder. "Now, my dear, tell me, what happened to your hair?" It was a good question, of course. Her head had been crudely shaved, by her killer. And why? He thought of the pop star who in some fit of lunacy had pulled into a California hair salon and grabbed the clipper and shaved her head. In 2 minutes, she'd turned from a beautiful young woman to a sad-looking alien being. She had gigantic eyes and a dome head that was the sickly whitish gray of a body drained of life, of blood. Pundits said that the pop star had been crying for help or had sought to cleanse her mixed-up life by shearing her locks and starting over. Renewal. New beginnings. Balderdash, Dr. Jensen thought. In this case, he doubted that the woman had cut her own hair. She was a girl, it appeared, who was very concerned about her looks. The killer must have done the hasty clip job. Track marks where the clipper hadn't done its job left a few thin bands of long hair. Those hairs, more so than the stubble, indicated that she had been a blonde in life. But the killer had taken all of that away. It was as if killing her hadn't been enough. The killer. Yes, it was obvious it was a homicide. The cause of death was staring him right in the face, and it was incontrovertible. Even though it wasn't his job, that was the bailiwick of the detective-esh wanted more than merely the cause. Dr. Jensen was all about the why. Fixing her weight at 110 was easy. A scale was built into the table. Height was easy, too. She was 5 feet 3 inches. There was a centimeter option, too, but he ignored it. This is America, for God's sake, he thought. Working from her feet to her waist, the medical examiner used heavy shears to snip through the fabric of her dark-dyed jeans. The shears' tips were bull-nosed so as not to snag her flesh. The poor girl had been through so much already. No need to add insult to injury. A song came on the radio. He piped into the autopsy suite and he pinpointed the artist and the date. Gilbert O'Sullivan's Alone Again, naturally, 1972. He smiled. He had a grim job, and with no money in the budget for an assistant, the radio kept him company. "You weren't even born when this was a hit," he said to the dead girl. She was completely nude now, jeans cut off. The tattered thong was snipped away and placed into a stainless steel tub along with the jeans. She had been topless when she was found. No jewelry, nothing else on her body. He probed her mouth, vagina, and anus with 3 clean swabs. It was hard to tell if this girl had been raped. There were no injuries to those orifices, but the lab guys would be able to determine if there was any semen, any killer's DNA. Gilbert O'Sullivan's depressing little ditty had ended, and the radio offered up news about the weather. It wasn't what the me wanted to hear. Shit, more rain, he thought. What happened to "It never rains in Southern California"? Albert Hammond. He was unsure if the year was 71 or 73. He made a mental note to remind himself to cancel Saturday's tea time at the links. He hated playing golf in the rain, and he didn't care who thought he was a pussy. So there she was, this bald-headed girl on a stainless steel table. Her eyes stared into the space of the autopsy suite. He turned the overhead light toward her exposed breasts and the hideously large gash in her chest. He lifted a flap of skin, and water and blood squirted at him. "Damn it," he said, taking a step backward before resuming his exam. The wound was enormous. It had been cut crudely, not in the fashion that had been suggested by the cops who'd found the body. He cut a wider incision and reached for the rib spreader. Wonder if someone harvested her kidney or something. "You know," the cop who helped transfer the body to the me's office had said, "one of those black market deals." The me didn't think so. If someone had sought the girl's kidneys, they didn't do a good job. Both kidneys were in place. More fluid oozed. It wasn't blood. It appeared to be bloody water, a kind of watered-down Bloody Mary that came from a sprinkler system that had rained on her since she died. Mary, he thought, I'll call her Mary, until we find her folks. The music playing was a Mariah Carey song, one of those in which the singer contorted her voice to such a degree that, to Dr. Jensen's old-school way of thinking, he could no longer make out the tune. He didn't play his date the song game when Mariah came on the radio. The rib spreader moved easily. Too easily. Normally, it took some force to pull apart the bones so that the me could have access to the vital organs. They all waited there in their protective cage to be plucked out, examined, weighed, and photographed like an organic and hideous still life. Something was wrong. The ribs on the right side of the body had been snapped. Car wreck. Beaten in the chest with a baseball bat. No bruising to indicate that at all. Dr. Jensen went inside. Something was missing. Yes, the kidneys were there. He aimed a light toward the right of the dark red cavity that was the girl's chest. It was empty, dark, a void. "I'll be," he said out loud. The cop might be right after all. The girl's heart was gone. Chapter 30. Dixon, Tennessee. Even though she lived in the inland region of Washington, Kenyon knew she was a kind of a geographic snob when it came to her idea of natural beauty. After her parents tried to make a last stand in their marriage by leaving Seattle for her mom's childhood home in Cheristone, she reluctantly allowed herself to see some beauty in the arid part of a state split in two by the jagged edge of the Cascade Mountains. Before she started traveling and actually seeing the middle parts of the country, she figured there was no compelling reason to go there. If there wasn't a coastline, what was there to look at? When she took the job with Beta Zeta National Offices, she had her eye on the West Coast. She imagined herself touring campuses in California, Oregon, Arizona, and even Washington. She thought of foggy days in San Francisco, surfing in Malibu, hiking in the Sierras. Shopping in Portland, where there was no sales tax, was also very, very appealing to a young woman on a squeaky-tight budget. It just didn't work out that way. "Congratulations, Jenna. We want you to be our newest national consultant," the call from some woman in the personnel offices of the headquarters. "We have a very special assignment for you, my dear." Jenna, who was at home when the call came through, motioned to her mother and mouthed the words, "I got the job." Emily put her arms in the air and mouthed back, "Wonderful." Jenna's face fell as the woman on the phone detailed the specifics. "You'll be the consultant for the southern region, including Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee, and Kentucky." "But I applied for the West Coast," Jenna said, barely concealing her disappointment. "I know, dear, but we're trying to lead the way in geographic diversity. Diversity of all kinds is important to being the best we can be." At first it almost seemed an offer she could refuse. Alabama, Mississippi, neither were places she'd ever imagined visiting if she lived to be 100. She'd have considered giving New Orleans a shot, but Katrina and the fact that there were no BZ houses on any campus there kept her from at least a little bit of southern glamour. 6 months into the job, Jenna knew how foolish she'd been. She'd come to appreciate the warmth of the people of the South, a region in which it seemed there were no strangers. She loved the food, too. If eating real crispy buttermilk-soaked fried chicken and corn cakes meant an extra lap at the track, that was fine with her. With her mother immersed in the Mandy Crawford case, Shali drove Jenna to the Spokane airport for the flight to Nashville. It was a Friday morning, and the next day had a full slate of things that needed her attention. "I'd like to tell those old ladies in the BZ office that these girls have no interest in being the best sorority in America. When we were at Cascade, we didn't care either," Shali said, digging a candy bar from her purse with both hands while she drove. "Right. I know. You don't have to do this much longer." Shali pulled over at the passenger drop-off zone. A taxi honked and she resisted the urge to raise her middle finger. Jenna smiled at her best friend. "I know, see you in a couple of weeks. Hey, maybe we'll have a wedding to plan for the spring." Shali looked very interested. "Your mom's going to finally say yes to Chris." "I think so, I hope so. If she doesn't, I might. He's old, but he's kind of hot, don't you think?" Jenna rolled her eyes. "Shali, what am I going to do with you?" Shali grinned and checked her makeup in the mirror. "Same thing as always. Keep an eye on me." Jenna hugged her best friend and disappeared into the airport with a smile on her face and the feeling that despite her faults, her inappropriateness, her over-the-top behavior, Shali Patterson was a pretty good friend. Kenyon had checked out the Dixon campus online and surfed a little on the web about the region. Of course, all the images were of summer festivals, baskets of flowers, green lawns, and rose-covered fences. Even in the dead of winter, she could see that the rolling hillsides and massive oaks were the bones of a scenic region. Dixon, a town of 30,000, was halfway between Nashville and Knoxville on Interstate 40. Jenna was more indie rock than Carrie Underwood, but she let the radio feed her the local flavor as she drove east. It wasn't a hard job that she had to do, and it wasn't the end of all of her career aspirations. The flight from Spokane to Seattle to Nashville took forever, and by the time she'd picked up her car from the Alamo lot and drove to the campus, she was beat. Although it was dark, a fresh layer of snow brightened the somewhat familiar drive. Last time she'd been to the house there, it had been summertime. It was actually easier to make out where she was with the canopy of leafy trees that were now dormant. Giant red oak trees defiantly clung to their shriveled, leathery leaves. She turned off the highway and drove toward campus. She saw a couple of girls in short skirts walking without coats up toward the library, cell phones pressed to their ears and puffs of warm air coming from their mouths. Don't they know it's cold outside? She thought, which made her feel like she was her mother. It was funny how much sense her mother made now, when she observed the behavior of the kids younger than her. Parking was always a disaster on campus, and she was glad when she got the message that she'd have a spot in the lot next to the steps to the front door. With its half-timbered gables, narrow windows, and mix of light and dark masonry, Beta Zeta House was one of those faux Tudors that were inexplicably fashionable in 1930s America, even in a place like the South where they had no connection to anything. It had such a steeply pitched roof that workers who cleaned the gutters lashed themselves to the massive chimney, because slipping on a slate roof almost guaranteed death or lifetime in a wheelchair. Unlike some of the other houses along the fringes of Greek Row, the BZ house had been built specifically for its purpose as a sorority. That meant on the main level it had a large living meeting room, a cafeteria dining room, and a lounge. Originally it had been used for music, but playing piano and violin had been supplanted by watching opera and reality shows that would have made the sisters of the past cringe. The basement level was outfitted with 36 study carols, and 3 refrigerators with diet soda in the front, and a not-so-secret cache of beer in the very back. The upper level was dominated by a sleeping porch which was nothing more than a darkened formation of bunk beds, like some kind of hospital ward with Hello Kitty sheets. 2 large dormitory-style bathrooms commanded the end of each hallway with a stash of pink and blue flip-flops in rambling rows stationed just inside each doorway. One pair was high-heeled because its owner said her feet hurt, even in the shower, if she was not in heels. "It's what I'm used to," she said, as if high heels were a mark of fortitude and not fashion. Adjacent to the sweeping staircase were 4 bedrooms, 2 to the right and 2 to the left. The largest belonged to the house mother. The other 2 were small and used by the highest-ranking women of the house caste system, President Sheraton Wilkes, and the social director, Midori Cassidy, who was the only Asian in the house. The 4th was the guest room, reserved for visiting moms, sorority alumni, and representatives from the regional or national offices. Midori, who never missed the opportunity for a social event, put up a sign shaped like a big pink heart on the front door. "Welcome, big sis, Jenna. Let's get bees." She parked and noticed that she had a message on her phone. It was her mom, of course. "Hope you had a good flight. Call me when you get in. Chris got on a website called Flight Tracker and says your plane was on time. Call me. Love you." There wasn't time to call her mother back just then. She closed the phone, grabbed her bags, pulled her coat tightly around her, and started up the steps. The sign on the door made her smile as she turned the brass knob and breathed in the smells of a meal about to be served. She didn't see the man in the lot, 4 cars down from where she'd parked. Of all the BZ cooks, Glenna Tyler was probably the worst. It wasn't that there was a whole lot of competition, either. Most of the women who served as cooks for the sorority houses did so to make ends meet. They had children of their own to feed, but the job serving the more privileged set was a means to an end. If the house mothers or directors actually cared about their chargesand, most did the cooks just wanted to heat and serve. Glenna was fixing her infamous tot bar meal that night. Tot bar was 5 large bags of frozen tater tots paired with a variety of condiments: ketchup, cheese, chili, and sour cream. That was it. The least she could do is deep fry them, said the token plus-size sister, Jasmine Rhodes, a recent pledge who hadn't yet tired of the meal. In time she would, for sure. Wait until you try her minipizzas, said Sheraton Wilkes, a pretty blonde with flawless skin and the kind of long legs that looked good even in Capriceville in winter. Sheraton introduced herself as she found a seat next to Jenna. Glenna toasts English muffins and we top them with, basically the same stuff we have here. The familiar content of the conversation made Jenna smile. She'd been there, done that. She smiled at a probable anorexic named Julie Lynn and took a seat. "Hi," she said. "I'm Jenna Kenyon. I'm here from Nationals. I'm going to help out with the community involvement plans for the chapter." "Won't be much to do," Julie Lynn said, moving a tater tot from one side of her plate to the other like it was a hockey puck. She picked it up with her fingers and dabbed it into the ketchup. It never found its way into her mouth, just back and forth, in and out. "Why's that?" Jenna sat down. "We do Relay for Life and Black History Month." Jenna wondered why it was these young women, these supposed future leaders, didn't have a bit more imagination. In fact, any imagination whatsoever. "Those are great causes," she said, choosing her words carefully. "But Nationals would like yous all of us sister-sto try to do a little more." "You mean more than date dash and love cruise on the river?" Jenna nodded. "Yes, more than that." Sheraton looked around the dining room and waited for everyone to stop their chatter and focus their attention up front on her. Even a girl who had been measuring the number of tater tots that she could fit into a small plastic cup stopped. "Sisters, our special guest has arrived from Nationals. Everyone, I want you all to welcome Jenna Kenyon." There was a round of polite applause and Jenna stood up. "Thank you," she said. "I'm glad to be here. I look forward to working with you tomorrow when we look at solutions to make our pledge drive more effective next year. You are an amazing group of young women. We can make this house even better if we work together." Jenna hated the speech. But the women at Nationals wanted her to improve the quality of the sisters there, or the place would be shut down. It was that simple. "We'll be meeting at 8 a.m. sharp. I expect you all to be there." Chapter 31 Saturday at the Beta Zeta House was filled with breakout sessions and pep talks. The 40 girls that made up the current membership of the Dixon chapter were at their breaking points. 4 were supine on the twin sofas. 3 more were curled up in a heap next to the turned-off big screen. Motivation and education were hard work. They'd worked on building stronger bonds with your sisters and blonde on blonde, how recruiting sisters of your own hair color works best. Jenna hated that one. She presented the material exactly as written, which she was required to daba with obvious disdain for the message. It clearly smacked of racism. She caught Midori's eyes and they felt like ice picks boring into her own. "All right, sisters," she said, "we're done for the day. We've accomplished a lot, but we have more to do. Tomorrow, each of you will bring down your top 3 outfits for next week's recruitment. I want to see an outfit in our color staffy and Mangoned an outfit in black accessorized with gold." "What about the third one? You said 3 outfits," said a girl from the back of the room. Jenna could finally see some lights come on in the brains of the women clad in an array of juicy velour tracksuits. "Someone's paying attention. Thank you. The third outfit is your choice. It can be anything you want it to be as long as it is a skirt and sweater. We want you to show your individuality. That's what makes all of us special." Again, it was a line that Jenna loathed, but she did what she was asked and followed the program. As the girls filed out for the evening, Jenna went upstairs to her room and dialed home. "It's me." "Hi, baby," Emily said. "How's it going in the deep south?" "How's it going in the deep freeze?" Emily laughed. "Things are okay here. Moving forward with the Crawford investigation. We're at a snail's pace, but we are making headway." "How's Chris?" Emily waited a second. "He's here," she whispered. "Mom, that's so cool. Why don't you tell him yes? Don't mess this up, okay? Since when did you turn into the mother here? That's my job." Since you started acting like a big baby, kidding. But she wasn't, of course. Jenna felt that her mother's decision to not make a commitment to the man she loved was nothing short of stupid. It was about pride, about being hurt again, about all sorts of things that discarded the part of the equation that could end with a happily ever after. "Okay," Emily said. "What's going on there?" Same old, same old. These girls got themselves into a bad situation and now they have to rebuild. We've been working on what needs to be done all day, and I think I'm getting through to them with what's really important." "You mean purses and shoes to match?" Jenna knew when her mom was pulling her chain. "No, I was thinking more about when to wear an updo and when to wear a half ponytail." She let out a laugh. "The girls are great, but this job completely sucks. Hang in there. Summer will be here soon and we'll figure out something else before you head off to law school. I have to pass the LSATs in March 1st. "That's no problem. You're a smart girl. I love you." "Love you more, Mom. Bye." Jenna snapped her phone shut and looked around the room. Everything was in order. Her laptop was cable-locked to the sink. She had the complete data file of every living BZ member in the United States, which made it a security concern. She touched up her makeup and ran her fingers through her hair, giving it a little volume. "I'm in the South, and no matter what they say, hair is bigger down here," she thought, a mist of hairspray falling to hold everything in place. There was a knock at the door. Sheraton and Midori were there to take her out to dinner at the boarding house, a restaurant downtown that was popular with college students yet nice enough to take your mother. A little expensive, but the chapter had an account. The meal was on the BZS. Hi, Midori said, seemingly over the hurt of the presentation. "Ready to go out?" Sheraton pushed the door open. "I'm so hungry, let's get going. I saw your rental car." She paused and made a sad face. "We'll take my Lexus." Jenna knew she was in for a night of mind-numbing conversation, but she was getting paid for it. What's more, she knew the food would be good. She'd Googled the restaurant before she left Cheristone. Just as they were about to leave the house, a voice called out. The three young women stopped. "Aren't y'all little dolls?" Shelby Barker's sweet voice was dipped in cornmeal, as southern as could be. "I'm Shelby Barker, but y'all can call me Ma Barker." She waited a second. I know, but everybody else does." Ma Barker had been the house director for almost 20 years. She was a warm woman, rather large, with spun sugar hair and a penchant for house dresses that had to be from an old Rodgers and Hammerstein musical. They were shiny and full. Jenna had talked to Ma Barker on the phone the week before Christmas, letting her know she'd be coming. "Don't call me the house director either. I'm a house mother, and that's good enough for me." Jenna gave her a warm hug. She couldn't help herself. Ma Barker was like a kind sponge for good feelings. "You are a good hugger," Ma Barker said, smiling and taking it all in. "You have the kind of spirit this place needs." Jenna returned the smile. "I hope so." Ma Barker cocked her head and looked over at the TV lounge, a half-dozen girls staring blankly at a reality show about Hugh Hefner's Playboy Mansion. "You're gonna kick some ass, 'cause these girls need it. I've been here longer than any of them have been alive, and I've never seen a lazier bunch of girls. No wonder this place is going to hell in a handbasket." Sheraton and Midori stood mute, and Ma Barker didn't seem to care one whit about them, and how they might regard her assessment of the house. Jenna liked Ma Barker and the eyes and ears. Part of her job would have called for her to let nationals know that Ma had spoken of her girls in a less than flattering manner. But she wouldn't do that. The lady was probably 100% correct. She lived with the girls every day. The women back at Nationals were living in a fantasy world of white gloves, teas, and closed-mouth kissing. "That's why I'm here," Jenna said. The old lady proceeded to tell Jenna about the house, the fact that it was built of the finest materials of its time, but well, things have gotten better since then. She indicated that Jenna would be staying in the only room with a private bathroom. "The hot water heater has been giving me fits, but I think we've got it fixed now."